normal person version of the point.
All right, Synth, just relax, buddy.
I'm pretty
True.
relaxed.
Wait,
You sound pretty upset. I'm just making fun.
So I have to say something. So like, it's
Well, do you
okay.
have
They
to
say
ask
that
in the middle of me trying to get clear to the like that I want to say
Oh my
something?
God! Why do you have to talk for like
yes,
10
sir.
minutes?
Please be quiet. So anyway, we think okay,
Why
the
do I
water
have to? No, I was trying
is
to
out
okay,
of
tell
that.
pipe
him
down,
that I
pipe down,
wasn't
pipe, pipe,
done.
pipe, 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 pipe. What was it
All right,
called?
we got you, bro. I got you. We'll just pipe you down, so it's fine. Please proceed,
This is kind
Elijah.
of cowardly.
So
Yeah,
like,
that's what I figured would happen
So,
when you guys
are you
don't
saying
engage in
I
good
can?
faith. I said, well, I don't want to mute you if you guys aren't going to engage in good faith. So now that I've muted you, now, oh, look at you, he's muted
Kind
us.
of cowardly.
Okay, well, you can just pipe down as well. So go ahead, Elijah.
Right.
You've also added nothing to the conversation.
What the fuck?
So I'm saying, especially as far as natural phenomena goes, if we say that there's a cause to something happening, then we should be able to test it, not just assert it. So if there's a natural cause, like gravity being a force, then that would have to be an independent variable that can be manipulated.
yeah, but I'm
So
saying it
that's
is
all I
Okay.
want to say.
That
Are you
because
okay? I wanted to say something after him. Okay, so what we're talking about, what you're talking about, are kind of the same when it comes to the inference point. We're both making an inference. You're making an inference that because you have observed gravity act upon an object, that it would be true everywhere else, like within a reality that is repeatable from that. The same way that you're making that inference, I'm also going to make an inference that because I observe from an outside perspective that within a certain area that is generally the same around the earth, because the earth is like largely made out of water and largely is covered by water, and this largely has oceans that act pretty similar to each other, that if it is the same in every other ocean, right, that we have observed, and it is the same that these things have like some type of curve, or it doesn't, whatever, blah 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 blah, right? That if there is somehow an ocean that we did not see, or like a sea, or even like a small like land mass of like a body of water that's connected to the ocean, that it would still be similar, if not the same, to these things, because we make an inference that if they are in a repeatable like environment, then it would be the same. You have added absolutely nothing by just saying, okay, yeah, you can make an inference based on what it is and not on the causation. Yes, you can. You can make an inference that, hey, because of gravity, this rock is falling to the ground. And because I know because of gravity, this rock is falling to the ground. In this instance, I can make an assumption that all rocks falling to the ground, like from the air, is probably because of gravity. That is not in like, that's not like a illogical like standpoint. I'm really confused
Gravity.
what you're attacking here.
What's
Can
gravity?
I respond to that?
Go for it, man.
Yeah, when you say if it's gravity that's causing this rock to fall, then it's not really crazy to say rocks falling everywhere is due to gravity. Here's the thing. You said if it's gravity.
Oh
Well,
my God,
you
you
would
just
have
answered the
to
question.
define what gravity is, and then you would have to prove the premise by way of experimentation. Is
Can
that
you
is that I mean
please argue
is that
with my
fair?
argument and what I was saying? Do you know what my point was?
I, li- I literally just addressed it because
No,
you
that wasn't.
included the premise. You included the premise that is still in question. Gravity. Because what is gravity? You guys would say
Oh my
gravity is
God.
a force because we live on a globe. Gravity would be the force of the center of
Assalamu
the
alaikum.
earth, pulling things to the center of the earth. So that is the thing that has to be proven, not just asserted,
Alhamdulillah.
because you see rocks
Okay.
falling down. Like, I didn't, I didn't speak for a long time, and I'm pretty sure then I'm directly responding to what you said,
No,
bro.
you're
Like I don't
not.
understand what all the disrespect is for.
Yeah, but you're not, and I haven't been
Let
disrespectful.
him get his point
Yeah.
through to you, Kirby. Then you can
Correcting
respond
your
to it. Okay,
assumptions.
I mean, wait a minute.
Kirby.
Now, for me to quickly summarize what he said, well, it's logical to reason that if there's a rock that's falling in one place due to gravity, then it's gravity that's causing all the rocks to fall. Isn't that what he said? What am I missing?
you're right. That's what I'm
What
saying.
am I not what
Go
am
on,
I not
Kirby.
dealing with or engaging with?
Tell him what he's missing, Kirby. Go ahead.
Okay. So You literally had to get that last question out that I was about to answer. Okay, so what you're missing, real quick, right, is I didn't give an actual definition of what gravity is, or I didn't even actually give a like reasonable like substance of what it is. All I've said is what you said in the beginning, that if you observe something to be true, you can make an inference that this thing can be true everywhere else, such as your example of a rock falling to the ground or the example of gravity. These things can be proven through experiments, such as a rock falling to the ground and repeating it with different objects, seeing if gravity is the same for everything else, and if it's not, to what extent is it different. These things are going to be completely different depending on what you use, but at the same time, if these things prove to be true, which gravity so far has been proven to be true throughout history, right? And you see how I'm able to say that without actually giving you too much of a definition for that? The same way I'm able to say, like, hey, these waves curving or these waves not curving everywhere else could probably, right, be
Oh,
the same
okay,
because it is
okay.
the same everywhere else. That is it.
Yeah.
It isn't the fact that like gravity's real because they drop a rock. No. It's the fact that if you have a general assumption about what not a general assumption, a general ideal about what gravity is, and then you prove it through experimentation, and then you go like, okay, yeah, through sufficient experimentation, this is true to my knowledge, so I'm going to assign that knowledge to things and scenarios that are
There's
similar.
another if
The
in
same
there,
way
but
I can
okay.
do, the
That's what I'm
same
saying.
way that I can. Okay, what are you saying? You need to actually like enunciate that.
Yeah,
What do you mean
I'll
that
tell
that is
you what
true?
I'm saying. Unless who's that? Is that Heretic? You want to take? Was
No,
that
man,
No,
it's
no,
not
Heretic
me.
or
I
was
don't know
that?
who that was jumping in there. It's not me. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm
Oh,
telling you, when I was talking
okay.
about the
So
water,
what I'm saying is this. You said that it was proven experimentally what gravity is. You also said you didn't have to define it. So number one,
No, I didn't say I didn't have
you
to.
have to have a phenomena that can be described or defined. And number two, you most definitely would have to experimentally validate it. So if there is experimental validation for it, then lovely. Let's explore that. Um, Now, I'm going to say two things. No one here is contending that rocks fall. Great. Rocks fall here in New Jersey, rocks fall in my hometown in Brooklyn, rocks fall everywhere, probably the same. If there's a rate at which they fall, some sort of average, fine. They fall at some sort of average, sort of, I don't know. I'm not really contending that part. That's fine. I'm not a crazy man. I can accept all of that. Great. But for me to know that Einstein didn't propose a hypothesis in his paper in 1913, I think it was, or Newton, who didn't give a hypothesis in his Principia back in his day, I'm pretty sure that experimentation follows valid hypotheses. So, if gravity is validated, then I would definitely love to see the hypotheses and the experiment that proved it.
Oh my. Okay, clearly you haven't been listening to me this entire time. The entire time that I've been talking about has not been
Is he serious?
saying that something has been 100% true. It has been saying that if I have reasonable belief that something is
Is he
true, then I
serious?
assign it, and then I assign it, right, to being like, okay, this is true to the best of my knowledge.
Did I
I've
not
said that
just,
multiple
if we're
times.
talking about rocks
Hold on,
falling, I
hold on, hold
already
on,
said I
hold on.
don't have
Shut
a
the fuck
problem
up.
with
Be
that. You
quiet.
said
Be
rocks
quiet.
are falling.
Be
I said
quiet.
rocks
Be
are falling.
quiet.
That's
Be quiet.
fine, right?
Let me speak.
Why are you acting like we
Fuck
have
now.
a distinction? There's a distinction without a difference here. You said rocks fall everywhere. That's the only thing that you've claimed is true. I'm like, yeah, rocks do fall. That's true. So what's the issue? Where's
Why
the
are y'all
difference?
muting me when I'm getting interrupted?
Because I
Because you're
don't
interrupting.
understand. No,
I was
it is
talking
true. I
beforehand.
did
He
under.
interrupted
No,
me.
I did it. I did interrupt, guys. I did interrupt. That's
Okay,
fair.
I will not
But I
continue this
really don't
conversation if this.
understand what
This is
the
clear where
fuck
this
you're
is going.
talking about or what game you're trying to play here, pal.
Okay, somebody else pick this up. I see where this conversation is going to go.
Well,
As
I
where
mean,
everyone goes.
he did say that there was experimentation going back, I mean, a long time. There's a lot of it. All I said was I'd love to see that, especially since I know that experimentation follows hypotheses, and I don't remember seeing that in Newton's paper or in Einstein's paper. That's all I said.
That's fine. You can continue the conversation with somebody else, though. I will not continue this conversation without being
All
muted
right.
for someone interrupting me.
Loser.
Yes. I
Like
feel like that's even
whether
more
they
of
speak
like playing
calmly and
hopscotch.
whether they speak calmly and you know like they sound like they have a couple of brain cells or whether they're acting crazy, when you start getting into the nitty gritty of what experimentation
Frog, you
is
did
and
not
how to
prove
define
anything.
these
You did
things,
not
it's
prove
like
anything. Just chill. Okay.
Elijah,
he's
I'm
just
curious.
I think usually what happens is
he
like
said rock
they
to
can see where
fall.
the
Gotcha.
conversation's going and
He
they're just gonna
didn't
get
want to
muted.
talk.
So they're like, yeah, no,
He was going to get muted, so there's no
Well,
use.
if
I
that
mean,
is,
I
if that is,
literally summarized his point, and I
So
wish this was being
You
recorded
didn't summarize it correctly.
because that's what like I summarized his point, and then he really tried to act like there was a difference in what he said and what I said. Like I literally was responding
Well,
non
yes,
sequitur
there
to his
was.
point.
But if you would like to continue the conversation, you can have a conversation with somebody else that's willing to like talk to you.
Well, I'm
Instead of
already
just
speaking.
talking
I
about a
wasn't even
past thing
talking to
about
you.
me.
I
You're
thought you
not.
already bowed out,
You're
bro.
speaking
I was
about my
I was
argument
continuing the
as if I'm
conversation.
continue
You said
arguing
you
just
didn't
'cause
really
you
want
said
to
something
talk.
else.
Am I right? Or did he not say he didn't want to speak?
He
I
said
was
that. Are
moving
you in
on.
or out, Kirby? Because we got like 5 globeheads trying to jump on top of you. So are
Yeah,
you taking
let
it or?
somebody else like be globe head and whatnot. Let
He
somebody
was
like
really already
stop
he
constantly
was
talking over
ready
and
to
arguing.
have the
If you're
You,
going to
you
mute
keep
me,
he was
talking
ready
to
to
say let
have the
somebody else
conversation
talk.
with someone
So are
else.
you talking?
Yes. He was already ready to talk to someone else. So I mean, if you no longer wanted to have that conversation, fine. Then allow someone else to floor it.
Well, exactly. That's what we're asking him to do.
Hey Kirby, you don't want to engage, so just step back from the mic. It's okay, bro. We don't have to mute you for that, so just go ahead and fade out.
I mean, he's just
It
like
doesn't matter.
Snake on our side, who just keeps bringing up
Eh,
the issue from 30
I
minutes
did
ago.
appreciate what
Chill.
you. I did appreciate you helping me
Yes,
out with
I
Cam though.
personally found
That
that
was
to
pretty bad.
be ridiculous. I felt more like it was more so trying to hide behind and I guess I want to say an argument that he really couldn't support. And then when a little bit of a pushback came, then he just like, you know what, we can't have this conversation. Well, then you should have never started the conversation at that point. Like this is how
you
most
can't have a
conversations
conversation
what's
with
the
a
happen.
server
argument?
muted.
You didn't let him finish, Kirby. But also, I just I will thank you for helping me with Cam. I thought you made a decent point there when we were trying to help him with not needing to quote see the whole thing. So I do appreciate that. But if you're not, if you're tapping out, that's fine, bro. We're not gonna hold you. So go ahead, bro. It's fine.
What's the argument, by the way? Was it to do with gravity or something else?
No.
Yeah, gravity.
I was reading text chat, so I don't know if it was following from that.
We're looking for scientific validation of the claim of gravity, a hypothesis, and the test of the hypothesis.
So sorry, what do flat Earth? I'll ask a question. What do flat earthers say about the Cavendish experiment? What is?
Well, if it's an experiment, if it's an experiment, then it would start with a naturally occurring phenomenon. So what would that be?
Well,
Yeah, because it doesn't start with a naturally observed.
due to gravity.
Wait, hey Steve. I'm just asking if if it's an experiment, I'm willing to accept that. But an experiment involves step one, a naturally occurring phenomenon. So what would that be?
I don't know what you mean by this.
What's it? It's just called,
He's saying that's something that happens in nature, like things that we can actually prove without a shadow of a doubt.
It's just so funny because people will be like, "Oh, you guys are science deniers," but then when we stick to the scientific method strictly, you're like, "Well, I don't know what that is." It's kind of funny.
Facts, yes. A lot of
Let me
them
go
be
ahead and
arguing.
muddy the
A
point
lot,
and jump
a
in
lot
right
of them
before
be
you finish.
arguing stuff that they don't even know how to properly argue for, and that's the problem.
Listen, here's the thing. The guy who interjected to ask about the Cavendish, Effie Jedi was just about to go into that for you. So you didn't really need to do that.
Please go ahead. I'll just listen.
Is Jedi still here?
Yeah. If Cavendish is a scientific experiment, then it will follow the scientific method. So you would have to provide the hypothesis, or Cavendish would at least have to provide a hypothesis. A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. The first thing that we do in science is observe that natural phenomena so we can have a guess, quote unquote, to see what the cause is. So within Cavendish, what is the naturally occurring phenomena?
But just to get clear, is your view that Cavendish doesn't provide a hypothesis?
He's trying to
Can
find
you provide
G,
it?
isn't he? He's trying to find the constant G.
I'm asking Effie Jedi. Can Effie Jedi answer that question?
All right.
Can you provide the hypothesis, please? If
I was
this, then
asking you a
that
question.
statement
He asked you a question. Yeah, go ahead and answer my question.
Yeah, there is no hypothesis to do with Cavendish.
You don't
That's
think the Cavendish
crux of
experiment has a hypothesis?
If there is one,
Well,
then present
no,
it.
it doesn't.
Why don't you
It
think it has a
doesn't. But we can
hypothesis?
elucidate that.
Because he probably doesn't see one. You have to just provide one now, bro.
Why? I'm just
Yeah,
asking
if
you.
there
Why don't
is
you think
one,
he
then
has
just
one?
provide
Yeah,
it.
Answer my question.
instead of turning the conversation that could go forward into an
Answer my
argument,
question, please.
if you think that there's a, and by the way, it has to be a valid hypothesis. Go ahead and
Yep,
provide the
not just any
valid
Sorry,
hypothesis.
a valid hypothesis? Well, a
Yeah, of
hypothesis
course.
is
Do you
having.
think that
Excuse
anyone
me.
can? Do you
Excuse
think
me.
that
Excuse
anything?
me.
Because not
Excuse me.
all
Do you
Minus the.
think?
hypotheses are violent.
Do you
Fuck
think that
no, you're not
anything could
gonna
be
do
a
that again.
hypothesis? Like, for example, I think my mom is going to make steak tonight. No, so obviously the hypothesis has to be valid. And
Yeah,
if
but
this,
obviously
then
any
that
hypothesis
statement.
that seems to do with the global Earth, you're just gonna
If
No,
dismiss.
this, then
hasty,
that
hasty.
statement,
That's
like
not how
Jedi
it
said.
works. It's the scientific method is something
Really simple.
very strict. Step one is a naturally occurring phenomenon. You said you didn't even know what that was. So it's not just things that agree with the globe. It's that a lot of these things don't adhere to the scientific method. So when we ask you about, okay, well, step one, you need you need a naturally occurring phenomenon, and then you need a valid scientific hypothesis. And these guys are like, well, what makes you think there's no hypothesis? Well, if there is one, go get it. Let's take a look at it. We can all look at it together and see if it is valid. Why do we don't think there isn't one? Or why do we think there isn't one? Because there isn't one, period. If there was, you would just put it on the table.
Yep. Like again, the
So,
biggest problem is that a lot of people want to come here to defend this argument while not even knowing how to properly defend the argument. It's basically just cognitive dissonance. Like they just defend it because that's what they're used to. Like they don't have any real supporting arguments, and then they just regurgitate talking points without even still understanding what they're regurgitating. There was a time before when I was arguing with someone in here, and both of them was quote unquote on the same team, but both of them didn't even understand what the hell they was arguing. So instead of arguing with me, they was arguing amongst each other, which I personally found funny.
Yeah, I mean that happens a lot on both sides.
all right. So
All
can
right.
we get the
So,
hypothesis, or Jedi? Please, yeah, please help us.
do we even know what a hypothesis is? A hypothesis
Hell
is an
no.
supposition into a cause and effect relationship. First of all, we observe something happening. That's the phenomena, which will be known as our dependent variable. In science, we want to know what the cause of that something happening is. That will be the independent variable. So if this independent variable, then that dependent variable. We will then go and test the hypothesis in a scientific experiment where the researcher will physically manipulate what he presumes the cause of the phenomena to be. So within Cavendish, what is the dependent variable, the phenomena happening in the physical and natural world?
Why don't you think there is one? Because what is it?
Can you,
What would it be?
why don't I think? Hold on, I'll answer that question. Why don't I think there is one? Because there isn't one whilst trying to find it. So looking at the Cavendish experiment, you'll notice that he doesn't even provide a hypothesis. If there is a hypothesis, it is this. If mass, then mass attracts mass. But that's a problem because you can't have the independent and dependent variable is exactly the same thing. So there is no validated hypothesis for the Cavendish experiment. We're trying to walk you down the path by asking you very simple questions like, what's the dependent variable in Cavendish then? What will be the independent variable and the control variables? But we'll get down to that point in a minute. There's 4 steps that we've got to follow for the scientific method. The first step is observe the natural phenomena. So what is the dependent variable, please?
Wait. So you're saying there was no what I'm reading here, it says hypothesis. There exists a gravitational force of attraction between two masses. By measuring this force accurately, I can determine the density of the
We've
Earth
never
and the
seen this before.
gravitational constant.
We've
Well, I
never
mean,
seen this
I'm
before.
reading it right now, dude.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
but
That's
So
it
I
fine.
has to
mean,
adhere.
That's fine. We've never seen mass attracting mass before. Literally, we have not.
All right. Well, geez, let's at least address the hypothesis because it has to be
why
a valid.
isn't that what his experiment set out to do?
Hold on. Well, it
This is
needs an
evolving real
independent
quick though,
variable.
because Jedi asked, "What is the observed phenomenon? What's the dependent variable?" And now we're just going all over the place again. Does anybody know?
So let's start with that. Let's start with the observed
But
natural
he said
phenomenon.
mass attracts mass. We see this all the time. If you drop
Like,
an object,
Hold on, Dust Bunny. We're going through the
bruh,
hypothesis
no,
right
that's
now.
that's
Hold on one
fucking
sec.
stupid.
And no, you don't. You don't
What do you
observe
mean?
that, but because
You
Right.
observe that.
we'll
Sorry,
get to that
I'll
in a
destroy
second.
this
You
straight
don't
away.
observe.
What do we mean? Well, you just said mass attracts mass, and we see that all the time. You notice that gas is also mass, but that doesn't attract itself. That disperses in all
Thank you.
directions. You're just
Thank you.
dropping rocks on floor. So within Cavendish, what is the if this, then that statement? That is the dependent variable, the observed phenomena. What's the observed phenomena, please? Crickets?
Well, that's as good an
Dead
answer as
silence.
any.
Right.
Wait, are you asking me or are you asking the group?
Yes, yes, we're asking you. Yes.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were readdressing the earlier conversation. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, that's fine, and I
So-
appreciate your politeness. But the question goes out to anybody who's suggesting that Cavendish is a scientific experiment. If it is a scientific experiment, all we want are the variables. First one, dependent variable, the naturally occurring phenomena, please.
Okay, so Cavendish experiment. Let's read this. What did the Cavendish experiment prove? The Cavendish experiment. Oh, okay. So the
wait, hold
Cavendish
on.
experiment was significant not only for measuring Earth's density and thus its mass, but also proving that Newton's law of gravitation worked on
That's a
scales much
claim.
smaller than those of
Well, let him
solar
read out the claim.
systems.
Okay.
Right. So I'm reading out from Britannica what the Cavendish experiment was, and it has a form. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but you sound like a robot. Could you please repeat that?
Elijah, you're roboting.
sound a bit
Nobody's
robotic.
hearing you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
again, I have
you
to.
kind of robotic.
Can you reconnect? Can you disconnect and reconnect because this might help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue, bunnies.
I'm not trying to be rude
Yeah.
by interrupting you. It's just like
Understandable.
Now finish what you were reading. Come on, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Cavendish experiment.
Damn, dude, he's fucking roboting bad.
Yes, he is.
Go on, bunnies.
Okay, I'm going to continue. Cavendish experiment measurement of the force of gravitational attraction between pairs of lead spheres, which allowed the calculation of the value of gravitational constant, G. In Newton's law of universal gravitation, the attractive force between the two objects, F, is equal to G times the product of their mass, m1 and m2, divided by the square of the distance between. So that was r2. That is F equals gm1 m2 slash r2. The experiment was performed in 1797-98 by an English scientist, Henry Cavendish. He followed a method prescribed and used the apparatus built by his countryman, the geologist astronomer John Mitchell, whoever that is, who died in 1793. The apparatus featured a torsion balance, a wooden rod that was suspended freely from a thin wire and lead sphere weighing 1.6 pounds, hung from each end of the rod. A much larger sphere weighing 348 pounds was placed at each end of the torsion balance. The gravitational attraction between each larger weight and the smaller ones drew the ends of the rods aside from a graduated scale. The attraction between the pairs of weights was concentrated by restoring the force from a twist in the wire, which caused the rod to move from side to side like a horizontal pendulum. Cavendish and Mitchell did not conceive of their experiment as an attempt to measure G, the formulation of Newton's law of gravitation involving a gravitational constant. He did not occur until the late 19th century. The experiment was originally devised to determine the Earth's density. So this experiment was trying to figure out the Earth's density, but when he did it, he ended up finding the gravitational force of the Earth.
That's brilliant. So within that, can you point out to me the dependent and the independent variable, please?
I can give you the dependent variable right now. From what I'm reading here, the Cavendish experiment, the dependent variable is the measurement of the small twisting or angular displacement of horizontal bar or wire supporting the small lead spheres. This angular displacement is caused by the gravitational attraction between the small and large lead spheres in the apparatus. The key dependent variable in the Cavendish experiment can be described as follows: dependent variable angular displacement of the y or horizontal bar in degrees or radians. I don't have the independent variable, but I can look that up right now.
Awesome. This is the issue, or one of the issues with the Cavendish experiment. You'll notice that the observed phenomena is happening inside the experiment itself. There is actually no horizontal attraction anywhere else in the world. So what we have to understand is when we're observing a natural phenomena, it can't be within and only within the contraption. So that's the thing with natural science. The observed phenomena is in the physical and natural world, and then you put it within the experiment. Obviously, we know how to do science, right? So where is the observed phenomena in the physical and natural world? Not just in the man-made contraption, because you'll have an issue.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a useless experiment if you do it that way.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No.
Bum,
It sounds
bum,
like what you
ba-dum,
described would be useless. Like the way he
What's the
described it
scientific
was
method?
actually isolating the effect he was looking for.
We're trying to.
What? That's not
First
the
of all,
effect you're looking for.
First of all, we have to observe something in the physical and natural world happening. So,
Right.
where in the physical and natural world do we observe something happening? Not within the experiment. We have to observe it in the physical and natural world first.
Isn't the
just be
experiment
physical.
in the physical natural world? Isn't it like being conducted in the physical natural world?
No, but the thing is that you're trying to. Okay, no. The problem is that you guys are trying to make the argument that it is a law of the universe. When that's the problem, you can't prove this thing that you claim to be a law of the universe because this thing only takes place within this set experiment.
No,
That's the issue.
I think this thing is proven like conclusively, like within this
No,
experiment.
not at
right?
all. Wait. Okay, within today, scientists claim they don't even know what the hell gravity is.
When do they say that? Have you talked to like an
Go look it up.
astrophysicist? Do you really think that an astrophysicist would tell you, I don't know what gravity is?
Well, yes,
Yes, bro. Absolutely. 100%
Their
is
claim
what
is
they
that
say.
they say that they don't know what gravity is. They say that they think they understand how it interacts with certain things, but in terms of what it is, they don't fucking know.
Right. So, just very quickly, gentlemen, is mass attracting mass a force? Very
Depends how you
quickly,
define
yes.
force, but I would say yes.
Right. Okay. So gravity hasn't been thought of a force for over 107 years. We
That's
can
not
provide
true.
you with. Hold on. We can provide you with citations of quote unquote scientists telling
can
us,
I.
the public, that gravity is not thought of as a force. It hasn't been thought of a force since Einstein came along and the bending and warping of space-time, which superseded this mass attracting mass, which they couldn't scientifically verify.
Just depends on the
Is
model
gravity
you're
not one of the
using.
4 fundamental forces?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what
They don't even say that. They don't say it's a force, guys. Please, you guys gotta get caught up on the new
Well, then
rhetoric.
what
This
is
whole
it?
mass attracting mass thing is 100 years old plus. It's out of date. And we're not just saying that.
Yes, it's out
Your
of
own
date.
side has new rhetoric, the bending and warping of space-time, Einstein. You guys gotta get caught
Yes,
up.
that's a
Put the
different
mustard
model.
down
They
and
both
catch
work.
up.
They
No,
both
they're not
according-
compatible. They're not compatible.
They
One is a
absolutely
3
are.
space and one is a 4 space. No, they're not. That's like
Can
putting
you
Halo in a
can you let him
PlayStation. They're not
explain how it's compatible?
whatsoever.
Can you at least let him speak? I want to hear
Well, I
what he
wasn't
has
even
to say.
finished. I was just chiming in for the first time in like 10 minutes.
All right, dude, go ahead.
Finish my statement. I'm just saying they're not compatible. Like putting Halo in a PlayStation, they're just simply not compatible. Go ahead.
Yeah.
But the idea of mass attracting mass isn't, did you say?
That's the old rhetoric. That's the Newtonian
No,
gravity.
because even with bending space-time, mass attracts mass. It's just it does it by
No,
bending space-time.
no.
Yes.
You can describe
That's
it.
the old rhetoric. That's why that's why they've
It's
superseded
outdated
it, and
information.
replaced it. It's been replaced
Sure, man.
and
Yeah.
superseded by Einstein's bending and warping of spacetime, which is a pseudo-Riemannian 4 space
But
as
what do you
opposed
think
to a 3 space.
ends space-time?
So they're not the same.
I think you
That's the
fundamentally
bending and warping of
misunderstand what
space-time.
people are saying about this.
Yeah, and what do you think Ben's
No,
space
dude,
time
this
in
is
that?
it's not a lack of understanding, guys. It's not that difficult to understand the claims. What's
Yeah, I'm just
difficult is
saying
you
in
guys
that
presenting
view.
the evidence of the scientific experiment for the claims. It's not very difficult to understand. You guys understand it. Let's not pretend like it's so tough to understand what gravity is claimed to be.
Yeah, I'm just
I
saying
scooped
in
up.
this bending space time, mass is still attracting mass.
Not really.
So again,
Sure
we
you
have
are.
yet
Not a
to
good
see this
question.
thing.
What's causing the
We have
bending?
yet to see this thing in which you guys claim that mass attract mass. We've never seen it before, literally.
True, man.
Dust
Wait, you
No,
think
there
you
is
think
no
we never
sure. We've never seen
seen
it
it?
before.
You think?
Where do you?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, where?
Like when I
Where
drop
have
like
you
a
seen
pencil?
mass
You get
attracting mass?
attracted to a big
Bro,
building
oh
or
my
something?
god, that
'Cause I'm pretty
sounds
sure
so
the big
fucking
building has
stupid,
more
bro.
mass than you. So do you get attracted to big buildings and big bitches and shit like that doesn't happen, alright? So
It doesn't happen. It
that
literally
shit does
doesn't
not happen,
happen.
bro. You don't get
Mass
attracted to mass
attracting
that's
mass.
more
That
than you.
sounds so
That's
fucking
I
stupid as
like
hell.
big bitches, bro. I can't lie.
I like
Okay, that's
big
That's the
fine.
biggest proof of gravity right there. That's the argument one.
So okay, see, that's fine. See, like again, the problem is that you guys cannot prove this shit within your own real life. Mass do not attract mass. If that was okay, look, if mass attracted mass as we stated, then look, nothing would be as uniformed as we have it today. It just wouldn't make sense because again, things will be attracting to damn near everything, and things will always be constantly trying to move to the bigger mass object. We don't see that
Look,
shit.
I've got a good quote for you. A massive
That is
body, such as the Earth, causes gravity because matter
That's
is
the
concentrated
claim.
energy.
That is the
Hence,
claim.
E equals mc
Okay.
squared. But note that a massless photon also causes gravity, has done any kind of energy, not just mass energy. Moreover,
Okay.
the energy doesn't actually bend the surrounding space.
That's awesome. Is
Alright.
gas mass? Is gas mass?
Yes.
What?
Gas has mass, yes.
If so, and mass attracts mass, then yeah, awesome.
Jid, we can't hear you.
So does gas attract
I hear
gas?
some weird
Well,
feedback. I don't know what it is.
gas. Well, on Earth, right? There's
Obviously
obviously
understand
Talking about in
gas
reality.
doesn't attract
Okay,
gas
so stick to that.
because gas disperses.
that's because it's less dense, right? But yes, it does interact with Earth, obviously, because we have an atmosphere. That would be the example.
That's the gas. That'd be
Oh,
the
wait,
gas.
so even
So
when
if
it
you're
comes to the
saying
term
mass attracts
atmosphere, that assumes that air is sphere shaped when that's not even true.
Well,
don't
I
have to
mean,
go down that road.
the lack of density
we're
is.
talking about mass attracting. We're talking about mass attracting mass, gentlemen, right? So
Right.
that would mean that all masses would attract all mass. So gas, being a mass, would attract more gas, right? Which it observably does not.
Yep.
The mass is so small.
Also, you can't attract gas with a big thing.
So,
For example,
So what about
the
what about the example earlier about being attracted to big buildings? Shouldn't a little rock be floating towards a giant rock in the middle of the desert?
Let's use an example. Let's use an example. Why do you think? Let's use an example. Why does the moon not fly into
okay,
the
that's
sun?
not
Why
an
do
example.
Why do you
That's
guys
not an
think?
example. That's a question.
Okay,
give us an actual example based on reality.
He's
It's like-
giving you a rhetorical question. He's going to answer the question.
So why would you guys
you don't
think?
need a white knight for him because he doesn't know what
we
the
know,
moon
for
is,
instance,
right?
the sun
You don't know what a
has.
rhetorical question is, bro. Just let
We
him
know,
speak.
for instance, or let's say the
he's gonna
the
offer us things
spherical.
about the
Can
sun
you
and
shut
planet.
up?
He doesn't.
Damn.
The spherical
Or
Earth
what?
people, such as myself, would say like, okay, the sun has greater gravity than perhaps the Earth does, but yet the moon orbits the Earth, right? Why do you guys think that might be? Why would we say it might be? Like, answer me that.
You making
What's
It
your
would be a
example
very
again?
similar answer as to why gravity, why
No,
two.
you're making an assumption.
Well, no, it's
Yeah.
so. Why?
Yes, you
so
are.
why would you think
Let us
that's
know
what
when
we
you have an
believe?
example in reality, Britt. Thank you. We'll move on to the next
Yeah,
thing.
why do you think that's what we
I'll
believe?
look.
Well, I'll answer his question real quick. You would say it's due to the Earth being a ball with gravity, so then we're just going to say, can you show us that ball? Can you, sir?
No,
Nope.
that's not why we would say. So if we were going to have two massive objects and they both have a gravitational pull,
One of
we're
them
not
being
so-
the ball Earth?
So, yeah, the
One
reason
of them
the
being
re-
the ball Earth. So yes, you would say it's due to the Earth being a ball with gravity. Can we see that ball?
that's not why it doesn't fall into the sun, though, is it?
I have no idea. I don't know that it would
Wait,
fall
but
into
he's
the sun.
about to
That's a
explain.
crazy
He's not
claim.
saying because it's a ball, he's going to explain to you. I think. I don't know, maybe,
Yeah,
maybe
but
we
Dwarf
if
don't need
he's
that
basing
information.
any supposition of what the things in the sky are doing on this presupposition of the Earth being a ball, then we're just
No,
going to
you're
ask if
wrong.
we can
That's
see the
wrong.
ball.
That's wrong. Okay, no, like if we're thinking about, for instance, Creation Bear loves big black dildos up his butt, right? If that's the question
Oh
that's being
my
asked,
Someone mute
god.
whoever that is. I can't
That's
see.
Oh, all right.
mute that little gay boy.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah,
triggering.
that was really sus.
What just happened?
Wait, so like, can we hop back on topic, please?
Wait, can you guys unmute Bunk? They've been wanting to speak.
Which one of you sphere earthers can prove that the Earth is sphere? Oh wait.
None of them. They just want to point at the sky, bro. Look at the sun. Look at the moon. Believe me. What else would it
The
be?
reason I
is
mention
actually
it, the
quite
reason why I
funny.
mention it is just because, look, we know, for instance, I mean, like, sorry, not we. I would say, right, that that this theoretical and observable gravity doesn't have as much effect on the moon from
Observable
the sun
where?
as it does on the Earth, right? So when we posit, like, why would we have gas not falling into each other on Earth? Well, because there's a big gravity, big ball of gravity that's being attracted, i.e., the center of the Earth, right?
Huh? Well, see,
Hey,
I mean,
did you
again,
guys
though,
know this?
this
You
is
can
my
go on.
issue with gravity. This is my
Sorry,
issue with
gentlemen.
gravity. Gravity can have all the answers to everything else except for what it actually does.
But remember,
Yep,
gas is less
these
dense
sphere
than
earthers,
a massive object, right?
No, so
they
nothing.
You missed
always say
Jedi's
gravity
point.
does
Thank you,
10
Brett.
different
Totally missed
things.
Jedi's point.
Yes, that's the
Sorry.
issue. Is that gravity does too damn much.
Emma.
You can't
Yep.
say gravity doing this, that, and the third.
Mm.
It's doing too damn much. So
What
again,
do you?
it's not.
Gravity's doing
It's
too much.
too.
Yeah,
That's
no,
insane.
No,
They
no,
said
no.
that.
Right.
Here's what I
Guys,
mean.
wait,
No,
guys.
here's what I mean.
You're an idiot. You're retarded.
Here's what I mean.
Bunk doesn't have
Like
signal.
when I say is when I
Am
say
I
it's
still
doing too
roboted?
much, I'm saying that it's doing too many things in which it should not be able to do.
Yeah,
Nice
yeah.
job,
Air,
Mike.
air
Like,
does
word
too
Yep,
much.
they
gravity,
say
Air
gravity
the
does
word
pays
too
their
many
gravity is
things that it
more.
taxes.
should not be doing.
Okay, calm,
Hold
calm.
on, guys.
One
One
at
at
a
a
Too many
time.
time.
people talking
Guys,
about.
let me go,
Yeah, it's
guys.
too many people talking.
Okay, they say
Air does
gravity.
too many things.
Am I
They
still
say
roboted?
gravity pulls things
Yeah,
down.
you're
It
clear,
keeps the
you're
Earth
clear,
rotating.
Elijah.
It pays their
Hey,
taxes.
Glober,
Gravity does
seriously,
10
one at a
different.
time. Whoever's
That's not
talking,
Glober.
start right over because you all talked over each other that whole time. And it's just going to be one of you. Don't do it again.
Okay,
King,
let
you
me
go
go,
for it.
guys. They say gravity pulls the Earth down. It keeps her rotating. They say that it pulls things down from the sky whenever you drop a ball, and they say it pays their taxes. What doesn't gravity do? What doesn't it do?
It does do too much, bro. Like it does shit without a real explanation on to how the hell it does it.
All right.
It just claims it and then it's true.
Okay, but can you guys hear me or am I still roboted?
No, you're
Yeah,
fine.
you're good.
No, we
You're
hear
clear.
you. Yeah, you good.
Oh, okay. So back to Jedi's original point. Like, I mean, because there's no reason to circle jerk back to this. Here's the thing: if gravity is a force and it's affecting things unilaterally across the Earth, like the guy said earlier, all rocks everywhere, right? Then
It's not a force, by the way.
there would be a
Yeah, it's not a
hypothesis.
force.
And if it's not a force, then it's an effect. And you don't have a cause. What is the cause of the effect then? Like it's
I
you
think the
there's it's
problem
not
Did you
is
like you
say
that
can
I
if
think
get
it's
the
out
not a
of
force, it's
no
an
it's
effect?
not like
That's
it's not
the
like you can
problem
get out of
is
proving.
that it
Oh my
assumes
Hold on,
that it
space!
bro.
Can you let
exists in the
Hold
Elijah
on,
first
finish,
bro.
place.
please? Can you let Elijah finish?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fucking hell, man.
Here's the thing. The Glovers can't backpedal away from the original claim. The original claim started back with Newton. Now that's questionable because when you read his journal, actually he's not saying what you think he is. But anyway, let's assume that he's the one that basically said that mass attracts mass. Where is the hypothesis for that?
Well, gravity. We already went over that. Gravity doesn't correspond to mass exactly like a photon has gravity, right? Or sorry, not
Excuse
interact
me.
with gravity, right? And
So
just to
okay,
be
wait.
clear,
I'm sorry.
it not
Maybe
being
he
a force.
Damn, dude,
misunderstood my
why are
question.
you interrupting him, bro? Shit.
Because maybe he misunderstood my question. Is it mass attracts mass, or is it bending and warping of space time? Which one is it?
Well, mass definitely comes into gravity. Gravity definitely plays into a part of mass,
Eh,
right?
which one is it? Because if we're
He's
going to be
trying to answer
confused,
your
then we
question,
can
bro.
just
Damn.
read the citations.
But it's
I'm just bored.
generally considered, at least with Newtonian physics, depending
Okay,
on
so
what
mass
space-time.
attracting mass. Okay, back
No,
to
I
Newton.
just
He
answered the
didn't
question.
say
Said the
that.
opposite. I
He
said the
said
opposite of
Newtonian
what you just said
physics.
there.
He said Newtonian physics.
No, not Newtonian, Einsteinian relativity. That's what I meant. Sorry. I
Oh,
was just
well,
thinking.
sorry, because if your cheerleader was listening, he'd have understood why I jumped in there.
Yeah, but
Pay
I gave
attention.
you I did tell you
Okay,
that
so
it's
you gave
depending
me
on
the
what
answer.
space
Fair
time.
enough. So moving on. So Einstein's paper in 1913, when he did the theory of relativity, where is the hypothesis there?
Sorry, what was the question? I was cutting out.
Do you need me to pull up the PDF for you?
No, I just didn't hear what you said because I was cutting out. Can you restate it, please?
Where in Einstein's paper in 1913, hint hint, is the hypothesis for his assertion?
Oh, right. So gravity's a theoretical and observable. Why do you think there needs to be a hypothesis?
Oh wait,
So
could you
it's
repeat that line,
theoretical,
please?
not observable.
Theoretical and observable.
Doesn't
Sorry,
sound too
What?
scientific.
Eli, do apologise.
Yeah, that's not very scientific, bro.
My friend, we're trying to do science here, which would be a hypothesis test, a supposition into a cause and effect relationship that we physically do in an experiment. So if you're going to be
Cause
claiming
and effect
something, dude,
is
if you're
also
going to
a
be
theoretical
claiming
and observable.
something is science, then you're going to be able to provide the hypothesis, right?
So
Yep.
So
no,
Yep.
not necessarily,
dependent and
right?
independent
No, yes,
variables.
necessarily.
Can
If
he
you're trying to do
explain? At
science,
least,
yes.
damn.
So, for
This
instance,
fucking
cause and
noise,
effect.
dude.
You just said cause and effect, right? That's also a theoretical and observable. Are you going to say cause and effect isn't real?
What?
Like, you can do that if you want.
Huh?
Dude,
Well,
relax
cause
with
and
the
effect
straw
is a
man,
theoretical and
please.
observable. You got an issue with that as well?
What?
There you go. You don't even know what it is. You don't even know
So first of all, what are we observing? Cause and effect is observable. What are you talking about?
Yep.
It's just vague fluff. What is the exact thing we're observing?
what cause and effect is a theoretical and observable. We posit causation to explain.
Oh,
We
No,
posit
we don't
gravity to
posit
explain
cause.
phenomena.
Matter of fact, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you. That's
Explanations are worthless without
Well,
proof.
it sounds like, listen, we're asking for a scientific hypothesis test for gravity, right? You come back with it's a theoretical unobservable. First step of the scientific process is to observe something. So
Yep.
it doesn't really seem like you're adding anything.
Well, I'm just telling you what gravity is. If you don't like it, causation is not real either.
But this isn't scientific, what you're speaking to, if it's unobservable, because the first thing you have to do
Yeah,
is
it's
observe it.
pseudoscience. That is literally pseudoscience.
Well, is causation pseudoscience? Like, do you not believe in causation?
No, that's
What
what
the hell are you
science.
talking about?
Sorry, gentlemen, please. That's what science is the tool to figure out the cause of things happening. So if we're going to be saying that, I don't know, something is causing something to happen, we can start building a hypothesis and then test that hypothesis in an experiment. The first step of building that hypothesis is to observe the something happening, so we can then ask what causes that to happen. Come on,
Yeah,
gentlemen.
so for instance, a theoretical and observable is just positing something to explain phenomena. So you're observing phenomena, but the gravity is just what you're positing to explain the phenomena, right? In the same way, cause
No,
and
that's
effect
the claim.
is something you observe.
Okay.
That's the
Yes.
claim.
What
That's the
causation
claim
is.
we're currently debating.
Stop.
That's the claim we're
So,
currently
for instance,
debating.
if I drop
Please
a ball
stop.
onto the ground,
Please stop.
that's
Please
phenomena.
stop for a moment. Okay, you've posited a cause for the effect. Now, how do you test it?
What effect? What cause? Hold on. We're still trying to build the hypothesis here, so we need the dependent variable, the thing happening. What is the thing happening?
Yeah.
Okay, so for instance, let's say it's why does ball fall to ground, right? Just as a simple thing, we observe that, right?
Awesome. So the next point.
Damn, dude.
My friend, I do apologise. So we've got the observed phenomenon of something falling. What's the cause that we're going to physically manipulate to see what makes that fall?
Sorry, what's the cause?
Yeah.
Likes BBC.
So in the chain of causation, it's me dropping the ball.
No, that's the effect.
Oh, you mean for the ball falling, right?
Yeah.
Like
We have the
what's pulling it down,
sorry,
right?
I do apologise. We have the phenomena of the rock falling. What's the cause of the rock falling?
I think you're framing this very strange. Okay, so the cause for the ball falling to the ground, right? Beyond like immediate chain of causation will be gravity, right? That would be what you posit.
Awesome. So then you would have to physically manipulate gravity to see if it makes the rock fall, wouldn't you? If we're building a hypothesis and following that supposition correctly, that if this, then that statement, you've given the phenomena of the rock falling, and now you're saying that gravity is the cause of the rock falling. Then the scientific researcher would have to physically manipulate gravity to make the rock fall or not. Can you give me gravity, please?
Why would you have to physically manipulate gravity? Sorry.
Because we're doing science, an experiment, a physical manipulation of your presupposed cause, the independent variable, to see if it acts upon the dependent variable and makes it happen.
Right, mate. Exactly.
Well, the issue here is that you set it up to be like a very tricky sort of situation because you can't, you know. I mean, I think with the Cavendish experiment, you can discover the constant g, but I don't know how you would like manipulate gravity.
So it's not science then.
Science.
So this is the problem, all right? Because
That's why he's adding the qualifier of having it physically manipulated, because obviously that can't be happening.
Yeah, because we're doing science.
So you can't.
You can make. Oh wait, okay. So I don't think the problem is inherently making claims. The problem
what
comes
if gravity exists and you can't manipulate
the problem
it? What then?
comes in.
And it
The
doesn't
problem
exist.
comes in is when you say that this claim is undeniable fact. Like this claim should not never be allowed to be challenged.
No, it's
That's
just
where
a
the issue comes
theoretical.
in.
No, what the issue is here is that you observe phenomena, right? You observe phenomena in the sky, on Earth, and elsewhere, and you use this phenomena to come up with a theory. That's why you posit the gravity, right? And if gravity can explain the phenomena, then it's stronger than just saying, well, we don't know, right? And science doesn't claim to say that gravity is absolutely true.
You don't start with a theory. You end up with a theory. So
That's why I'm jumping in. So scientific theory comes after the hypothesis test where you've demonstrated something to be true. We're still trying to do the hypothesis to demonstrate something to be true. So you can then build your theory upon what you know. You can't just use the colloquial term for theory, right? I've got a guess, I've got an idea. We're trying to do science here and words mean things. So a hypothesis requires an independent and dependent variable. The dependent variable is the thing happening. The independent variable is the cause of that thing happening, which we will then test in a physical experiment. Come on, guys, we did this at 5th grade at school when we boiled water.
They actually don't teach this anymore in school.
See, this is the
What a
problem
sh-
with the
what a
Cavendish
shame.
experiment. 4 steps
No,
to
that's
the
so funny.
scientific method. There are 4 steps to the scientific method, and unfortunately, Cavendish falls apart on every single one of those 4 steps. We haven't even got past the first one yet.
Yeah, you also got to realize that when you claim gravity, it's unfalsifiable as well. So if you can't manipulate the thing that you're saying is the cause, then you can't falsify the thing that you're saying is the cause. So therefore, it's not science, because all science has to be falsifiable. So you claim rocks always go down. Well, rocks always go down if you lift them up. But your claim of gravity can't be falsified. So therefore, it's not science. Because you can say rocks always go down.
Well, it can,
They
right?
do always go down.
For instance, if
They don't actually.
Hang
Wait,
on.
wait, wait.
for instance, what?
As far as I'm concerned,
For instance, if there was something in this universe, right, that defied the laws of what we expect gravity to explain, either our understanding of gravity is wrong, which has been wrong in the past, we've improved upon it, or gravity is not real and there's something else, right? That could be possible too.
how do you defy unicorns?
Please, sorry, I do apologise. Do all things fall?
Well, not all things.
Awesome. So that's a bit of a problem then, isn't it?
That's not the basis of gravity.
What? So gravity doesn't have the vector downwards, like when you drop the rock that everybody keeps talking about.
So you're saying helium balloons prove gravity is not real? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to be talking I'm not going to be talking about a container of helium. I'm going to be talking about all gases, which is mass, according to you, which isn't pulled down to the surface of the Earth. In actual fact, it's produced on the surface of the Earth and fills the space above it. So I'll give you gravity, but observably it's not affecting gas. So you can't build your hypothesis because you don't have a dependent variable, the thing happening.
So you are saying helium balloons prove gravity is not real?
I
see.
never heard him say that, Brett. That's bad faith. Okay, we're just trying to address the claims, dude, not your sloppy ideas again.
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
all gas
Can
is
you
not-
just bro? Can you explain like why helium, even though it has mass, like it doesn't, doesn't attract other mass or whatever the fuck?
Well,
Yeah,
gravity
I can
must be
explain how that
selective.
works.
Like, mass
Sorry,
only
Yeah,
I
attracts
do
look,
some
apologise.
mass.
I do
that's the
So,
thing
apologise.
I never. That's the thing I dislike about gravity because apparently, I would say that gravity have like a bias issue.
Like
Like
gravity.
it tends to apply itself to certain things, but not all things.
Right.
Like it's
So
just weird as fuck.
I
Like
do
magically,
apologise.
gravity
Are we
has
aware of the inverse square law? As in, the further away from mass, the weaker.
Your voice cut out.
please elaborate, Jedi. Please, mate. Explain.
The CIA is cutting him off, man. They don't want him to leak the real
It's,
gravity.
no, it's the satellites. It's a lack of satellites in space, bro.
Wait, why was he muted, bro? Mute him.
Nah,
He
he's
wasn't
not
muted.
Shouldn't have been muted. No, I'll check, but he's not. No, he shouldn't have been muted.
He's very
Must have a problem.
Wasn't it Britnat? He's muted, bro.
Nah.
What they
Nah.
can do is there's a 24/7 Globe Earth channel, and you can go there now too. And if you say anything even remotely flat Earth related, they just ban you. So this guy,
That's not true at all. They discourse with people all the time.
it shows
Yeah,
you like
dude,
a
I saw it earlier today. Yeah, dude, they were discussing with they were talking to a flat earther, bro. They probably
What
banned
they
him
do-
because he was acting dumb.
Bro, but
What they
the
do
thing
is
is, they talk about us. They say we do the same. They say in 24/7. They say that we constantly ban people for no reason. We don't let them speak.
We
just
don't.
mod abuse constantly,
Mostly-
and we're the opposite. 24/7 is the complete fucking opposite.
Wait,
of
wait,
that.
but you
give
muted the
everybody
main
a chance.
interlocutor.
I
He's
mean, I was
muted
still
right now.
I was almost finished my sentence, bro.
No
Jesus
one's
Christ.
muted.
I was still talking, man. I had like the middle of my sentence. I was just about finished. So I take it we've not had any gold proof presented tonight, no? Not a,
Well, no.
not a fucking strand.
yeah, other than a deeply contradictory worldview where they're spiraling out of control and just deeply angry that someone disagrees with them. That's
oh,
about
man,
the only
it's-
thing they've. To the point now that they're going to rename their own user channels to something opposite of this,
No, they
and then
don't.
spiral out of control. And then, as their only proof of the globe to show you they're not like flat Earth, they ban anyone who disagrees with them, just like
Well,
they
they-
think flat Earth does. In their
At least
own
it-
worldview,
Lack of
they've
self-awareness.
identified
It's crazy.
they've identified themselves as flat earthers because they said all flat earthers do is silence opposition. Then they silence opposition. So
What, so-
inside their worldview, what they're saying is they're flat earthers.
Bro, they have to admit that. If anyone's actually honest with themselves, they have to admit that they don't experience motion and they've never in their
Yep.
life seen convexity over a body of water. So everybody
you.
experiences a flat stationary Earth, but most globers
Yep.
cannot even admit to it. They cannot see, right, I accept that that's apparent, but like they just cannot admit it. Most of them, 90% of them, I'd say. But you get the odd one that actually does fucking come out with it. But I mean, how do you reconcile what you experience? Sorry for the siren. But how do you reconcile what you experience with what you believe?
The entire concept of outer space does not even logically make sense. Like just based upon the things that we've been taught about how Earth works and how outer space works, you cannot have both of them at the same fucking time because
Bro,
they're
think
blatant
about it.
contradictions.
But bro, it's not even the fact that you personally experience no motion and no curvature. The stars, the constellations prove we're not moving. Polaris itself proves we're not barreling in different vectors at any speed. Like regardless, they claim but they say, oh, but it's too fast and it's too big. Well, what the fuck does that mean? Well, the bigger it is and the fucking faster it is, the less you experience it. The fuck.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm a bit rabbiting because I've not been in all day and I've been in the rain. I've been smoking joints. I'm storming at my mind. But yeah.
Good.
Anyway, that was me. That was my end of my rant.
Yeah, this is glorious. It's like in real time, a complete thermal nuclear meltdown spiraling out of control over flat Earth.
See, but,
And then they get their spot
see,
to talk about the globe if Globetard, they got their own Globetard area to talk about Globetard, and they still talk about flat Earth. This is how powerful. See, this is what you guys should notice. This is how powerful this topic is. It really goes to the heart that they don't even know anything at all.
It's bro. It's
Yeah.
not even like just taking away the education. Like
Like,
maybe
look.
you went if you're from America, you maybe went to the Epcot Center with your dad, or like shit that in your memories in your past. When you take the globe away from them, you're not just taking away just a story about space. You're taking away their entire identity as this insignificant fucking amoeba on a rock barreling through space.
Exactly.
Like when you take that away, man, people want to fight you. I've been in 4 separate fucking fist fights because of flat Earth, taking their ball away from them. The last one was 2 guys on one. One of them sucker punched me right in the eye fucking ball, right in the left eyeball, just over taking their ball away from them. But in Scotland, usually people settle their disputes with fists anyway. So when I took the ball away from these several people, but I've been in almost a few other fights as well just because of this. Like fucking in parties and fucking bringing it up and fucking. It's crazy, man. Huh? People go insane.
Yes.
Yet they lose their mind.
Like, look.
I'm still lying.
Look,
I'm fucking still out my mind, man.
anytime when I say something like, okay, so you honestly believe that people live upside down underneath your feet, they think that entire concept is stupid, but that's what the hell they truly believe.
No, but then they actually, when you say that to them upside down, they think because they change the manner of the sentence and they say, no, it's antipodal, it's not upside down. It's like, oh, what the fuck, man? Or when they say relative, when you say about the speeds and they're but speed's relative. Like, what? I know you can claim that on paper. You know, you can claim it in maths and paper and shit, but when you're on a fucking ball barreling in different fucking vectors at millions of miles per hour through a fucking vacuum with no containment, I'm sure you're going to feel it. Like, any life on Earth would, if there was life on this planet, it would be underground and it would be fucking quite basic life. It wouldn't be like what we are just now, evolved to this fucking standard. Like, the whole place would be fucking... I can't even fathom it. I can't fathom it.
Again, so
this is even more hilarious.
Each time when I've asked them, so do we live in an open or closed system? They don't know how to fucking answer that.
No,
and
but
like
if you...
either one that they answer, whichever way that they decide to answer, they don't understand that both of them is kind of a trick question. What makes it a trick question is that both concepts contradicts what the hell they believe, because they can't believe both at the same time. Yeah.
Bro,
It can be whatever they need it to be at the time, depending on the claim.
They'll switch. They'll flip flop. They'll jump from. It's like when they jump from gravity, or from little G to big G, and they pure conflate them and mix it all between each other, man. It's fucking insane.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, man.
Yeah, we hear you. All right, sweet. It just made me think. Do the Globies claim that the atmosphere has a tail? Like
a what?
For like a tail.
What?
Like the Earth moving at 1 million miles an hour or whatever in a direction. So do they think that the atmosphere would like have a tail, like it would be tailing off in one direction, like away from the movement?
Wait.
Bro, if you were on,
so look, wait.
Bro,
so
if you were on
I've
Mars,
been told-
you'd be able to look up in the sky and see the Earth flying through the fucking sky. If you were a like Martian, you maybe see like a tail fucking dragging like a comet at the end of it, cycling.
Yeah.
And here's the funny part about it. So as far as I'm concerned, like again, I've explained this to people, and people think this concept is fucking stupid, but this is what the hell they believe. So in order to, I guess I want to say, leave Earth's atmosphere, you got to be going so much more faster than the Earth in order to like get from its sound barrier in a sense. You like, have you ever kind of like tried to fight against the wind or something? Yes.
24,000
Like
miles.
yeah, so you would have to have a vehicle that's going faster than that, so that like if you even attempt to pass some shit like that, you would fucking explode just based on the fucking pressure alone. Okay, once you get in space, mind you, now you said the Earth is spinning so many thousand miles like around the E crater, and then on top of that, you saying that this is blasting away. Yes, and then on top of that, you're saying that along with that, the sun is blasting away in the galaxy around the sun. By the time you left Earth, you would never fucking come back to Earth. Like the moment you leave Earth, the Earth would already be so many million miles away from you because you already claim it's blasting through the fucking galaxy. So you would never fucking make it back. And
It's
again,
all relative.
how the fuck would you?
Relative, mate. It's all relative.
It's relative, and then there's gravity, and there might be some refraction added in there. Relative gravity, gravitational refraction with what? Some fucking what's the other one? Oh, they've got another classic. I should actually write these down because I've been thinking about starting to write again, right? Because I used to write poetry for years and years, and all the shit I know about flat Earth, I bought a big book. I got it from Amazon. It's a decent book, so I'm thinking about starting to write about flat Earth again, man. Be the first time I've wrote about it, man. And I've got enough information in my mind to make some good poems. Was that coming through there? I'm not sure.
Yeah, man.
Aye, because it's blinking. My iPad's blinking.
I wrote some flat Earth poems. It's
Well,
really a way of inspiring, to kind of express yourself creatively.
I see. I can remember when I was a Glober, bro. Sorry to just cut you off there, bro. When I was a Glober, I wrote this thing. It was in a drama group. We were doing this drama group, and it was called. I done it, and it was called Darwin's Theory of Evolution. I'll tell you, I can't remember it all because it's quite complicated as well. But I'll tell you if you want. I thought it was quite good.
If you guys know One Deck from 24/7.
I need a yeah or a nay. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you if you want to hear it.
Serenade us, brother.
Right, man, I hope I remember most of it, like, because I know that there is some of it I've definitely forgot. It goes, Darwin's theory of evolution. The then so-called heretics' revelation caused a revolution in the God-fearing population. What a time published in 1859. To the clergy this was a crime and tried to dull down his shine. Him, you and I evolving from primordial slime and blinks the evolutionary time. No, man, that's what I fucking forgot, man. I won't write it down and I'll get back. It's usually a lot faster than that as well because it's like Scottish, so it's quite quick. But I'll finish it, man. I was thinking about actually finishing it since, like, and changing it to being a flat earther. Like, because I wrote that when I was a fucking globe earther because I used to believe that nonsense, all that shit that was in that fucking poem.
Yes. Okay, I would say at least for me, as a child, globe Earth.
Go ahead, mate. I'm just making stupid.
Go for it, man. It's not like you, bro.
I think you cut out.
Fuck that. You need to fuck growing up, man.
I remember going when we used to have Robbie Burns Day when I was in Scotland with the haggis.
Aye,
we used to recite all the poems in primary school.
Haggis, neeps and tatties, bro. You can't beat that, even though it's fucking disgusting when you think about it, like the inside of like sheep's lungs and all that
it's
shit.
delicious.
But it does taste the fucking bomb, man. I think that was just because the Scottish people were up in the fucking, like, before the Highland clearances and shit like that. They were only getting the residue of the meat. The meat would have went to the laird of the land, like, all the good prime cuts, but they would have got the offal. You know what I mean? And got all the fucking intestines and that shit, so they made fucking tripe. Man, tripe, you tasted tripe. Oh my god, tripe's disgusting.
I got
Hold on, guys. We got any Globers in the house that want to speak up?
What's happening, heretic brother?
Yo. Just wondering if we still have any Globies among us.
Please join the conversation if you do, boys. Like, we're just shooting the shit.
Are we done with Britnat, or is he muted for a reason? Or
Let's talk about feet and other weird stuff. I think he's horny right now or something.
I got a poem I wrote this year from Modern. So this is at the Modern Day Debate server. That green comet was going to disappear forever. So I had gone into one of their channels and be like, "Hey guys, today is the last day you'll ever see a green comet again." I didn't expect another one would appear, 4 months later. But I said to him, "Do you want to do something other than spiral about flat Earth? Because today's Valentine's Day and the last day you'll ever see a green comet. 2 things you could do instead of freak out over flat Earth." And of course, they freaked out over flat Earth. So I wrote this, and I got muted and all the other stuff. So this is a poem I wrote. It's called Ode to the Mind of the Globalist. Inspired by the Valentine's Day freak out and meltdown on the Modern Day Debate Discord server.
And any globalists inspired to speak up against that?
They think the Earth is okay. They think about the Earth. It's a globe. Well, a globe is not flat. You can only imagine that. How do they know this? So they ID others to take the piss. They think they have all the answers you see. Maybe someday, but not entirely. They have, with all the answers, they can only present questions. In their worldview, flat earthers need to be taught a lesson. Just like I got the phone ringing. Of course it does.
It's like a samurai's haiku.
I think that the fact that people think that the concept of a flat Earth is insane is actually more insane because that's all you. If you was never introduced to a globe idea concept, you would have never assumed you lived on a fucking globe. That entire concept by itself is stupid.
Well, I mean, they tell us themselves that they don't experience it. They say, well, yeah, it looks flat, it's so big, you know. Oh, yeah, well, it rotates so slowly, you can't feel it.
But bro, I get it.
Yeah,
If
look.
like, let's see if like the powers
Apparently,
that
going
be.
over 1,000 miles per hour is slow for humans. Apparently.
But anyway, it's right. I'm saying it's relative, so that's all right. You don't feel it, and it's too big. It's relative and too big, and it's refracted slightly. But what was I going to say, man? Fucking, fuck! I forgot what I was going to say. Man.
I've had people try to tell me, do you feel how fast you go in the vehicle? I'm like, well, kinda. Like, I know I'm not being still, and then they act like I'm being crazy for making that statement. Like, no, I can feel when I'm fucking moving. Yes.
Yeah, just start going around corners, you know. Then you'll
Yeah,
know.
like, yeah. So, like, bro, I can feel every fucking movement. That look, again, close your eyes in the car and have someone to drive. You can tell when your body is shifting over to the left and right, this, that, and third. You can feel when someone's making a turn, going up a hill, going. You can feel all that shit. Apparently, you can't feel it on Earth though.
Yeah, we had this
Apparently.
problem. We had this problem the other day that none of them knew that changing directions is acceleration. So they were arguing the point that Earth has, Earth
No.
has a constant velocity, and they couldn't grasp that when you're changing direction, you're accelerating. And you're like, "Come on, guys, we've been talking about this for fucking half an hour."
And the acceleration and deceleration because of the elliptical orbit. Because when you say to them and they say, no, you only feel acceleration, they're like, what? So you only feel acceleration and deceleration. You clarify it to make sure they agree with it, and then you go, well, what about the elliptical orbit, and what about the fact it's turning constantly? Well, but it's so slight, and you can't experience it. It's only 1 RPM a day. Like, why would you measure the Earth in an RPM, or revolutions per minute? You know what I mean? Like,
Remember that the clock hand goes twice as fast as the Earth because it goes at 2 RPMs and the Earth only goes at 1 RPM. So
is it
there you go.
RPD? RPD, bro.
I've
That's
had
right.
people try to
Revolutions per
tell
minute.
me. I've had people try to tell me that they was able to see around Earth in an
Cut out.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, I'm back too. You guys want to hear the rest of it, or
yeah,
not?
but all right, great. I thought it
Okay.
finished. On you go, brother. Please.
All right, should I start over or just pick up right left off
Aye,
that?
fuck it, man. Go for it. There's nobody here, so aye, go for it, bro.
Okay, so I won't. Okay, so Ode to the Mind of the Globalists, inspired by the Valentine's Day thermonuclear meltdown, modern day debate server, 2023. They think about Earth, it's a globe. Well, a globe is not flat. You can only imagine that. So how do they know this? So they ID others to take the piss. They think they have all the answers you see, maybe someday, but not entirely. With all the answers, they only present questions. In their worldview, flat earthers need to be taught a lesson. The flat Earth, the flat Earth answers are nothing and wrong at the same time. It's a ringo dingo cowbell, one more chime. If no answer was given, then what was evaluated? It's a globalist worldview that has just been decapitated. Denial of the overview effect to make the globe not a ball is even more ugly, sad, and small than anything a flat earther can conceive because a globe is just not worthy to believe. The globalist worldview is full of contradictions, ideas that straight up come from a Catholic benediction. It also comes from NASA. Why would they lie? NASA can't even honor a FOIU. No reply. When was a globe proven to them? Because a plus 100 reaction is a total confusion to them. A yikes and a diddle will cause a hoopsie doo It's a troll to say these words unless they do. Take the clue. They just want to mock what they don't understand. They're on a center stage beg for attention, a grandstand. They can't even figure out what a PSA gleans. They tell you they've seen the Earth from space, but cannot even tell you what that means. Some of the
Have you
context
broke
there.
it? Have you cut off again, or was
No,
that?
that was the end.
No. You just paused. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, was that? Oh,
Great.
That's pretty good.
you could add
Great,
more to
great.
that.
Sorry, I
That
didn't
was
hear that.
decent,
Could you
bro.
say that again?
Yeah. So
Just
the
joking,
PSA
joking.
one was kind of funny because one of the mods went into the flat Earth room because a lot of people are complaining about how toxic flat Earthers are, and she said, "Check this out. If you're in the flat Earth room and you think flat Earthers are toxic, and you continue to talk to them, that means you are talking to people that you have deemed toxic. So don't complain if you get toxic."
Talk to fucking concave earthers, and you could see more toxic fucking people then.
Yeah, but the thing was is that the mod.
Robot, crap.
Oh, how about now? Am I good?
Clear for me.
Can anyone
Okay.
else hear him?
You're listening, robots. Everybody's clear.
Oh, they're just.
We got any globalists here? We can always kick it anywhere else. Where the heck's the globalists?
Oh yeah.
They're just
Okay.
mad. The usual.
They're in the complaints. They're in the complaints department.
Yeah, they're
Complaining to the
bitching right
mods.
now to the mods, to the mod mail. Flat Earthers are reading poems and making fun of us.
They're so toxic.
Bro,
My favorite
I got
question
told.
is why the lie? You know, why the
Oh
lie?
yeah.
So
Why the
bro,
lie? Which is so fucking stupid, bro.
bro.
Yeah, just do it
I
for
got
you.
told.
Just try to go through the
Oh.
process. Journalism did it. He tried to do it for you. They will not even consider it. So you've got a system in place for government to answer your questions, and they won't even answer. And you wonder if they lie or not. They won't even if they answer at all, which they don't answer. You're expecting honesty after they won't even answer?
Yeah, things here you
And
mentioned about the
it's
mod
also
mail as
quite
well.
funny how it's also quite funny how a
they need
lot
to
of them
be on top of
aren't
it.
even really to. I also find it funny
Oh, you
how a
will,
lot of
I'll
them
get
won't
after it.
even dare debate someone about it. Well, if you feel that your claim is so strong, you should be actually open for debates, not excludes to it.
Correct here you mentioned about mod mail. I could imagine that every time we ban someone from here, they're right on mod mail. Like fucking almost instantaneous.
That's the thing I chuckle at is that I can't tell you the amount of times I've been muted or banned from a room just for a flat Earth joke or a gonna cry you're gonna cry in indignation the one time the shoe's on the other foot. It's really cute.
Bro, I was in the LGBTQT I was in the server yesterday, and all this, they were talking about who's more racist or who's more homophobic or who's more this, and I was listening for a little bit, and I kept on trying to get in, and I asked if I could make a statement. They're like, right, wait in line and we'll get you in. So I said, it's a bit ironic that no matter any of those demographics that you mentioned, every one of them feel it's okay to fucking abuse flat earthers. And they went, oh, fuck him, fucking flat earther muted me and started fucking giving me pure abuse. And then the server muted me when I came in here as well. How crazy, yeah? And they're talking about toxic people. You know what I mean? And they ban and mute me. I done it as a sort of social experiment because I knew that's what they were doing.
I think it's funny how a lot of people assume that if you disagree with them, apparently you just fucking trolling. Why the fuck would you come to a debate server to I guess I want to say not have conflicting viewpoints? Like I can understand if you guys were in a space that was a quote unquote safe space for you. But if that's not where the hell you at, just because someone disagree with you, that doesn't mean they're fucking trolling.
What's a safe space?
Like the college campus is considered a safe space.
I don't even know what that means. Seriously.
Look, when I was younger, I used to think that I used to think that college was like a place where it was kind of like a battle royale for debates to take place. When I was younger, boy, was I fucking wrong.
That's the ideal, right?
It used to be, but now colleges are safe space. Nothing can be challenged. And like if you go to college, like just the orientation will tell you that nothing can. Someone hot mic in there.
Folks having a
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I'm running water.
Oh, okay.
What's the name, mate? Yourself, please.
This
Thank
is
you.
why, like, it's interesting because globalists like to pretend the current state of college and higher education is the pinnacle of human success. And you're like, do you know that flat Earth is welcome in the college campus? And they'll flip all over that because they think flat Earth is somehow anti-education or anti-this or anti-that. And you're like, no, flat Earth is just describing the surface of the Earth is flat. You could do that in a college campus. You got like artists, poets, philosophers, mathematicians, anyone, any topic you can think of, you'll find flat earthers in there. The thing is that on the college campus, if you call that person a flurman, a flurfer, you start yelling at them, security security will escort you off the campus. You can't attack anyone's identity.
What's a flareman?
A flat Earth vermin.
Flat Earth.
What, are they actually backing up flat earthers getting abuse? Are they actually stopping it?
No, quite the opposite. They'll stop it.
I was gonna say, because it's okay. Every single person, everywhere almost, it's fine. Right? They might not talk about like a certain race or a certain religion or a certain anything, but flat earthers are fair game for every single fucking demographic.
They'll have bathrooms on the college campus. They have like a litter box because some people identify as persons.
I mean,
it's not true.
Why cough in the mic? Why would you cough in the mic, man?
I didn't mean
yourself
to.
up for fuck's sake.
The litter box thing never happened, by the way. That was completely fucking fake. That was never a thing ever.
But if they wanted
to,
say,
that was
yeah,
a 4chan troll, bro. That was never real.
No, they could do that though.
What's the thing? What's not a thing?
He's on about litter boxes on college campuses. That was a troll. That you fell for that. You're a retard. That never happened.
Well, you know what's funny? People fall for this flat Earth pancake, and they think that it's us. I think that's even worse, my friend. And that's what this whole topic.
Yeah. Now I think about it, like people are so fucking like stupid. Like the memes that they make about flat Earth doesn't even fucking make sense. Like they'd have like a flat piece of round plate in outer space with globes and planets.
So if I get to the edge and go past the Antarctic ice wall, I guess I'll fall off into space, right?
So RJ, I think that it's good that you
understand.
realize that you shouldn't fall for everything. But so if mainstream is presenting this idea of some pancake floating around, like I wouldn't fall for that either. I think it makes you. I mean, I'm not trying to call you out, but it's the folks that think we fell for it. Those are the ones who fell for it. So,
they've not just fell for that, bro. They fell for the globe and they fell for what they think we fell for. What the fuck?
Yeah. I feel like that's arguably worse. Like again, like that's I guess I want to say that's fucking with their intelligence. Like it's basically trolling them, and they don't even realize it. That's the saddest part about it. Like because again, like I've had plenty of like globe heads make assumptions about flat Earth. I'm like, I don't even genuinely believe you ever had a genuine conversation with someone who believes in this shit. It seems like the majority of your conversations took place amongst people who don't believe in it, so y'all can straw man the fuck out of our position. And then they come to us with straw man debates.
So yeah, shout out to RJ. That's a good point. Don't fall for it.
Why did it get so quiet?
Because I was letting you talk.
I'm done. Back to you. Did you agree with my point, or do you disagree? Or?
Like you shouldn't believe everything you see on the internet. Yes, I agree with that point.
Not specifically that. I mean, that is true overall. I think that's pretty common sense. But in terms of like the space pizza pancake, I'm sure you've seen that before, haven't you?
What? Just the flat disc.
Like if you if you go to Google and just like Google flat Earth, you get the disc, the pizza, you got a magic carpet, you got all types of flat objects floating around in space. I'm sure you've seen that before.
The kind of the disc.
Hold on, guys. I want to hear what he had to say.
I'm so
What did you say, RJ?
I disagree with you.
Have you seen that before?
Flat, but I've seen it yet. But if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't be a floating disc. It would have some bottom.
Yeah.
I agree.
But bro, like we don't know how deep the Earth goes. Like 7.6 miles, I think the core super deep borehole. So we don't know how deep it, like the maximum of it, how wide it is. Like we've not got a clue about shapes, man. Like flat's definitely not a shape. We don't know what the Earth is.
I personally find it funny how they want to erase flat Earth from history. Like the same Greeks and whoever else that they claim believed in the round Earth, they believe in the flat Earth first. And a lot of them thought that their concept was crazy. Then I actually showed them pictures, and then they was in cognitive dissonance, acting like, "No, bro, this isn't real." I'm like, "Bro, they believed in all this shit first. India believed in a flat Earth. Africans believed in a flat Earth. Like this whole concept of living on a fucking ball is new to us.
Bro, I keep
I have a
bringing up.
question for. Let me
I keep
let me
just
just
one
ask something
second,
to
bro.
RJ real
Just
quickly.
to say, bro, I keep bringing up the swastika as well, and all these ancient civilizations had the
Yep.
swastika in their
Yep.
artwork,
Even those
so
stupid
they all
Africans.
knew that the Earth was stationary and that everything rotates as it always has done. There was no question that we were barreling in different fucking motions. Impossible.
Yep.
Sorry,
All right, let me.
CB, I just had to say that, bro.
All good. No, no problem. That isn't the big wheel in the sky. Very interesting for sure. For RJ, I agree. I definitely understand what you mean when you say like there's a bottom. But I would ask, like in your worldview, the way you see all of reality, like let's take a look at the universe. Like, does that have a bottom?
If if
Or
I
an
put
edge?
the globe, does it then have a bottom? No, because it's a sphere.
No, 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 no. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not talking about like the object of the Earth. I mean, if you, your whole worldview, because obviously the way you see reality isn't just the Earth. It's within a large space called the universe, right? So does that have a bottom?
No, because it's
Or an
infinite.
edge?
No, because what? I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish. If it's what? Sorry, we got some background noise. If it's what, it can't be have
I
a
believe
bottom.
the universe is infinite. It's constantly expanding, so it could not have a bottom, or it
So,
would be
Interesting.
irrelevant.
what about like where's the like?
It would
Hold
be
on,
irrelevant if it had a bottom. What do you
Yeah,
mean by that?
it's constantly expanding. It can't have a bottom. It's constantly getting larger.
Well, it must have
So
an edge.
when you mean
It must
Yeah,
have like a leading edge where it's constantly expanding into. What's it expanding into?
nothingness. It's expanding from nothing.
Is that not what a
well,
vacuum is anyway? So it's a almost near perfect vacuum expanding into what a real pure vacuum.
No, a vacuum is still space that exists.
But space is meant to be a near perfect vacuum. So is it expanding into like a perfect vacuum, or?
The concept of outer space. The
I
concept
think
of outer
CB just
space
wanted to get to the
is
point.
up for
Get to a
debate.
point there. Can CB
yeah, I just
just
had a
finish
couple
that point?
questions for him. Yeah, I just had a
Okay,
couple
so.
questions for him. Like,
Mhm.
well, so like RJ, like,
Because I know you like to use the laser argument.
Get somebody to meet up for the background noise, banging and shutting doors or whatever, peeps. I don't know who it is. I'll
yeah,
have a
geez,
look.
I think you are getting a little bit of background noise there, but
Oh, okay, I
I
apologize
did a
about
quick
that.
search. Oh, no problem. I did a quick search, and it's like when I used to believe in outer space, I thought it was infinite too. So I'll give you that. But I did find that there's an article that's like we spoke to 5 experts, and they don't all agree on this. That it's infinitely expanding or infinite or whatever. Some people say it's a limited space.
Well, did you believe
So
in the? Sorry, Jimmy. Sorry, mate.
did you have any thoughts on that, RJ? Or
Yeah, some people might not believe, but then some people it's the opinion I hold. It doesn't matter if other people don't believe it. That doesn't really affect what I believe. I've looked at the
that's
scientific
fine.
evidence myself, and I've came to a conclusion, same as you have.
Oh, well, I'm just saying people on your side, like they don't seem to agree on this whole idea that it's infinite or infinitely expanding or whatever, even though that's what I used to believe, so I won't hold you to that. But all I wanted to do was just highlight the kind of the nature, like your worldview doesn't need to have a bottom, even like you said, it would be irrelevant. So I understand what you meant when you said like flat Earth has a bottom, but I would probably present to you that our worldview is a lot more similar to the universe, not an expanding one. But
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily need like a quote bottom when it is kind of just a large space. Like it's not like outer space or the universe is sitting on something or it's within another large space. You know what I mean? It just is it's like the embed of reality that all the things
Did,
exist within.
did you believe in the infinite monkeys, the typewriters? I mean, I used to believe in that when I was a spacehead, that they could write the entire works of Shakespeare or something, supposedly. Like infinite monkey theorem, I think it's called.
I have heard that before. But
If you had infinite monkeys and infinite time and infinite typewriters, they would eventually write that. Yeah,
That's a lie.
Oh,
That's a lie.
bro.
Yeah.
I
If you had
I
infinite
used to
time,
believe.
It's a lie.
how is that? Can you explain to me how is that a
well,
lie?
before we, I mean, that's getting off into the weeds.
Infinity is
It-
not.
infinity is a concept created for the universe.
It's a joke
Created-
from a
created-
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
It's,
It's
it's
not
the,
even.
the belief
just to
system.
keep
It's
us on
part of the
track.
religion, man. Aye, man. It's part of the religion.
I know, but he's gonna get way more distracted talking about monkeys than like the Earth. So,
It's not about the monkeys.
I know, but that's what he responded to. Anyway, so
Right, man.
some people will say like, "What's on the underside?" So when you say bottom, that might confuse people. So that's the only reason why I wanted to kind of go into this a little bit further. RJ, do you have any response?
Not really. What I was
Just,
meaning is if you believe the surface of the Earth is flat, where the plane we are currently on is flat, do you believe there is something deeper? Like, do you know how the Earth you can obviously dig down, so it can't be just a
Yeah.
flat disc. It can't just be like a pancake. How deep do you believe that goes, and how do you?
We know the deepest drill hole's under 8 miles at the Kola Super Deep in Russia. So, like, beyond that, they couldn't drill anymore. They tried for another couple of years and they could not get past that depth. They say just because of the consistency of what they were finding, they were trying to drill through, the bits wouldn't work. And plus, they were fucking getting the drillers, the miners and shit, they were telling like ghost stories. They thought they could hear sounds of hell literally because it was so deep. They thought that fucking they could hear fucking like ghosts and fucking people screaming basically from hell and like a couple of, but China's just started another one. I just found out, just random googling, China started another deep drill hole and they're trying to drill deeper than Russia, so we'll find out.
I mean, the reason they couldn't dig deeper is because the drill kept overheating. It couldn't go any deeper because of the heat
Yeah,
from.
and the consistency of the material, the heat and the pressure. But
It was becoming more.
But it's been a while since then, so they've got a bit more technology. Maybe they might be. But even if they get another mile deeper, what's that going to actually prove?
That would be cool as fuck. That would be cool, even irrelevant of whether the Earth's a gold.
Anyway, to get it out of your
They probably-
mind, you're not floating in space like you think. There is no such thing.
I think he did present that, so we got to give him some credit. I think he did say that it's not some like floating thing. So as long as you understand that's good. But in terms of like, well, let's go to the bottom and start digging. Again, I would just take you to your worldview. Let's go to the bottom of that and start trying to dig down. Like what will that reveal?
I also need to point out that the experts also say that the universe is flat. So
and the galaxy.
I'm not sure whether he knew that.
If you look up the axis of evil, it's in the the documentary The Principle. That's quite eye opening if you listen to that kind of shit.
Oh, that's so funny.
Short answer to the question is, mate, we don't know how far the Earth goes down and what is underneath the Earth. We're on the surface. We haven't been anywhere else. So we can't necessarily answer that question for you.
Right, and just to make sure that it's not double standards, that same thing applies to your worldview as well. It's like your universe hasn't been fully explored as well.
I didn't ask.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just riffing a little bit off of Jedi. I'm not trying to grill you, RJ. I actually appreciate what you said because a lot of people come here and they're like, "No, where's the edge? I want to go jump off into the space and stuff like that." So they are the ones that fell for the litter box thing, like you presented earlier. So I want to give you some credit as well. Just give you your flowers. But yeah, so just yeah, I mean, people will say like, "Oh, well, you know." They just don't seem to apply the same standards to both sides. Like in their worldview, it hasn't been fully explored. No one knows where the quote edge is. They don't know what shape the universe is. But then they come here and they're like, "Oh, well, tell me where the edge is. You guys surely you've explored the whole universe, right?" It's like, no, we haven't. So just like you haven't. So just I like to remind people of that.
Yeah, like just people take that shit to heart like they've actually been to motherfucking space. Like they'll tell you to go to the edge of Earth and prove it, but they won't take their ass out in space to prove it. It's funny how that works.
Or they'll say, "Oh, so if they were going to give you an offer to go to space, would you do it? And if you saw the Earth being round, would you accept it as round?" Like, we're that retarded if we actually saw the Earth, we're just going to disregard it and still believe it's flat.
Well, that's the problem. We've never seen it, and neither have they. So that's why we're here.
Yep.
And I like that you highlighted that double standard spake. That's another double standard. They'll be like, "Oh, well, if I showed you, would you believe it?" Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. But if we showed you the opposite, would you believe it? They'd be like, "No." It's like, dude,
Even if they've done a competition amongst flat earthers and say, right, the flat earthers are going to get a chance to go to space, you're actually going to jump in one of those fucking rockets and go to wherever they claim.
No way. That's kind of funny. I looked at the litter box thing, and I get it is fake, and it's attributed to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan had interviewed a Republican politician, and he still to this day won't admit that there wasn't litter boxes in North Carolina schools bathrooms. And then he says but even the truth is even darker than that. That litter boxes have spread all the way to Quebec. So in his worldview, Joe Rogan's also an anti-flat earther, mind you. You're a huge NASA guy, believes everything the government tells him. He thinks that litter boxes were started in North Carolina and have spread up the east coast of the Americas all the way to Quebec.
I'm so confused right now.
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be the first time Joe Rogan's believed something that isn't true. So, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a
Yeah.
good thing. So when he's talking about pizza disc, pizza frisbee, Earth, and space, or the next time Joe Rogan tries to roll out some sort of cringe idea about minority groups like flat earthers, be prepared that this guy is a whack job. He's like a CIA, like that CIA controlled op. He's a
Of
guy out
course.
there to get
He-
people to listen to conspiracy theories as a form of entertainment. He's not.
He's brought.
It's just mostly entertainment for him.
He's like the sort of polar opposite of Alex Jones, where Alex Jones is loud and brash and fucking rah in
Yeah.
your face, where Joe's more like intellectual-ish, and he's not like a brain box, but he digs into stuff and he speaks properly and he doesn't seem like a complete imbecile. So that's the appeal to the other crowd. Like some folk will like Alex Jones just because he's fucking crazy, and
thing is,
Joe's a bit mellower.
obviously the school shooting stuff he says is just retarded. That isn't true. But some of the stuff he said about do you remember the frickin' frogs being gay? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That clip.
Yeah.
That was actually proven to be true in a
Yeah.
sense.
Michelle Obama's definitely a man. You know what I'm saying? She's fucking right.
I go hard with that theory. I go hard on Michael
Bro,
Obama. I'll agree with you on that.
Bro,
Big Mike.
she was on
wait.
she was on the she was on the Ellen
turn-
DeGeneres show dancing to Uptown Funk in her white baggy trousers and her cock and balls was swinging back and forward, man. And she try and find that whole video, like the whole clip that she was on. Try and find that on the net. It's like trying to find the Felix Baumgartner.
Obamas themselves.
I got it. It's right here.
That was why they deleted my last Pantomath channel with like 700 odd subs because I
Drace
posted a
actually
video
has
about
it.
Michael Obama.
Yeah, don't fuck with Big Mike.
Yeah, so like one of the guys who told on Obama, he testified in court about how he was giving him fellatio or some shit like that. Dude wound up dead. Now, if he was lying, why the fuck would he be dead? Just saying.
Who, Larry Sinclair?
So did that comedian.
I think so.
He's not dead.
He's not dead, yeah.
Oh.
But apparently he died in an article from like 2012 or something like that. 2013. There's an article of him saying that he died, and I guess he didn't now or some shit. I don't know. Interesting.
One thing good about Joe Rogan too is when he got Musk to spark up a doobie right there on camera, and then NASA shut SpaceX down after that, made a drug test a bunch of people, told them you will not use Schedule A narcotics on camera anymore. And what was I know that was an infringement, right? They shouldn't have done that. But what it does is when people say SpaceX is completely independent, it's just a private company of people doing cutting edge science. And you're like, okay, sure. So why did SpaceX get shut down by NASA after Joe Rogan took a hit from a blunt on the, after Musk?
I mean, it was in a legal state, though, wasn't it? It was the state they were in. It was legal to smoke it, surely.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. NASA's tendrils are so deeply entwined in SpaceX that they can tell him that even though he's in compliance with state law, they are federal law.
That's
and
why.
he controls. No, SpaceX
No,
is
it's
no
deliberate.
separation. It's not even subsidized. It's fully funded by government.
The same
Yeah, if you
But they obviously done that deliberately.
plan to the same company.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's just marketing. Is all it is. It's still NASA. It's just NASA with a couple extra different people to kind of do side hustles.
Jamesy's trying to be getting in. Go on, you go, Jamesy.
Oh, I got it in, bro. I said that if you're a government agent, you have to follow the rules. If they say don't smoke weed, you can't smoke weed. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. So a
But-
lot of people will tell you, as their proof of globetard, they've got
bro.
SpaceX.
But bro,
SpaceX is still NASA.
they knew full well before he smoked that joint. They knew full well the wheels that were going to go into motion. So they obviously done that deliberately to fucking like cause this fucking issue. Like, so he never went and done that just for the sake of it, because he's completely controlled. He might make out that he's completely fucking free and independent, but these motherfuckers are completely controlled, in my opinion.
What do you
Somebody's
guys
making
think
a hell
about?
of a noise. Who the fuck is that? Somebody's
What-
making loads of noise.
Yeah,
Anyone
cheese
figure
man,
that out?
your hot
Yeah,
mic.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm about to go ahead and mute myself for a bit.
What do you guys think
We're
about
always
meteors?
sorry,
What
dude.
do you think meteors are?
God knows, brother.
What was the question?
What do you guys think of
Meteors.
meteors? I think they are.
Well, God only knows, I think. But it's definitely, I mean, they always come down the way. They don't, you never see a meteor going up the way, so that destroys the globe as well. Like, you would see them going all random directions all the time. Like, it's never ever been seen
What do you
for a
mean
meteor
random
to be going.
directions?
What do you mean
Like,
by that?
they always,
a
when you
mental
see one, it's
erection?
always coming down or diagonally down. You never see one going up,
You
like, from your perspective.
Yeah, because it's caught in Earth's gravitational pull, so it's getting.
Oh, man. Bro, you sure it's not refraction?
You're
Oh,
not seeing this
relativity.
meteor go past the Earth.
Yeah, have you not seen?
No, going up in the sky. Like, you know, when you see them, they're always going down.
Well, some of them go past the Earth and they're just going straight across.
Nah, you'll always see. You've never seen a meteor in your life going up from your perspective.
What's that meteor
anybody's
that passes
perspective.
past Earth every now and then, and it causes a big-
Asteroid. Halley's.
It could be an
Halley's
asteroid.
comet.
It could.
Or a comet.
Comet?
Yeah, and well, I
Every
don't know if it's that one I'm
79
thinking of.
years or 85 years or some shit, I
Does
think.
does that one look like it's crashing towards Earth, or does it look like it's going past Earth?
It's got a tail as far as I know.
Go down a lot, but that's not. What are we talking
Nothing is
about here?
flying in space, kids. Jesus.
No, asteroids don't fall to the Earth. Those will be the so-called sporadic meteors. It's a different phenomenon, not the same, brother.
Yep. Well, what do you guys think? What I was getting to really was, what do you guys think that is? Like, do you think it's because obviously there's no space, right? I agree with you there. So what's happening there?
Bro, it's obviously a thing on the ceiling.
understand how
Yeah,
gravity
the ceiling
works?
is clear, the light is filtering through. It's easy.
Light
Bro,
filtering
he
through
says-
what? Sorry.
No.
You know when you have a tent, you know when you're at the beach and the tent has like a little hole, the light shines through. There you go.
I don't get
There you
it.
go.
Can you explain
Easy.
a bit more for me? Because I don't get it.
You know,
Meteors
Alright,
are like
yeah.
asteroids that
Yeah.
get caught in our gravitational field and are
I know.
gonna hit
Okay,
the
look,
Earth.
I'm asking
Let
the
me,
flat earthers.
let me explain what James A. answer, please.
No, I was saying that when you go to the beach and you have a tent to cover the sun, you're in the shadow, right? And then that tent gets a little hole in a spot, and the light shines through that little hole, bro. I'm just saying.
Okay, so why do we find an actual like physical object when we look at crash sites of meteors?
But do you?
No, meteors and asteroids are different things. Those are different phenomena, bro. It's not the same.
How do you prove that whatever you see, like is it the Barringer or Harringer crater? It's like I don't know how many miles it is in circumference, but like where is the residue? You see, it was pulverized and it was instantaneously that like there's nothing left of it. Like there's just a big fucking hole in the ground with no residue of this fucking huge rock that killed the dinosaurs and fucking caused darkness for fucking years. But it just
Dinosaurs aren't
disappeared.
real.
Yeah.
Well, not after that meteor anyway.
Look, if
No,
you
the-
go
the-
literally
the
just real quick,
astro-
just about the dinosaurs, just real fast. If you literally go to any museum, ask them about their dinosaur bones. Ask if they're legit. 99% of all dinosaur bones are not real. They're silicone fabricated. All right.
Okay, well that's a bit of a
but they say
sidebar. I
they-
just kind of don't want to go into that because we do have a globe
Yeah, no,
champion
that's a
here.
whole side thing. Yeah,
We do have
just let you know.
a globe champion gracing the room here who has
Hey.
claimed that a natural observed phenomenon is a mathematical equation, in this case G, gravitational constant. That's pretty interesting. So let's have him tell us about how he observed G.
That's not what I
Heretic,
observed.
but
That was your
when you say
non-question that you followed up. What's going on?
when you say we, that means you and me. Just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm lumping you into this with me, Gen Z. You're in on this.
Great.
All right, go ahead.
That wasn't my claim. My claim was that mass attracts mass, and we can verify that mass attracts mass via the Cavendish experiment.
So that's a lie. That was your claim. Do you want me to
thought
just
you were
post it in
more.
chat for everybody to look at so you can lie about it again?
Sure. Where
Okay,
did
sure,
I
we'll do
say
that.
exactly what you said?
Here
You
it
just
is.
turn off your stream.
But real
This
quick, though,
would be like saying
real quick, I could give you the benefit of the doubt because maybe you're just a little bit lost on what a DV is. Could you just tell us what that is real quick?
a dependent variable is the variable that you're measuring for in your experiment after controlling for all other variables.
It's what you're measuring for. Would that be your observed phenomenon?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay, that was the problem. You didn't know what a DV was.
Like,
So that's why you said
do
something
you
so
think that you
pathetically
can-
stupid as you observed an equation in nature.
When you say observed, do you mean like, can you observe velocity or can you derive it from our understanding of distance and time?
No, I mean like you observe a phenomenon. That's what a DV is.
So what I asked you, can you observe velocity as a dependent variable from contextualizing distance
You
and
can
time?
observe speed or direction.
Okay, so then you can observe G then. Yes.
Oh, G,
Well,
that's speed or direction. That's the gravitational constant. That was derived from the assumption of a globe radius.
No,
You're
it
observing that
wasn't.
in nature? Explain.
No, it wasn't derived from a globe radius. That's not
Oh,
what
it
the
wasn't.
Cavendish
Really?
experiment is
Have you read
derived
the
from.
Cavendish paper?
Yeah, I gave you like 3 sources on the Cavendish experiment.
Right,
dude.
right. The ones that you
He
kept
wasn't
ignoring
even
as well that I
the
was
one
posting to
done
you.
it, and there's been multiple iterations of this experiment since, verified in a metric of different ways.
Okay, what was
This guy
Cavendish
has-
trying to do? What was
has a
Cavendish
pen-
trying?
This guy has a pen. I thought I was going to be able to speak uninterrupted.
Hold on.
I thought I
What
was
was
going to
Cavendish?
be able to speak uninterrupted.
Yeah, what was Cavendish trying to do before you
I
monologue on
you
something
told
irrelevant?
me when I got into this VC that I was going to be uninterrupted.
Yes, okay. I'll not interrupt you while you tell us what Cavendish was trying to do.
Well, explain the whole Cavendish, please. Lay it out.
So Cavendish's experiment, and I have a YouTube. Actually, I'll just post this YouTube video in the side chat too. So
Okay, you haven't said anything about what he was trying to do, and
Hold
we
on,
still
hold on.
haven't
So
established it's an
the
experiment.
Cavendish experiment is a measurement of is a measurement of the universal law of gravitation. F equals G m1 m2 divided by r squared.
You're not really there.
Okay,
He doesn't know what Cavendish was trying to do, so I'm just going to help him. He was trying to weigh the Earth, Neon. How is he going to do that without knowing how big it is and how dense it is?
So this is the second time that I was interrupted when I was told I would be allowed to speak uninterrupted.
Well, listen, I'm just going to help you because you don't know much about your claim, right? You asked me, how does the globe radius come into this? Well, Cavendish was trying to weigh the Earth. He needs to know how big it is and how dense it is to do that, to quote-unquote weigh the Earth.
He ran away.
I think he's bailed, man. He's run away like that.
Okay.
Second time I got interrupted. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry. I kind of have like a low patience level for bullshit. You guys let them waffle a bit more, but you know.
That person is a known dishonest actor in this server.
Well, of course, that's obviously known. Everybody just saw it.
He ran back to a safe space.
There's quite a few people in the room. If somebody's
Look at, he's back in his safe space.
Right, if somebody needing unmuted or wants to join the conversation, because there's quite a lot of people in here, please just chime in. Ping one of us if you need unmuted, or just unmute.
Who's this guy, Chrome? He's defending Neon. Why don't you take over?
Go ahead, Chrome.
They probably
That's
have.
what Cavendish was trying to do. I just told you, so you can just repeat it back. It's that easy.
They're probably all listening. They probably have one account in here, and then that's the one they're screaming.
They'll be sitting in a Discord server someplace listening.
Yeah.
The paper's titled, it was an attempt to measure the density of the Earth, right?
Wait, the world, he said. Was it not written on the outside of his paper in his handwriting? Because I seen a screenshot someone shared ages ago, and it claimed to be his original paper, and it was written on it that he was trying to weigh the world.
Yeah.
It was the measurement of the
density of the Earth.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh no, but he actually said it weigh the world, and it's like a scroll, like sort of diagonally on the paper. Maybe it wasn't his like official paperwork, but it was claimed to be when it got shared, I'm sure.
Now, if it's a scientific experiment, then it would have a scientific hypothesis, right, within the work itself. So, if we are to repeat the scientific experiment, then we would need to follow the hypothesis that comes with it.
But how
So
can we even
where's
get
the hypothesis?
Sorry, go ahead, Twan.
I'm just asking, where's the hypothesis in the original Cavendish papers?
Exactly. And that was basically what I was trying to get to with him. But when he laid out the experiment for me, he gave me for the DVG gravitational constant being observed in nature.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. So you have people claiming experiments with absolutely no idea what an IV, a DV, or an experiment is.
On top of that, you can just take a step back and think this guy is claiming that in order to prove that the ground beneath his feet is a spinning ball, he's going to
You're cutting out.
1700s.
Your mic
Can
is
you hear me?
cutting out, sir.
2 seconds. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Cyclone, you have nothing's coming out. You're just blinking at this point.
Yeah.
You get it now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying, well, you're talking about a guy in the 1700s swinging balls in a shed. How you get from that to, therefore, the ground beneath my feet is a spinning ball? It's
Right.
just, it's a parlor trick.
Right. Well, like I was trying to show this kid, the ground beneath your feet being a spinning ball was already just taken as a given before he did anything. It was just taken for granted and assumed.
Yeah, it's just like the pendulum. It's like you're speaking to some new guy who's saying, "Oh, speaking to these flat earthers, and they're saying the curvature's never been measured. What can I show them to prove the globe?" Well, we have this man swinging balls in a shed in the 1700s. Does that take your fancy? No? Okay. Well, this man swung a pendulum in a room for a while.
Well, now
Right,
I'm sold. I can't lie.
Weak.
I mean, the balls in the shed, but the pendulum, okay, they flip me.
Exactly. Globe science.
This guy went to Spikes and said he found Jesus.
This is how crazy it is, though. They have to derive a formula from a globe assumption, an assumed globe radius, a parlor trick that they're supposed to use to then get the density of this globe that hasn't been verified in the first place. They're going to derive a formula from that, and then this college kid is going to come in here and tell us that that formula is an observed phenomenon in the natural world. That's how insane the globe is.
Yeah.
We spoke to that guy called RJ because he just tagged me with laser tests prove the Earth is flat? RJ, if you're there, chime in. He's telling me to give it a read.
Would you at least read it and not just go Space Center as a fucking joke? Would you not actually just give it a read?
Mate, not right now, for fuck's sake. No, that really, laser tests don't really interest me, to be honest. Like, but I mean, if I could put it in a bank of fucking links
Yeah, we
that I've
know
got to look
evidence against your flat Earth religion. You're not interested.
Like
in
what?
It.
Well, tell me what it is. Where's the evidence?
Say
What is the evidence within it? You're telling me that's proof. So tell me what it does. What's the fucking articulate what is actually in it? I'm going to just sit and read shit, man. I'm fucking stoned at my mind. And
Oh,
I've
you
been
guys,
fucking.
you guys are in a flat Earth circle jerk cult, just sitting on Discord, muting people, not even arguing.
That's a great
Bro, I'm
question.
asking you for evidence.
who is
Can you give
doing
it?
that?
Can you
Who's
can you
doing that?
articulate? Can you articulate any evidence that you've got? Because I could have bet any flat
Both
earther
going
here.
over the curve,
Do
the
you
star
have to fucking
movement,
talk over
look
me?
up at
Do
the
you have to
stars.
like shout? Do you have to shout over me, bro?
If you ask me
Fucking
a
Jesus
question and
Christ.
I go to answer it and you just talk over me, it just makes you look
Yeah,
like
I was fucking still. I wasn't finished, man. I still had like a sentence to go. Fuck's sake.
No, you're not worth talking to. You're just beyond stupid. You're beyond.
No, bro. Fuck off then, bro. Huh?
Why are you
Yeah,
here?
he's done. He's spurred out.
Guys,
Why the
you
fuck
gotta
are you here?
know that Yankee has been going to Red Rhetoric University, and he learned all of his arguments from Red Rhetoric. So he's like a Red Rhetoric wannabe. So you gotta take that into account.
He's one of the people
Somebody's
who use
making
those litter
background.
boxes in college.
Yeah,
So somebody's need to mute up. They're making background noise, or they're almost ready to do it again. I think.
Are you high right now?
Just a little bit, bro.
King.
Oh, just a little bit. Yes,
It's
sir.
King. Attention on deck. The king has returned.
Who's that?
The king, like one day he's flat Earth, the next day he's globetard, and then he comes back flat Earth and
Really?
globetard.
Who's
I
this?
just have a couple of mood swings every now and then.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I know
Right,
you're.
is it Colin?
No, he just can't make up his mind. He
Yeah,
wants
he's
to.
just an
Nah,
asshole troll. He just says dumb shit. That's his
uh,
whole thing.
that's impossible. You cannot swing one way or the other with a flat or globe subject, man. Like once you've went through every question you need to go through in your mind, like that's it. Like you've already fucking done it, and you've became, or you at least acknowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary. Like there's no way back. People say, "Oh, you can't go back," like that clown fucking, what's his name? Oh man, I can't remember his name. We were trying to get him in here. Me and AI were in his fucking comment section. That fuck Speak Truth, Seek Truth, or whatever the fuck his name is. That's complete bullshit and a total setup.
It's just
It's
I get
See
more
Truth, Speak
convinced
Truth,
of
or something.
flat Earth every day.
Yeah, it's there,
Once
man.
you cannot flip flop, man. Unless there's something mentally wrong with you. Like,
This is how I know the globe tart is stupid. Here's Popular Science published today. Why would the mystery ninth planet be lurking just behind Pluto? New computer models suggest a world a little bit larger than our Earth hides within the Kepler belt.
That was just so inspirational.
Cool, but
These freaking globe earthers, they just believe anything the government tells them.
Because it turns out the dwarf planet Pluto might actually be a long distant moon of Planet X.
Planet X. That's where these freaking globe earthers needs to go. Get them
It
off
is
of our good old
it is
planet.
true to say that you can make predictive. There is predictive power in astronomy, right? For instance, like that's how we discovered Neptune, right?
How you discovered Planet X and Pluto's the moon of Planet X. That's how predictive your
I think it was because we observed the irregularities in Uranus's orbit, and then we made calculations for a theoretical planet, and then we looked in that direction where we expect that theoretical.
You didn't observe an orbit. You didn't observe an orbit. Sorry,
I think this is what happened, but can you correct me if I'm wrong?
Yeah,
now,
I'm
10 years
correcting
from now, he's going to be
there
talking about.
There was no observed orbit. I'm correcting
What happened then?
So is that how you observed Planet X?
Are you just saying there was no observation, or are you saying that it wasn't the orbit that was
up?
Did you observe? You observed. Okay, so you observed Planet X because the irregularities
why
of
do
the
you think it
Kepler
was made
belt.
up? Why do you think it was made up?
Because you just made it up, dude. You have no idea what you're looking at.
What's the argument for that?
Orbit is an interpretation of what we actually see, which is the movement, of luminaries in the sky, and we map their paths according to our point of view, our position, and then we interpret it into the Earth being a ball and these things in the sky going around the sun.
So yeah, but what's that got to do with discovering Neptune?
Well, we didn't observe. I was just correcting you that we didn't actually observe any orbit. Nobody sees anything going around the sun.
Yeah, okay. Let's say it was an irregular movement. Let's just call it that, right? It was an irregular movement, and we made mathematical predictions for a theoretical planet that we later discovered when we looked in that direction was Neptune. We as did humanity. The royal
Planet X, right? You got Planet X now. So
No,
you observed. So because you're a collective, you observed strange phenomenon happening within the Kepler belt. Therefore, using your mathematical predictions, because you determined it must be a Planet X, the same size as of Earth.
I'm just saying we did that with Neptune. That's all.
And you did that with Planet X too.
Well, we don't know if there is a Planet X. It's just a
because
theory.
the math works.
Well, I don't know about the math, but I do know that it was the point is as predictive power. If you can just observe Uranus, and you can make mathematical predictions based on the irregularities and find out there's a theoretical planet which you later discover is true, that's a predictive power.
Yeah, Planet X. You predicted Planet X. So now, if no Planet X, then suddenly
that doesn't mean there's no predictive power because we've observed.
Yeah, you didn't predict it. You predicted a failure.
We predicted Neptune.
That's Michio Makaku. The math is off by factors of 10 to the whatever number he said, like
20 to the third power or something like that.
Yeah, that's like if you're, he says, Michio Kaku says, man, when the scientific model is off by a factor of 1 or a factor of 2, you're like, wow, the model's broken. How do we get it that wrong? How can you get it that wrong? He said current cosmology is off by a factor of 1 with 120 zeros behind it. This is the biggest mismatch of science and theory in the history of science. And you're telling me with that model, a model that's so far off, with that you're off by 1 to the power of 120, you think you can predict with that model?
But bro, we've got a story that this happened, that they predicted it and they found it. But the three-body problem shows that even to this day, with all the technology and the supercomputers they've got, they still can't model just a fucking few fucking bodies moving. So how the fuck did they predict this fucking planet, like in
Well,
amongst all the other knowledge?
Do you think
when
that
are you
we
saying
didn't?
it was first observed?
Sorry, what?
When are you saying it was predicted and then observed? Like
I
what
don't
year?
know the date.
Well,
I've heard,
can you check?
No,
I've heard this
well, you
story
can
as
check
well,
if you
man.
want. I don't know
But
if there's an argument that follows from that.
Well, we need to see, because your claim is that on this date, this was the first time that this thing was ever observed. So what date was that?
Have you just spent your whole time Googling to make sure you have an argument here? So what, you've only
No,
just
I'm
piped up
asking
now?
you about your argument.
you realise that flat earthers know more about fucking the globe model than most globe earthers.
I have a theory.
Yeah,
I have a
we're
theory.
testing your knowledge here, Britain. We know
I have
all of your quotes.
I have a
We know
theory,
them.
right? Because I usually speak to one of you, and then one of you are quiet. Then I speak to the other one, and then the other one goes quiet. I feel like you're taking in turns googling as you go.
You feel them feels right now.
First observed. When was it first observed?
I don't know the date. I don't know
Let
the
me
date.
get the.
So
Let me
you don't
get
know
this
what you're
straight.
talking about.
Number one, that was a.
Well,
number
no, I
one,
don't
that
know
was
the
a.
date. That would be
Let me get this
problematic
straight.
for you to
Number
say that.
one, that was a bigoted statement. Number two, everybody in here, other than Wolfgang, was red herring and answering you with complete non sequiturs. Now he's asking you for a bit more information so he can actually engage what you know, and this is the first time you're being an asshole. That's interesting.
Well, I am an arsehole, but I was going to say that yeah, like not knowing the date doesn't prove that it didn't happen.
Yeah, they don't like it when I ask them about their
No,
claims. This has been happening all day.
ultimately, I mean, whether he asks you for the date or I ask you for a citation or a reference so I can look at the information myself, what are you gonna do? Curse me out?
Well, just search the discovery of Neptune and see how it happened. It's very easy.
What do you mean? I mean,
it's Neptune
if it was
now.
in the if it was in the sky, I mean, our forefathers had eyeglass pieces. I don't necessarily believe that somebody in history prior to this claimed on whatever date that there is that that's the first time they saw something because they made some calculations. Now that's your claim. Okay, I'm not going to shoot it out the sky immediately. Just give me some papers. Let me see what's going on
yeah,
here, because again, we
I'll
don't know
give you.
everything. You're not going to penalize us for
I'll
not
give you.
knowing everything, right?
I'll give you a paper or a news article, whatever, explaining the discovery of Neptune. But to be clear, right, I will read it, and if I'm going to get a memory test from Cyclone,
That's not engaging with the resource, so I can see like the source and everything. That's all.
But was it done with just one of the like a small telescope that whoever made the discovery did, or was it one of these huge, like the Royal Observatory or something like that, one of these huge fucking telescopes? Like, do you know?
I've got it. It's from NASA though, so I feel like you're not going to enjoy this.
Well, why would it be from NASA if it was centuries ago?
That's pretty good source. Yeah. That's the primary source, is it? That's the primary source, and that's
Well, it's just in it. Well, no, that's not the. Well, the people are dead now, so there won't be any primary source of that. But it gives you it gives you a biography for what happened.
Documentation of the event that was captured.
The Royal Observatory surely would have been part of it because they're in amongst all of it. Are they not?
Not perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
See, this is how when you think you've overheard some good argument in the Coping Globe chat, which actually we've all heard a million times, you not knowing anything about it except Googling it for 5 minutes, are immediately going to show that you don't
I
know
Google it and then you complain about it. Why did you ask me to Google it then?
because you made the argument, so you need to know what you're talking about.
Oh, so I have
Very
to.
simple.
So okay, look. The issue
So
here
I have to
is
prove my claims. Yes, you do.
no, because you don't. I've watched you engage with claims, right? You don't like to argue with evidence at all, do you?
No,
The
no.
issue
Remember,
is here
that's
that you
exactly.
asked me to
This is
prove it.
actually a good point. That's a good point because
you
this
asked
is
me. You asked
exactly
me.
what happened earlier. The guy posted
Yeah.
the video or posted the article from Jesse Kozlowski about the theodolite, and I asked him what was the
You
make
gave
of
him a
the
memory test,
theodolite.
don't
I said, what's the make of the theodolite and what's the manufacturer's stated maximum range? And he spiraled because he didn't know either, because he didn't go and actually read what he was posting. The same way you don't even know the date, which is the fundamental
that's a
claim to your
memory
argument.
test. That's
He
not an argument. That's a
the
memory
first
test.
observation of Neptune based on this globe religion. And I ask you, okay, when was that done? I don't know. How would I know?
So
you're making the argument.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know the exact date. I don't think, like, if I ask you, like, oh, well, did this happen in World War II? If you remember the date, you probably would say, well, I don't need to know the exact date to know that it happened roughly, right?
If I made a
there's
claim
evidence
saying
behind
the
it, and
first
you
time
probably
this
have.
amazing thing ever happened.
Okay, Cyclone. It's just like memory tests on arguments. Let's just put it that way. The second
No,
thing
we'll go
is
learn about what you're
well,
claiming.
the second thing is that when I post something, you say, oh, show me the story, right? Or show me what happened, right?
Yeah, tell me.
And I posted
show me
it,
that
right?
you know what you're posting and what you're talking about. Of course.
Well, I recited what happened before I even looked at the evidence, right? I
Well,
already
I've asked you
knew
one
what
question
happened
about it.
without
I've asked you
looking
one
at the
simple
thing.
question. I asked you one simple question like 10 minutes ago, and you still haven't been able to tell me just a year.
What was your question? Just the
When
year.
was what you're
I told you
claiming
every
that-
other thing, and you're hung up on the year.
I was asking you when it was done.
I told you it was based on mathematical calculation.
Yeah,
I
but
told
this
you
is
that
kind of
it was
sad and
based on the
ridiculous.
irregularity of
This is
orbit,
kind of
and you're
sad and
hung up
ridiculous.
on year.
This is kind of sad and ridiculous because he thinks that we're asking for him to
It's
remember
just a
things,
memory
but
test. That's
when
all he
we're
has.
in
That's all he
the
can do.
but anyway, when we're in the middle of having conversations like these, we kind of have the same standard that they do in university. So anybody who's actually went to college in here, when you're doing a paper, they ask for claim, citation, and support for the citation,
Yeah, the claim was
meaning
made.
the evidence of the
The
claim.
support was
That's
posted.
all we're asking.
Yeah, the
That's
claim
all
was
we're
made.
asking.
The claim was made. The
All right,
support
the
was
claim
made.
was made. I just asked you to give me
And
the
the support was
information. You said
posted.
NASA was the source, but they can't be the source because
Why not?
obviously there had to be a primary source before. What do you mean?
Why can't NASA be a source? Look, when I write and when I was at university, did my postgrad, I would cite things from the CIA.
Okay, hold on.
Was that wrong with me?
It's not that NASA can't be a source, but they sourced it from somewhere else. So we're gonna chase down the original source.
What does it matter?
And see what they said.
Wait, why is that a standard?
Did.
That's not a standard.
What
why are you
they
doing this?
said they actually
This is
did.
unacademic. This is unacademic.
I'm trying to see the math, the presuppositions that may be in there. Maybe there are no presuppositions in there. Why are we arguing about you giving us the thing that you supposedly want to talk about or give as evidence?
Okay, you were asking for the date. It was the 23rd of September, 1846. What does that matter?
Give us the paper.
Okay.
The
So
article doesn't provide a bibliography. It doesn't provide source references. There's
yeah,
no
you still need to
citations.
provide all the sources, but I just wanted to get to this question then. So you're saying that the first time that Neptune was ever observed was in the 1800s, based on the math of the globe. That's your claim, is it?
No, I don't know why you said that. I know. I told you what happened.
Your claim?
I told you what happened. I told you that it was based on the irregularity orbit of Neptune. Sorry, Uranus.
Yeah, you're saying it was the first time it was ever seen based on this globe idea and math.
Sorry, why are you adding globe idea? I don't understand.
Because you said it was predicted using the globe model, did you not?
No, I did. I don't know what you're saying. I said it was predicted
so you're not,
based on the.
Okay. So I misunderstood. So you're not saying that this argument is anything to do with proving a globe.
Test.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
Okay, no, it was in response to someone talking about Planet X, right? Talking about how there's this imaginary
so
calculation.
You're not actually trying to present any evidence for a globe.
Someone made a claim and I responded to it. Why is there a problem with that?
Okay, was that response in order to prove the globe or no?
Well, they were no, it was obviously nothing to do with that. It was to do with him suggesting that we can't make mathematical calculations. Well, because he made a claim.
About this?
I'll explain why we're talking about this. He made a claim saying that there's this imaginary planet X, and there's based on irregularities in Pluto. I said, well, we've done this before. We have predicted power here, right?
No,
my
idea was
anything to do with Earth being a globe.
Oh,
sorry, am I? Your friends are the ones who were talking about theoretical planets, and I was just saying
Right,
we've
so
done
you
this
were
before.
just
Stop
saying
complaining.
you were just saying they've
You
been able
aren't following the
to predict-
conversation, sir. That's the issue.
You're just saying, well, I'm just clarifying because I thought you were making an argument for the globe, but just to be
You
clear,
thought
you're saying
wrong.
this has
You
anything
thought
to do
wrong.
with the globe.
Yeah, you just thought
Okay,
wrong. You
well,
just thought wrong. It's
do you
fine.
have an argument? Do you have an argument for the globe?
So now you're coping. Now you're coping.
No, I'm trying to get you onto the
here's the
globe.
argument I was making is that if Globetard, you've got enough content if Globetard to worry about Globetard. You don't need to worry about Flat Earth at all. Just today, they've got mathematics that you could associate with because of your story with Neptune and Uranus. So
you were talking
therefore,
about Pluto.
no, I was talking about Planet X.
Yes, in relation to Pluto. Pluto's
Pluto
irregularities.
could be a moon of Planet X.
Yeah, but how would they have based this idea of Planet X existing?
Because of the mathematical model that doesn't predict.
Sorry, what's it based
Also,
on?
just
though?
to
Mathematical model based on what?
finish that off very quickly. Just to finish that off. Okay,
here comes
you're
the
not
code.
making an argument for the globe. Fine, but just to show you that you seem to be wrong about everything. If you look
Yep.
in the chat, I've posted that Galileo actually is said to have observed Neptune in the 1600s.
Incorrectly, he observed it as a fake. He observed it as a fixed star, which is incorrect. You can Google
Well, he
it yourself,
observed it
man.
wrong.
See, this is what happens when you Google search Cyclone. You should listen to yourself sometimes.
Okay, could you read out what the text says?
Listen to your own
I'm
criticism, Cyclone.
sorry. I'm
Fine.
sorry. Wait a
Very
minute.
interesting.
Time out.
Quick
It
Google
was
search. Is it
very.
quick Google search?
Yo, somebody mute him real quick because I definitely want to talk right now. So, when he came into the room, he said that Neptune was discovered because of an irregular orbit. Discovered. So,
It was confirmed by using math.
He
but
shot
you-
himself
I
in the
mean,
foot.
But we just said Galileo discovered, quote unquote, not really, just saw it and, tabulated it. But so someone else saw it already. So it was in existence. It was already pinned to be known about. And your claim is that these maths actually showed them where to look. Well, they wouldn't have had to know where to look if someone already saw it already.
By your logic, if you look at the sky, you have then seen every planet in your field of view. That doesn't mean
Come
that
on, just take the L. Just take the L. It's
What do you mean?
okay.
Well, I think it's a W on our part, right? Because if we say
No, because you said the first observation was in the 1800s. I've just shown you that it
No,
was
I said it
observed
was-
by Galileo in the 1600s.
I
Apparently,
didn't say that. I said that we observed
that's exactly what you said, and
irregularities.
I made it very
no,
clear.
you're just
I made
making
it
up what
very
I said
clear.
because
I said
you
that
can't
claim
argue
is
with
that
what
they
I say. You can
observed
only
for the
argue with
first time Neptune. Just someone mute these guys. You just made the claim that they were observing for the first time Neptune in the 1800s based on this aberration in the orbit or whatever you were trying to say, and I just showed you that's not even claimed to be the case.
Listen,
right,
that's not what he
1600s.
said.
So
I've got it clipped. That is
your
not what
entire
he
argument
said.
is
That is
dead
not
on
what
its
he
face,
said.
and he said it doesn't prove the globe. So have you got any globe proof?
We weren't talking about proving the globe. One of you said that Neptune. I can't remember, Planet X or something retarded, right? I don't care. But this was mathematical calculations that prove Neptune where we would look because it moves. Galileo recorded it as a fixed star, implying it does not move. So when we look,
No, it said that he detected its motion as well. No, read the text. It said he detected its motion.
That's not true. He recorded it as a fixed star.
You better tell nature.com.
Okay.
Yep.
So
you know who to contact now. If they you could talk to the editor, you could talk to the writer, and get them to retract.
If you look at Wikipedia, right, it does say that Galileo mistook Neptune for a fixed star when it appeared
That's not
very
true.
close in conjunction. What? Oh, so that's not true. Okay, that's
No,
just
I'm
not
quoting-
true.
I'm
Okay,
quoting-
all right,
I'm
then.
quoting your friend. I'm quoting your friend.
Cope.
Yeah. So your friend
You're
said that's not true.
cackling.
So how are you saying that what the text says in the article isn't true?
Well, we have competing problems here. First of all, we both agree that he thought it was a fixed star, right? Correct?
Well,
which is
no.
what is it? What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I mean, he can see the stars move. It says he detected the motion of Neptune.
Oh, one sec. Adams
So it
J.C.,
moved.
November 1846, explanation of the observed irregularities in motion of Uranus. with the people
Yeah,
that
you
were
can read
behind
this. You can read this in your
Did you
own
say
time.
Uranus or Uranus?
Uranus. I only ever say Uranus. Well, because it was discovered by British people, by the way. So yeah, so they wrote around about the time that we were discovering Neptune proper, right? They
What do
referenced
you mean? Wait,
Galileo.
what do you mean discovered it properly? What is this distinction
You
you're
think?
trying to make?
Look at
proper in
he
the
messed
sense.
up. He messed up. He thinks
Oh.
Galileo is from England. This guy
No, I
is.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. I
You are
didn't say that.
woefully
You're not paying attention.
ignorant.
You're not
You
paying
are.
attention. I
You
said
are
we
You said it was
discovered
discovered
Uranus.
by a British guy in the
I said we
1800s.
discovered
Galileo
Uranus.
was Italian. He
said
discovered the
Neptune.
planet, but the true motion and its orbit were discovered by British people. That's what he meant.
No,
Yeah, that's basically what I
So
meant.
you're
Maybe
speaking
I don't know.
for
I
him
don't
now.
know. I don't know who discovered the
He's
actual
Italian
object.
like me. So it's my people.
I
Anyway,
know what.
that's okay. Just pointing out that obviously, like with everything else, you're wrong.
No, I do think Uranus, the planet, was discovered by Britain. I don't know.
Yeah, you're
the
also
motion,
wrong
the motion
here.
of
They say
Uranus
they
might
gave
be
the
sorry,
credit
Neptune
to-
might be discovered by British people and discovered.
Yeah, they gave credit to William Herschel, a German.
Perhaps, right.
Yeah, German astronomer and music composer. So you're wrong again, dude. This
Well,
is
let me
why.
check. Let me check. I don't know about this because I've always known. I mean, look, maybe it's my nationalism, but I've always heard Uranus was
You're getting
discovered
used
by
to just
British
talking about things you don't know.
No,
Well,
it's, it's
the
okay.
issue is okay. Let me just get on what's his face, the Scottish guy, right? It's very interesting because he no, it's not rage. I'll say it in a nice voice,
Yeah,
right?
you're freaking out.
All
man.
you do
It's not about me,
is
mate.
you hear
It's
a
not about
claim,
me. It's about
you
the
panic,
information, bro.
and you
don't worry about what people
and you say, well, do you have this ability to remember everything? And then you complain and never look at the evidence.
I asked you for
Someone
one
in
simple
here said
day.
that. Someone said it
I
in
asked you
here.
for one simple date, and it debunked your whole thing.
No, it
so
didn't.
You're
No, it
upset
didn't.
now. Yeah,
No,
because
it
you
didn't.
said 1800s, and it was seen in the 1600s. So yes, it did. So I
So
can
how
see
does that
you're going to
wait,
start
so
raging at
when
me
we
for
when
pointing out
we-
the fatal flaw in your
Sorry,
claim
no, this is not
again.
this. Okay, this is just. So if first of all, if Galileo discovered it earlier, that's fine, right? In fact, it was referenced in the people who are credited as
So your
discovering
claim
properly,
being
right?
discovered by the whole math thing was untrue.
they said that this was based on the irregularities of Uranus. There's no dispute
So the
there.
article's
Whether
wrong.
or not you want to split hairs about whether or not Galileo found it initially, right? It's just the same as saying that we
Well, your whole
rediscover
claim
things.
was- your whole claim
It's
was
just
that
the
they
same thing as
discovered
saying we
that,
rediscover things from the Greeks. It doesn't matter.
Well, it was already discovered, so he didn't discover it, obviously.
It doesn't matter. You can say we rediscover things from Greek. Who cares?
Okay,
It's
here's the
irrelevant.
main problem.
The point is, you can use maths and observe irregularities to
Then do it,
predict
Britt.
the
Britt,
planet.
go do it.
Uranus,
Go do it.
Neptune.
This is what you could do, okay? Follow that claim to its full logical conclusion. You have enough content in Globetard to spend the rest of your life studying Globetard, and you probably wouldn't even get the dates correct.
So, Crit, when you said I think it was you, Crit, who I was responding to.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
You're the one who said that there's you were laughing about the idea that we could predict a planet being in a location.
Entertainment value. Yep.
But isn't the planet an ellipsoid, not a globe?
The
You were laughing
concept.
at the idea.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'll tell you the concept. The concept is listen to people like Joe Rogan spurg out over conspiracy theories and be this huge NASA fanboy. Just shows you the Globetard is really only useful for entertainment purposes.
You said to me though, I mean, what you were saying to the room, you were laughing at the idea that we could that there's any predictive power in a location of a planet, and I just told you that we did it already with Neptune.
We
the royal we,
We need
not
to kill
we
all
as in you and I.
globetards. Kill all globetards.
So I do
Okay,
what I
I'm a
use that for is I laugh at it.
Who was
because
that that just
it's
said that?
ridiculous.
I'm a globetard.
Did somebody say kill all
That's a
globetards?
term of
Globetard, I'm
service.
joking, I'm joking, I'm joking.
You're getting banned if you say shit like that again, man. That's a terms of service breach.
Okay.
Yeah, he's trying
No
to
more
do
jokes.
I
Okay,
need to
the
pee
main-
though, so make your point, Crit.
Okay,
That
the
doesn't
main
sound like a
point-
joke to me. You guys want to kill us?
The main point is just walk away from Flather.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm right back. I need to pee.
So we need to figure out who
Sorry,
said
Crit,
that.
let me go,
right?
bro.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
him. Lord
Okay.
Sword.
Okay, for sure.
So the main idea is that this guy got a little bit worked up by is that inside the Globetard religion, you've got endless amounts of content just to scratch the surface. You could spend the rest of your life studying any one of these events and not even get to the full bottom, the full logical conclusion. But for some reason, they deny their own model. They hand wave it all away, ignore all of it, just to focus on flat Earth day in, day out, no change, nothing new under the sun. When is going to be Globetard Day? Because just one, I think what would happen, this is my prediction using Globetard. If they went down that rabbit hole, it would be months and years before they came out. They wouldn't even think, it wouldn't even ever have to worry about that someone's wrong on the internet again. Just the end, like you would go from one topic to the next topic, and even if your goal was just to remember the date of what things happened, it would still take the rest of your life to piece this model back together.
Yeah.
That's how contrived the globetard heliocentric model religion is. They've got you
literally
spinning.
a fan fiction, and then
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
arguing over that fan fiction.
Can I ask why do you call it a religion?
Oh, it's all based on faith and systems of
Yeah,
power and control, mostly from the Catholic Church.
It's not based on faith.
Yeah, from the Catholic
Yeah,
Church.
it is. It is actually.
But yeah, you're not getting anyone secular.
You are asserting something here, by the way. When you say
Actually, we can do one of two things. We can just tell them, or we can demonstrate that it's religious faith. Which one would you like? Would you like it demonstrated?
Yeah, go ahead, Elijah. You got a good presentation.
Not you, the other guy. He has to actually agree to have an amicable conversation.
Go on then.
Okay. So there are three fundamental claims.
Someone call my name.
I only got like 2 seconds in before. You want to ask again about your name?
Yeah, someone called my name. I heard someone say it like a few times. What's the deal?
So I don't know. Glober, it looks like you really want an honest conversation. This other guy is interrupting. How do you feel about that?
He's interrupting. Well, I could talk in his stead. Let me just finish typing this up, and then I'll hit you up.
It was RJ that you're talking to.
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
You interrupted us. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, let him talk. Like.
Right. So there are three fundamental claims: that the Earth has curvature, measured curvature, that it's tilted and spinning about its axis, and that the vacuum of space exists. So
That was 4 fundamental claims.
say again.
You said 4 claims, not 3.
No, it was 3.
Say them again. And count.
Measured curvature.
Okay.
1.
Spinning about its axis on a tilt.
Wait, is that 3 or 2?
Listen, what you said. What
That's
you said before
3.
that was. Listen. What you said. You said curvature. That's 1. Measured curvature, because it's different. I could claim there was curvature without measuring it, so that's 2.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's 2.
No,
Yeah?
measured
That's
curvature.
2. Yeah, you said, but you
Measured curvature.
Right.
Let's start again. There's 3 fundamental claims: that the Earth is measured to have curvature.
Yeah, so you've just changed what you said now, yeah?
So what? Does it matter?
Yeah, it does, because it's
Yeah, it does.
there's a distinguishing claim here. Like we can
Why
say,
would that matter?
for instance, earlier someone tried to say that you
Why
can say it's
are we going to
curved
argue?
without
Are we going to
having to
argue?
measure it, right?
Are we going to argue about? No, because if it's curved, someone would have had to measure the dimensions. We're talking
Why would
about
they? Why is that
geometry.
true? Do you have to
Because
measure a
we're-
sphere when you hold it in your hand to know it's a sphere?
No, well, we're not holding the world
no.
in our hands.
Ah.
We're not
But yeah,
holding the world in our hands. So
Elijah,
again,
a
You can
relevant
observe
let's
structure.
not devolve. Let's not devolve. I
This
thought
is
you
not
wanted to
devolving.
participate.
It's
Do you want to
correct,
participate? Do you
yeah,
still
I
want to
do.
participate?
But you
Do you
said,
still want to know how it's a faith? Because this isn't helping you.
No, but
I thought you wanted to. I
said
thought you
something
wanted to
wrong.
know how it was a faith. Do you want me to help you or not?
But listen, you said something wrong, and I said you said something wrong. Then you changed.
Let's
what
say
you
4.
said
Let's
to make
say 4. Let's say 4. Let's say 4. Let's say 4.
Okay, we'll say 4 then. I don't care. It was just
All right, but I only want you to answer the second one. Forget the first one. Measured curvature, right?
So forget measured curvature.
Spinning on an axial tilt. That's 2.
Yeah.
Or do you think that's 2?
I mean, the fact it's axis and spinning are 2 different claims.
That is also true. That is so we've got on 5 claims now.
And the vacuum of space being place that we can travel to or even exist as a medium or lack
God, there
thereof.
are 7
That's,
claims. Jesus.
that's 2 different claims. Yeah, that we can travel to it and it exists are both different claims.
Well, you should get cracking then. How do you validate any of them?
How do I validate any of them? How do you validate that they don't exist?
I mean, if there was evidence for it, like a measurement somewhere, I
Give me
wouldn't
evidence
be
the
a
Earth is
flat
flat.
earther.
Give me evidence the Earth is flat. Peer-reviewed evidence that the Earth is flat. Give me it.
How am I going to tell you what your religion is if you're asking me what you think is a religion, which is
It's not
not?
a religion, though.
Okay, so where is the first fundamental claim measured curvature, and who did it? How? With what method?
This is
It's okay for you. You can also say I don't know. That's very fine.
Elijah, do you
Just
remember
for
that
the sake-
Sputnik guy? That Sputnik guy who said that
I
the
wasn't
arc.
talking to you. Can somebody mute
My
him?
apologies.
Because we
I'll be
only
quiet.
need
I'll be quiet.
one
I'll be
person
quiet.
having a conversation.
No, he's involved. He's involved. He
No,
agrees with
he's
you.
not involved.
No, yes,
You're
he is.
involved.
Yes,
No,
he is.
he's
He's
not.
involved.
You're involved. You're involved.
He's all
You and
okay.
I.
Okay, me and you, one-on-one. Okay.
I'm
But leave it
waiting.
on you. Don't mute him.
You can say you don't know. That's also fine. I don't want to have a 30-minute conversation about nothing. Should take 5 minutes or less.
Do you want us to drop his name in chat for you right now and the fact that he did measure?
Measured curvature and the method used.
Okay.
Before we continue, you understand that a calculation is not a measurement?
Yes,
Okay, great. Because for instance, I have tiled floors, and in order to calculate how many tiles I need, I first have to measure the floor, correct?
Yeah, but that doesn't. That's irreferable to the shape.
Exactly. So
you've just
get
agreed with me.
cracking then.
Okay, nice.
Get cracking then.
Okay.
What's the answer?
What, do you want me to link you an article of the answer? Because I can't be bothered to talk for that.
I want to know what the method for measuring curvature was.
Between two cities, he measured the distance and the curvature between them.
How do you do that? Can you link the article for sure? And then not just the article, but highlight, meaning citation. Cite where specifically he measured the curvature between the two versus calculating curvature.
But he didn't whip out a big ruler, did he? He used math. That was
I don't know. I don't know what he did, but I asked you for a curvature measurement.
Well, then I can't provide you. He didn't go out with a big tape measure.
All right. So then let's skip number 1 then, because I don't want to argue all day. That's fine.
So you don't believe math?
That's fine. That's fine. I don't want to argue all day. I'm not here to argue with you or make. I'm not here to make an enemy. Don't worry about it. If you don't think it's possible, then that's fine.
I mean,
Number two would be axial rotation. Who's detected that, and what is the method for doing so?
How do you detect rotation around a fixed axis? Yeah.
How do you detect angular acceleration? Who's detected that? What methodology did they use to detect angular acceleration on this rotating body, supposedly, that we live on? If you don't know, let's just move on to the third.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about a lot. I'm just going to link an article that explains it. So you can give that a read.
No, you would have to cite it from within the article. And it has to be sequitur to exactly what I'm asking, not some vague response that has
I'm sorry, but it's in
nothing to
French
do with
and
it.
I don't understand French. So
What do you mean? Sequitur meaning it has to be related to the premise. The premise being
it's in French.
The premise being, you don't understand what I'm saying. You want to move on to number 3 then? Because this is very simple stuff.
No, I have a citation here, but I don't.
The citation is somewhere in the article.
Yes,
the
I do.
article itself is just a
You don't
reference.
understand French, so you will not understand it. You don't understand French, so I can give you it, but you
So
will not.
no, give me the English version.
But then it won't be properly explained because I
Give me the English version.
Yes,
There has to be somebody that knows English that is
What is
done.
it? A paper? If it's a paper, you could just convert it, surely.
Yeah, but if I translate it, then it will be translated wrong. You will not get a perfect translation unless somebody who knows French and English
But
assumes
surely
correct.
somebody has, like some scientist that's bilingual. Surely it's been
That's
fucking
great.
done,
But
or at least QC'd. Kind of went through it after it's been done automatically. They've went through it and checked it. Surely.
okay, I'll link you both the French and the English citation, so you can. This is the best. This is the best version I found that in it is in English. That makes the most
All
sense.
right. So, what's the method?
The pendulum method. There you go. That proves axial
What
rotation.
is the method? The pendulum method is not a method. If I tell you my method of workout, I'm not going to say I worked out method.
That's not the same.
I'm not going to say I used weights method. That's not a method.
That is a
What's
method
the
of
method?
working out.
What is the method? These steps, like the scientific method, which has steps in it. What were the steps taken?
You want me to find the exact steps of the
I
pendulum
thought
method?
you knew. You don't know?
I don't know. I can't just. I don't. I'm not a fucking big brain. I can't just pull something out of my memory. I have read it in the past,
Look,
but I
if I
cannot
if I
perfectly
know something
transcribe
to
it
be
to you.
true, I know exactly how I know it to be true. I'm just saying.
So do you know
I
Bin
mean,
Laden was killed?
so
Do you
wait.
listen?
Oh,
Listen.
my bad, my
Listen
bad.
real
So
quick.
you don't know then.
I
Moving
don't know
on
the
to the
exact
third.
steps.
Moving on to the third question then. Thank you for being honest. You don't know. That's fine. Again, stop arguing. Stop fighting, bro. It's not that. It's not a big deal. You don't know.
I
Guess
know the
what?
method,
You
but I
can
don't know the
always.
exact
Guess
steps.
what?
That
You
doesn't mean
can
I don't
always
know
come
the
back
method.
tomorrow. But right now, as it stands, you don't know. So moving on to the
I know
third
the
one.
method, but you want the exact
So
steps of the method,
so
which
moving.
I do not know.
That's what a method is. You would have to know exactly what was done to explain it, and you don't know exactly. So let's just move on. I don't want to argue about it, and I don't want you. What is that called? Wasting time. Anyway, third, outer space being an expanding vacuum that we can travel to. How do you know that it even exists?
People have been there. You could pay and go there. You could send the camera up there
Really?
right now. You could go buy a weather balloon. Okay.
But it's not
You
going
But
to go
how
to
do
space.
how do you know that it? How do you know that it's a vacuum of space? Because people said so.
But it's not a vacuum. It's a near perfect vacuum. They're different
Okay,
things.
because people said so.
Or,
Again,
or your balloon will
'Cause
pop. It'll
I'll tell you
expand
what,
and pop.
my pastor said
This
that
also makes your claims invalid.
my pastor said, right, that Jesus died and rose again. Now I have faith in that, but are you telling me you got the same kind of faith in something that we should know in 2023? Which is it? People told you, or you know?
That wasn't to you, by the way. It was to someone else. Never mind.
Okay, so you know, or people have said and have been
Do
there
I know that space is a vacuum based off all the evidence I've received? Yes.
based on
And
what people told you.
yeah, but you believe it's not a vacuum because based on
All
what
right, there you go. So, that being the case, you don't know number one, you don't know number two, and people have told you about number three. That's what makes it a religion. Because me
Google the
listening to my
definition of
pastor
religion.
is no different than you listening to, you know what's crazy?
Google the
The
definition of
Catholic Church started heliocentrism in this whole thing, by the way. Isn't that interesting?
I don't care.
Did you know that
Please Google the
a
definition
Catholic
of
priest
religion.
by Georges Lamothe, who's
Please
French,
Google the
by the
definition of
way,
religion and then
do
get
you
back to me.
know that he coined the term the Big Bang?
Okay.
A Catholic mathematician,
But listen,
priest.
your point
Did you
is
know
that it's
that?
a religion,
Did
which
you know
is
that? Well, you don't know anything. So for you it's a religion.
no, it's not. Google the definition of religion.
Yet religion, a
Oh,
system of beliefs, which you have, because you don't
That's not the
know
definition
anything.
of religion. That is
I've
not the
Yes,
got
it
a
is.
definite. We'll
Yeah,
look
it
at
is.
the etymology of the word religion because we religear, I think it is. I'll give you the meme. It tells you the etymology of it.
I mean, Spake, it sounds like what he's saying is it's not a religion, it's just a system of beliefs. Okay, call it that then. Whatever.
Anyway,
Did you?
thank you for the conversation. I appreciated it.
I got more that makes it religion too. Not just that you've shown that it's all just a belief system, but the astronaut, some of the astronauts talk about they found Jesus in space. When they went to the moon, if you believe their story, their supernatural story of doing stuff, they gave the glory to God and read from the Bible, God of the Bible, mind you. Nixon,
They were religious. They were religious.
Nixon, the shot caller for the Mooner, the Apollo mission, said he personally spoke to God, and God told him that God loves America and God loves capitalism. So that's why God picked America to win the space race. It was divinely inspired.
No, see that's how you were talking about religion. I'll post that meme and it's got from the Latin word relegate, to tie back or hold back, to thwart. So it's a system, it's control, man. That's just the exact same thing that the globe is. They've got you completely engrossed in the space story with cartoons and shit on TV and stories from fucking whoever, like appealing to consensus, authorities, media.
The rocket take off.
Guy's accent, bro. All this fucking crap on TV. Fucking hell.
Hey.
Smack good accent.
Hey, but
went, bro, and here's a meme, and then went, that's a good sauce. Let's go. What a
I
banging sauce.
wanna have my conversation. If like anybody wants to do that with me, I made a post up above in the chat to the right.
Right.
And I basically have a new challenge for today since no one wanted to oblige for the one yesterday.
I missed it.
Got challenges going on.
What was the challenge?
Real quick, I'll tell you what his challenge was really quick. His challenge was being incorrect about what the stars do and then posing that as a globe proof. Go ahead.
Incorrect about what the stars do. Oh, I'm sorry. My claim was that at the North Pole, when you look up at the stars, they appear to rotate counterclockwise, and that at the South Pole, they rotate clockwise. What's
they
incorrect
all
about
rotate east to west, bro. Everything in the sky rotates east to west. If you take a look at the chart,
they have a clear rotation.
East to west.
Yeah.
All right, let me just share some images.
SpaghettiOs. Do you deny that it's east to west? Do you think it changes direction?
It is a rotation, very clearly. You could see them rotating around the focal point. I sent you some screenshots.
Yeah, it's east. That's east to west. If you change your facing, that doesn't change the stars.
No, look at the southern hemisphere one. Do you think the stars are all moving in one direction in a parallel line? No, they're around a focal. That's not east to west.
Rises in the east and sets in the west.
Which way are they going towards the
They're
horizon?
not rising or setting anywhere. In the southern hemisphere, the stars are always visible, and they are always rotating around the focal point in the center of that image.
You're going east, and it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Are you looking at the image I'm looking at? Do I have to share screen for you?
No, what you could do. What you could do.
So I'm looking at this image.
If
you see this
you've got
image,
a challenge that you want to go through, you could do your challenge.
Yeah, this is like so cope. Like you can accept the fact that rotate around a focal point. Like you denying that shows how scared you are already. It's kind of embarrassing to watch. But anyways,
yeah,
even your flat buddies
I'll
are gonna
still
agree,
say east to west.
buddy.
Okay,
so you're looking at this, right? And these stars look like they're just going from east to west. That's what you're seeing. From east to west.
Yep, stars, all the things in the sky rotate east to west. That's a fact.
What do you mean rotate east to west?
The stars
They're moving around the focal point. Are you not understanding because it's not an active image?
Are the stars moving? Do you see the stars
maybe I'll go to let me go to the internet.
Okay, how about this? Don't go to the internet. Just use your
show
noodle.
you an active image of the stars moving. I don't think you're comprehending, buddy.
Use your brain, okay? Don't use the internet. Think things out. Think it out, okay?
Stars rotating around Polaris. Here you go.
Look at he already lost the plot.
You're fucking moron, dude. You're literally denying that stars rotate in the fucking northern hemisphere.
You've
you take a look at the GIF I just posted and tell me if those stars are rotating in the same direction in that GIF?
I'm looking for a GIF actually, but let me see what your thing is.
Have a look, please. Have a look at it, man.
This?
Yeah, here I'll tag him so you can see it too.
Is this? Are you?
He might have
face?
a hard time seeing stuff.
Fake face, yes. So it's like standing in the street. If you're watching, say you're looking on like across the road, and you're looking at a car coming, say from the right, and then you cross across the road, spin round, the car's still coming in the same direction. Sorry, did I?
Oh yeah, totally. So
if you're standing,
these are rotating.
If you're standing on a road watching a car coming up from your right, and you cross over the road, turn around, the car's still coming in the same direction, but it's now coming from your left. Same idea.
Yeah, dude, no. It's like if all the cars were on a giant set of circles, like circling around. So yeah, this is rotation. You just proved my point. Congratulations.
Say that again.
You literally just showed me rotation. Like at the two poles, there's two giant circles spinning around like rings. So yeah, that is rotation by definition. If you reverse the rotation of that cone, they will reverse from clockwise to counterclockwise and clockwise to counterclockwise, respectively, from south to north.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying all the stars are rotating in concentric circles like they always have done in the same direction.
That's exactly what you'd expect on a globe and not on a flat Earth.
Why?
Because there is no spot you could stand on in a flat Earth in which you'd look directly up at the centroid of the either counterclockwise or clockwise rotation of the stars.
Why? What is in your mind? The straw man model in your mind that you think flat Earth should not do this, but stuff's happening in the sky whether you like it or not.
Image. Look at your own image. You see, is there a way to pause it? Like, you see how on one side that it's showing like the stars doing that rotation, the same as that image that I posted right here, except it's cut off at like the halfway point right here. Yeah, so on a flat Earth, there would be a horizon blocking that halfway point. How would you see the rest of it?
Why would
you want to explain that, buddy?
Why do you think stuff about flat Earth? Like, you're not a flat earther. We are flat earthers. You're telling us what flat Earth should
I'm asking you how it's possible on anything other than a globe to see the other half of this. Because the image you showed shows half of this spiral. Where's the other half on a non-globe surface? It would be blocked by the horizon. Please explain.
I don't get what you're saying, man.
Turn your stream off.
Turn my stream off. Why? You got a stream of your own?
No, it limits the amount of people come in the channel.
Anyways, what you just showed me, if you like took the little red pieces of paper that are spinning around the cartboard and extended them to connect from one side to the other, is literally the star formation around a globe Earth that doesn't work around a flat Earth. How are you going to observe two different rotations on a flat Earth? It's literally impossible.
Bro, why does it not work on a flat Earth?
I just want to ask him real quick, what globe Earth? Can you show me that?
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, sure. But notice how in the image you posted...
Yeah, sure. Show me the globe Earth. It's working on the globe Earth. Now let's see.
Hold on. So notice how in the image you posted, what you are observing is two counterclockwise rotations. The video is edited to reverse the rotation of the other side.
Listen, little buddy, I understand full well what you're extrapolating from the motions of the luminaries. You're extrapolating that the ground must be curved and must be spherical. Okay, let's see that sphere now.
I mean,
yeah, you could determine the shape of the Earth based on star formations or by just looking at the moon.
I can measure my shoe by looking at a tree across the street in the park. Now just show me the globe Earth that you're extrapolating from all of this.
If you're driving and you're trying to determine whether you're moving or not, do you like stare at the seat or the glove box, or do you look outside, which is everything but the car? Exactly.
I'm not seeing a globe Earth. I'm not seeing a globe Earth in any of this. Did anybody else? Because I didn't.
You're being very cringe.
Sure. Yeah,
you're being
this is a freak out. Fallen, you're completely broken, and it's embarrassing yourself right now.
You have to say that. Buddy, gain some self-awareness. Wake up, dude. This is cringe. But anyways, Yeah, you
listen,
can easily
anyways,
look at
we
other
understand your
objects.
speculation about the
You can
luminaries. We
easily look at
understand
other.
what you are
Yeah, this
inferring
taco
from
will show
looking
up,
at the
Mister.
sky about the ground.
Dodge,
So now let's
dodge,
go to the ground and see if your
dodge,
inferences about it from looking in the wrong
dodge,
direction are correct. Yeah, you're
dodge,
dodging that. I know. You
dodge.
don't have to tell me what you're doing. I can already
You're
tell.
talking,
So let's go
talking
to the
over me.
ground.
That's just literally you being
Yeah, I am,
scared and
because
not
we've
letting me
heard
talk.
your assertions like
You're
9
scared to let me
times
talk.
already. We understand what you are inferring from the luminaries. You did this about 20 times yesterday, too. Now let's go test your inferences and see if the ground is what you're inferring it to be from looking in the wrong direction. How about that?
I don't think you do understand.
Am I unmuted yet?
You have direct measurements of the ground showing it to be the thing that he's inferring from looking in the wrong direction, whoever said that.
I have a very simple question. Do you think there is any logical contradiction formed by someone saying you could look at an object, not at the object itself?
Well, you heard it yourself. He can't show
Yeah,
you
it
the
was
ground
an
directly. All he
it
can do is infer it from the sky.
That
Go ahead.
wasn't what they were,
yeah, it was an
talking
affirming
about.
the consequent. That was
Notice
my
how I got
the one-
muted again and again. They are absolutely terrified of letting me talk. Again, I'm going to ask, is there any logical contradiction formed?
I just answered your question. It was an affirming the consequent on your part and a straw man.
Yeah, you're embarrassing. You're getting muted so you can stop embarrassing yourself. It's helping you out. This is
Yeah, so the
helping you.
constant muting just shows how scared you are, especially since I didn't
See, you're
interrupt
embarrassing
anyone,
yourself
but
again.
people interrupt.
Oh, I'm scared. Is that the globe proof?
It actually literally is. Like, fear is connected.
The guy's broken him down. Just leave him.
What exactly? Yeah, he embarrassed himself.
He's gone.
But you've not
He's
got
gone.
any evidence. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So sad.
Yeah, and like Elijah
Sorry, I
said, you're
didn't-
affirming the consequent.
He really wasn't.
No,
He really was. If the Earth is a globe, this stupid thing in the sky will happen. This stupid thing in the sky happens. Earth must be a globe. Yes, he really was. You don't know your fallacies. You should probably sit down too.
Who
Well, the
said
best
east to
thing
west?
here.
Hey, Manufactotum, you said that that's not affirming the consequent. What's the logical form of or illogical form, I should say, of affirming the consequent?
Sorry, who said the stars only go east
He
to
doesn't
west?
know. Okay, so you're not qualified to say what's affirming the consequent or not.
Whoever's talking currently, what do you think? Like, how do you think that would work? So, if something in the sky, do you think the sky's a projection or something?
So you want us to counter affirm the consequent to him doing it?
Yeah,
No,
you guys need
we
to
don't
learn.
use fallacies.
Yeah, you need to learn logic. Affirming the consequent is if A then B, B therefore A. That's an illogical inference. It's a formal fallacy. Just go look it up instead of gish galloping about something else on the actual subject matter. Learn about the structure of the
Lunar
argument.
eclipses. How do you believe lunar eclipses work?
Again, you're just going back to the subject matter. First, understand the illogical nature of the formulation.
How is that illogical? Something it.
If A then B, B therefore A. It's logical. Affirming the consequent.
It's really simple to understand.
Yep.
Somebody wants to hear the evidence, yet then you won't unmute him just because you don't want to hear the
No,
evidence.
you just go and learn stuff. Okay, so just go learn affirming the consequent, then come back and then explain it, and then you'll be qualified to actually discuss.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, not to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but you're exactly right. He's affirming the consequence, a logical fallacy, not evidence, i.e., not what we asked for. That's the problem.
Look,
He's
dude, until you
embarrassing
can get your
himself.
sources off Angel Fire.
He's embarrassed. He's embarrassed
you
himself.
shut down his thing to ask for a totally different issue.
He's embarrassing himself. He's making challenges and embarrassing himself.
He's not the one embarrassing himself.
Would you like me to explain it to you? I understand. So if P then Q, Q therefore P. If P, I have Please eaten do. 10 hamburgers, then Q, I am full. Q, I am full, therefore P, I must have and can only have eaten hamburgers when I could have had Chinese or pizza or something else. It's an affirmative consequence, formal logical fallacy. Your presupposition isn't the cause. You're just asserting that it is.
Let's see who's embarrassing themselves. Now that Jedi has explained what affirming the consequent is to you, Manufactotum, can you explain it back?
Explain why you're wrong, if you think that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what Jedi said was that you have a reason for something to happen, and then you see that thing happen, and you think that that reason is the only reason that could have happened when it might not be.
Bingo.
Okay. So I don't really care. The point is you shut down his whole thing to ask for a completely irrelevant proof, and then you just started molding.
Fallacy?
He doesn't
the
care
globe,
about fallacies.
the globe that he's
Wow.
inferring, the globe that he's inferring using a fallacy is completely irrelevant. Explain that one.
No, he was asking how it's possible to see this on anything that's not a globe.
It's assuming the consequence, mate. Come on, you can't be this stupid.
No doubt.
Is the cog disc really that
Okay,
bad?
so how is it possible for me to be? What was the example Jedi gave?
If Pete and Q about eating hamburgers, one, I've eaten hamburgers, therefore I'm full. I am full, therefore I could only have eaten hamburgers when I could have had Chinese or pizza or something else. Something else could be the cause, right?
Oh, but Jedi, how is it possible for you to be full if you haven't eaten hamburgers?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the question.
Transfer it to the globe. You believe you are. You
How
believe
is
you
it
are.
possible that he's full if he hadn't eaten hamburgers?
Well, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just trying to explain how.
Baby steps, yeah.
I'm just trying to connect it to what the argument which is made in favor of the globe and the celestial bodies. Well, that is how it is affirmed.
Do apologise. Can you remind me again what the actual argument is? Is it about rotation of the stars, counterclockwise and anti-clockwise? Is that what we're talking about?
The globe argument.
Yeah, it was worse than that. It was a challenge that said if you can't explain to him that, then the Earth is a globe. So he double entendre his own logical fallacy.
Right. So there's more than one logical fallacy there. He's also reversing the burden of proof. So he's 100% fallacious in probably more ways than just those two as well.
And then on the triple entendre, he used getting muted as his final proof of Globetard.
There you go.
So it's like this guy is just embarrassing himself. Like he could test, this is why a little bit of science will save him. He could follow the same method, go to another room and see what happens. Like just pick a random room here. I don't know, like Abrahamics. Go into Abrahamics and say, the stars told me that all your Abrahamic religion stuff is wrong. If you can't explain to me how these stars are telling me something, and then he gets muted, then he says, oh, you've debunked your Abrahamics.
Makes perfect sense. So how, if Jedi is full, how is it possible that he's full if he didn't eat hamburgers?
I could have eaten Chinese or pizza or something else. Could have made
you eat hamburgers.
Okay, great. Why is that so easy to answer and his question isn't?
Right. Are we talking about star rotation? Okay. Can we all agree that the stars go from the east and come from the east and go to the west? Yes.
No, he couldn't agree to that. He said that's not what's happening. He
Look
said
at
the
what I just
stars
posted.
He
Look at
said
what
the
I just
stars don't
posted.
move. He said as his Globetard, stars don't move, the Earth moves. So you
Look at what I just posted.
Okay, so either way, the stars come from the east and go to the west. If I face north, that
be demonstrated like the God world.
go to the west. Doesn't matter which way I face. But if south, that's anti-clockwise motion, right?
Yes.
It's quite simple to understand, guys. Spake pointed this out earlier with his car example.
Right.
It
However,
is dependent on your orientation.
So is someone facing south, right? Someone's facing south on Australia, someone facing south in South America, someone facing south in Africa. Are they all looking at the same thing in the same direction?
Oh, see, this is where we're going to have to start using compasses and pointing out declination. Because
I mean,
it's the same place, mate. We have to declinate depending on our latitude.
It's also up too. You gotta make it. You're looking up at the sky. Not if you're looking south, that's like south, like across the ground. So you gotta go up in south. Like, you gotta tilt your head away from the flatness of Earth to look away from how flat Earth is. To look
at the
up in the
picture again.
sky.
No one needs crane their neck to look at this. No one's looking up. They're looking out.
Yeah, he said where where he says if you're at his proof of globetard was you're at the North Pole looking up at Polaris, and all
Also-
directions are north if globetard.
Also,
all
when you
directions
look,
are south.
also when you look out, you're also looking up, because just like when you look out a flat hallway, the ceiling appears to ramp down towards your eye line or towards the vanishing point. You're
Okay,
still just looking out towards up towards the ceiling. It's not actually going down.
It's a bit misleading, but let's take that and what angle? How
You
high
missed
an
his
angle?
full challenge. His full challenge was he's at the North Pole. If you imagine him at the North Pole, he's looking up if globetard. He sees the Polaris. Okay, so all directions right now are all south. Every direction. He's at the exact North Pole. Imagine. And he's looking which way? Which way is he looking? Up?
He's
Or is he
looking
looking
up. If
south?
he's at the North Pole, he's
Okay.
looking up.
So yeah, there's up, right? And he's
Yeah.
looking up and south. Any direction he faces is south.
Well, no, if he's at the North Pole and he's looking at Polaris, he's only looking up.
Yeah, up, and his facing, his body, which way his is 12 o'clock and his 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we only care about
every
the eyes in
o'clock.
that example.
Yeah, every o'clock would be south.
That doesn't matter for
only
this example.
the only direction. That's what I'm saying. This is why it's so fallacious. You've got all these ifs, and you can't even follow the logic.
No,
to a
I'm
full
following the
logical
logic. You're
conclusion.
misunderstanding. He's looking up. My example with Australia, South America, and Africa, you're not looking up the same way you would be at the North Pole. However, if what he was talking about with the North Pole was in response to whatever this image was that I can't repost. Oh, there it goes. This image. So we see this spinning, right? And now we're turning 180 degrees, right? And we're seeing the same spin, correct?
Yeah, you see, this is a toilet
Mm.
paper. This is like a roll of.
Sure. Perfect.
Yeah, and they
So-
put a piece of paper on. This shows you that direction, rotation
Hold
is
on.
depending on which direction you're facing.
That's right. So in this example, we should expect clockwise motion when we look straight up and counterclockwise motion when we look 180 degrees away from straight up, correct?
So straight through the earth. So you'd look down at your
Exactly.
feet.
That's what we would need to be looking at to see what that animation is showing.
No, but that animation is just showing what we're trying to explain about the same like the analogy I gave you with the car.
Yeah, and it doesn't work.
Wow.
Because you have to look straight through the earth, through your feet, to see what you're showing here.
Yeah, that's if globetard. That's why we don't
No.
use a globetard.
That is,
You can do it on a globe. You go to the South Pole. You can't do it on a flat Earth.
No, you don't do it on a globetard.
On a globetard, did you say?
What's
Yeah.
the South Pole? Like the South Pole in the sky? What, Sigma Octantis? Or like is it a ground South Pole you're talking about? Or
Towards 180 degrees away from the North Pole, whatever you want to call it.
On the flat Earth or on the globetard?
Either way.
Some guy could.
Just talking antipodal.
Or upside down, as we like to say in reality.
See, this is why he embarrassed himself, because
This was the
even if
explanation he was asking for, and you haven't yet given one.
Yeah, that's a burden reversal fallacy.
Yeah,
You didn't
his
make a claim about
explanation.
why that happens. Listen, we didn't make a claim about why that happens. You and him
posted
both
the GIF?
did. When we got
Who
right
posted
down
the
to
GIF?
the crux of that claim, which was your inference of the Earth being a globe, we said, let's go test that directly to verify whether or not your interpretations of the luminaries are true. When we did that, you went, that has nothing to do with it. Well, yes, it does, because it's his entire conclusion that he's arguing for.
No, he did get an explanation. He said if he's muted, that equals globetard.
No, sorry.
So
test
he
what
got.
correctly?
He had multiple logical fallacies. He embarrassed himself and then got mad and took his ball
muted
and
now?
went home.
Test what directly, did you say?
The globe that was inferred through the luminaries.
Test it how?
That's up to you to figure out, isn't it?
Well, no, because it has been tested, and none of those tests are sufficient to you. So I suspect it's like you said earlier or yesterday that you would want like a straight edge and to measure how far it falls from the straight edge, right?
Sure, I'll take it.
Right. Was it clear? I think it was yesterday I explained why there's no way you could do that.
Okay, so you gave us an excuse for why you can't provide what we're asking for.
Not an excuse.
Or to
A
be fair,
reasoned
you can't.
argument.
To be fair, you can't do that because you have to validate that that edge is geometric Earth curve in the first place with the formula 1.2 times the
Well,
square root of the observer's height in feet given to us from the Pythagorean theorem, presupposing or supposing that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Then we can
No.
determine how much droppage there is. What? Know what?
You would just
brother?
have to measure that it's straight. You're talking about the
Know
straight
what,
edge?
brother? Know what?
Are you talking about the straight edge?
What about the straight edge?
You would have to know that it's straight.
What do you mean? That's not even the point in contention.
If he wants the curve of the Earth measured against the straight edge, you need to know that the straight edge is actually straight.
Is the straight edge the horizon? Because if not,
No.
then I guess I'm not even speaking about what you guys are speaking about.
I don't
Because I
think you
thought
are.
we were talking about measuring drop over distance. Was I wrong?
Specifically with a straight edge.
Was I? You mean like a laser, like a straight standard? You mean?
A straight standard, yes.
Oh, well, we got mad laser tests
No. How did you test that the laser was actually straight?
because lasers are used as a straight standard in practicality.
Is there nothing called SALAD? It was an acronym. Like it was a laser leveling device. I'm not sure 100%, but I can go and get the PDF from 24/7 if you want.
Well, I mean, let's be real, guys. When he has to start asking us for his method, it's clear that he can't do it.
No. Not for the method. I'm asking what standard would be sufficient to you. That's what I'm asking. There have been plenty of demonstrations, but none of them are sufficient to you. What I'm asking is what would be good enough for you to accept that there is a curve?
You could
Can
do
we
a,
see it?
You could do a forced line.
Yeah, but you don't accept any of the photographic evidence either. It's all a big global
about this?
conspiracy.
Where's the photographs?
Let me give you one.
I've never seen you share anything.
How about a forced line experiment? So would you agree that if you were to put some split up take a 2 mile distance, right, on any level part of the Earth, right, level whether it's globe, level whether it's flat, so like the salt flats of Bolivia or something like that, and then you one second, let me finish, and then you lay down beams separated by some given distance, which follow the curve, right? So there'll be one line which is basically following the curve, hugging the curve, and use another line on top of that, which is just going to be forced straight.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree that there would be a divergence, or depending where you place it, or convergence of these two lines? Because one is curving and one is going straight.
Are we assuming that the salt flats are actually straight and flat?
Choose any place which is level, agreed by both globe and flat Earth.
These laser tests are always done over water, bro, just to ensure that there is no deviation.
Laser is just light.
But the laser test, the thing that they always object to is they believe in this standard refraction nonsense. So the forced line, at least let's see if we can agree in theory.
But you can force the line doesn't exist. They've been talking about it for 5 years. It's not a practical method. Nobody can do it, so that's out. But we also say that a straight standard that we use every day is also not something we can use. Then the claim originally before 2020 was that your line of sight was a straight standard. But then they said, no, there's terrestrial refraction. Therefore, that straight line is bent, which means they don't have any geometry, a tangent to a tangent point, that being a globe. So really, I'm not sure what we could do to prove that.
But why are you brushing off the forced line? It's practically maybe because we don't have the budget as a random.
No, it's not a budgetary issue. It's a matter of confirming
one second.
that it's
a tinsel issue, bro.
But I'm saying that, like, if we have we had like the money of like any fucking
It's a
government.
tinsel issue, but you know what? If you had the money to do it, go do it. Like we're not interested in that. We just know that the claims that have already been made hard and fast, like before 2020. Matter of fact, I just did a presentation yesterday that was like less than 6 minutes, so it was like probably 5 minutes and change, where I showed the claim being that the horizon was geometric and they could use the formula to tell how where the horizon is and where the boat would begin to disappear, except that claim isn't true. So that's good enough for me. And then also knowing that level is horizontal and horizontal is level, I'm fine with that. For practical purposes, level means level. Now there's a begging the question added claim that level is really just equidistant from the center. No one has proven that though. The center of a sphere, by the way, that's begging the question part.
How would you
No,
say
bro.
that?
See, when you mentioned the government, like, and you said about money with the government, I'm sure it was FE Core. One of their tests was like certified, but I'm sure it was the Hungarian government or something. They certified the distance that test was done. That's in 24/7 as well in the laser test section.
Well, I'm just here's what I'm saying. Just because I too am a
They
flat
know
earther.
that.
I just want to point out that I too am a flat earther. What I'm saying is, with the light at this point, they have the unfalsifiable hypothesis of standard diffraction, terrestrial refraction, to explain it away. I'm saying, okay, forget.
Why they use different
It's
cuts?
it's not it's not
Sorry.
unfalsifiable.
Let me
Refraction is quantifiable.
not
Different.
refraction per se. The specific kind of refraction that they're talking about, it's never
No,
actually.
they don't have anything. Actual refraction is quantifiable. Different wavelengths of light refract at different rates. So if you have observation where you can see way too far for the geometric curve in the globe, and they claim all the light is bending around the globe to make you see that, and then you pull out an infrared camera and the horizon doesn't snap right close to the geometric horizon because infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light, then the globe is all debunked. That's
Actually,
why.
That's
That's
true.
why the longest and the world record long distance photographs are in infrared. They're not in visible light.
Yeah, you are actually correct. Sorry, I shouldn't have said. I'm saying in as per their own paradigm, since they don't address that. Yeah, it's not verified. I should have said, as opposed to unfalsifiable. So yeah, you're correct. But I'm saying,
But it's actually worse. I think what Drace is trying to tell you is that it is falsified.
it is falsified. I agree. It has been falsified.
Yeah, the military understands this. They use in their targeting systems different wavelengths, lasers of different wavelengths. So if you're hitting the target and those wavelengths start separating, you can see that there's a bit of refraction, and you do account for that. There's a reason why they hit their targets.
No, I agree. It's been falsified. You're correct. But I misspoke. I should have said something which is a hypothesis so vague that it's unverifiable.
Hypothesis when it's not one.
Yeah, that's true. So I'll correct myself on that. But I was simply saying, in terms of the force line, I understand that none of us are going to be able to practically do it. But I'm saying, at least for a globe earther, at least if they could, I think we'd be in reality talking to them if they could at least hypothetically accept that if someone built a structure with a forced line and another line which is hugging the curve, that the expected deviation or convergence based on where you place the line should manifest. Because if they can't, because if they're going to say, even in the hypothetical, that they wouldn't accept that as proof, well, then we're just talking to someone who's an actual, like, automaton zealot who will not budge for anything. It's kind of why I like to bring
In
up.
principle, geometrically, yes, that would demonstrate a curve. I just don't know practically how you could confirm that.
Okay, if someone did it practically, you would accept it. That's all.
We could look at it if it was there.
You're not understanding what's just been said in the past half hour.
The curve? The geometry that you claim? Isn't that what you just brought up? How to confirm it? Hello? Why does he do that?
Do I have to talk to this guy?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you
the
do.
geometry you keep bringing up that you said we can confirm, or you're asking us how do we confirm it? That's what you're
Me
talking
and
about.
Esoteric Baboon came to an understanding. I think that's good enough.
Okay, I'm happy for you too. Yeah, we could just look at the geometry. But when we try to, we don't see it, so that's a problem.
That would be your experiment.
That wouldn't be an experiment.
Have a look-see.
Yeah, let's look at it. You say it's out there, it's outside.
Well
The
done.
ground's dropping down and away from me in all directions. The same rate.
To be fair,
To go outside and see it.
because
To be able to
of
see
the-
that curve. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
now because of the infrared, so for the other guy who I came to an agreement.
See the signs that you are the correct one here.
So I don't know the name of the globe earther who said we came to an agreement on. Yeah, we came to agreement on that on the postal line, but you haven't actually yet addressed. If you want to, I suppose you could address what they said about infrared, because that actually has falsified the diffraction claim. Because even globe earthers will accept that we see beyond the geometric horizon, what someone should, and the only explanation for that, for those observations, has been terrestrial refraction. But then that has been falsified by the infrared observations and the different wavelengths of lasers, not all hitting the same target. So,
sure. Could
the
you
hypothesis.
send that to me?
Send what to you?
What's been shown with those different wavelengths of?
I'll leave that to the people who have the links at hand. But again, we can just if in fact it is the case that people have been using infrared photography and it's not been snapping to the curve of the globe, as the other guy said, which it should, because it refracts very little, and it should, and basically you should be able to see less further under the same conditions with infrared as you would with normal. But if in fact the inverse happens and you see further with infrared, well then that would by definition falsify the refraction claim.
Yeah, that means your ad hoc refraction claim is gone too. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah, if someone can send that to me, I'd be happy to take a look.
No, but you would have to. They would. I'm sure they'll do that. But first, in the spirit of good faith, you would have to accept, in principle, if that is in fact the case, that the refraction claim would go away, would be falsified.
I mean, the reason I'd have to take a look is because I'd have to see if that's what's being.
No, we agree. If that's not,
or...
we agree that if that's not the case, and in fact you see less far with the infrared, then egg on our face. But if it turns out that what we're saying is the case, then the refraction claim would be falsified. Would you agree?
If those stipulations you said about how that works is true, then yeah.
Fair enough. There we go. I'll leave it to the others who have the links at hand if they feel so.
Remind him he says that after he reads the paper.
It still wouldn't solve the star trails, though.
That doesn't matter. That's just an affirming the consequent fallacy.
It's really not.
Yeah, we're going to try to test your inferences. We already told you that. We're going to directly go to the surface to see if you're correct about it by looking in the wrong direction. And by all accounts, you are not. Sorry.
It doesn't make sense, is all.
Not to you, but maybe your sense-making skills are in question.
Does anybody want to go and
given
fuck
any
up the globe
justification
earth
for how
room?
it could possibly make sense.
Boys, does anybody want to go and fuck the globe earth room up?
Nah, let's keep it in here. Keep the traffic here.
It's quite, well, it was really busy earlier. It's went down a bit, like, but they still got a few.
Keep the traffic here, I would say.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Regardless of what the stars do, the claim is that it can only happen on globe Earth. Therefore, when we turn around and look at the surface of the Earth, it should be curving. Direct observations and measurements over distances of water, though, fail to find the curvature that everybody is saying is there, which is a huge problem, right?
I mean, technically, it could also work on a cylindrical Earth, but that's still a kind of curvature I don't think is permitted by a flat Earth.
Well, either way, we are still looking for the curvature of the Earth, which is the primary claim, right? The Earth is a ball. So over distances of water, the surface of the Earth, that water should be curving. Direct observations and measurements using signal propagation, direct line of sight lasers at different ends of the spectrum, and infrared cameras, for example, still fail to find that water to be curving. That's a problem, my friend.
All right.
That's the main claim, isn't it? The Earth is a ball, therefore the consequent of the surface will be that it is curving. So we should be able to observe and measure that curvature, shouldn't we? Can you point out at any point in history where somebody has measured the curvature, drop over distance of the Earth?
Like with a straight edge?
In any way, shape, or form, if the Earth is said to be curved, how is that measured to be true?
We've done it with trigonometry.
That's with trigonometry, so triangles.
Yeah, angles.
Angles, which require straight lines, because you can't measure angles off of curved lines, now can you? If you've got one line within your triangle that is curved, it's no longer a triangle, and you can't measure two angles within that triangle.
You can measure one
Yeah,
angle.
but you can approximate.
Really quick. He did this yesterday. He told us the baseline of the triangle is the ground, which of course, as you know, is straight and flat. Go ahead.
Yeah, you need the angle, not trying. I just said that.
But if as soon as you say angle, that requires two straight lines meeting at a vertices, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So not a curved line then, which would be the horizontal baseline
And
of the
you
Earth.
can use multiple triangles to approximate curvature.
You can use multiple straight lines to approximate curvature.
Yeah, it's like literally the whole theme of calculus, by the way.
Brilliant.
Literally like the whole.
Are we going to be talking about special navigation again?
I like how you muted him as soon as he responded to you.
As soon as you said trigonometry and triangles, the game's over.
Yeah, but are you going to let him explain, or are you just going to?
No, we are trying to let him explain. There was another guy interrupting your guy, Manufact Totem, so we're just clearing the floor so he can explain for himself.
I mean, honestly, I'd rather pass the floor to the mathematician because my math is for shit. But
Okay, but he's a troll. But it's up to these guys. Whatever.
I mean, that's fine, but we all understand.
I want to hear him.
We all understand what a triangle is, right? Three straight lines meeting at three vertices. When measured, the interior angles and added together 180 degrees. If one of those lines within that triangle is curved, you can't measure two of those angles, right? No longer a triangle, right?
But if you have the two straight edges, you can still measure that top angle.
Awesome. So we've got two straight edges, which is what? The elevation angle up to the star in question and the horizontal baseline upon which you're standing.
Well, so the whole idea is that you're trying to see if that line at the bottom is horizontal or if it's curved. Now, for the sake of the measurements, like it's going to be flat enough at that point that you can use that as a flat, but when it's not necessary.
When you say flat enough at that point, you do realise that, say, for example, every single boat at sea and captain that's using a sextant, that's everywhere. Every single star has a geographical ground position of 90 degrees, vertical straight line down from the star, horizontal baseline to you with your sextant, so you can measure an elevation angle up to the hundreds of thousands of stars that are in the sky. So locally there, that's fine, but you've got a guy 100 miles away who's doing exactly the same thing, and a guy 100 miles away from him who's doing exactly the same thing, requiring the horizontal baseline of the Earth to measure an elevation angle up from and to have a ground position of 90 degrees. So locally, yeah, to everyone. So always on the Earth then.
Right.
Yeah, so we require the Earth to be a horizontal baseline to measure any elevation angle up to a star and to have a ground position of 90 degrees to you and everybody else measuring angles up to stars. You can say locally, yeah, to everyone. So locally, all over the Earth is required to be a horizontal baseline to measure elevation angles up to stars.
Wait, what?
Both clap.
Yeah, I thought you get confused.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the mathematician to take it.
Okay, but you want the mathematician to take it, that's fine. But you understand what a triangle is, and a right
I understand
angle
what a triangle is. I don't know what you meant by locally for everyone. Like
You
the
brought
whole
it up.
point of that experiment is to determine whether that you can get those results on a flat over distance or on a curve over distance.
Okay, all right. So let me point it out. Let me point this out to you as well. When we are doing celestial navigation, we use the horizon for a sight, so we can take either a dip correction or an elevation angle, which will take you down to the surface of the Earth. What we're actually interested in is the ground position of the star, which can be up to 3,000 miles beyond the horizon. That's a 3,000 mile straight edge from the ground position of the star to you. Horizontal baseline for your triangle, right? You won't have that on a curved surface. Yeah. So the game is over as soon as anybody says triangle or angle, because you're not going to be building triangles or measuring angles on curved surfaces now, are you?
Wait,
you can
why
wait
is
for
it?
the maximum.
Sorry, hold
You
on.
can
Why is it a right angle?
Why is it a right angle? Because
Yeah.
you have a straight line down from the star in question to the surface of the Earth, and then a horizontal line to you from that ground position,
Well,
forming
hold on.
a 90-degree angle.
No, but you can get that relative position not with a straight line down, but you can get it from triangulation of any 2 points. It doesn't necessarily have to be directly under the star relative to your
Well,
position.
it does if we're using celestial navigation and using a sextant to measure an angle.
I'm not talking
Because
about
we're only interested in 3 points: you, the observer, the star in question, and the ground position of the star. The ground position of the star is really important because obviously over a year the ground position of that star moves. So we understand where we are depending on the time and date.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about navigation.
We are now. As soon as you bring up triangles, you will be.
Well, I was talking about the Eratosthenes thing.
Okay, so if we're going to be talking about Eratosthenes, you've stood underneath a light before and realised you've only got a shadow underneath your feet. If you walk away from that light source, right, you've seen this, I'm sure you have. You walk down the street at night, you observe the shadow increasing in front of you. Now, that doesn't prove that the surface of the Earth is curved, because you can do it in your fucking living room and you've got a flat floor.
That's right.
Awesome. So it doesn't prove anything either way, does it?
Not yet.
Not yet. What assumptions are you now going to make?
So if I do, like you said, I stand under a lamppost, right? And then I keep going and my shadow's longer, I can get the angle from my shadow and the top of my head. I can derive where the light source is, right?
Yeah.
If I keep walking out and my shadow gets longer and longer, and I plot those on a graph, how should I expect that graph to look?
I'm sorry, buddy. It's quite late. I'm having trouble visualizing what you're saying.
So
I'm walking away from a light source and my shadow's increasing in length. Yeah. Okay.
Let's say I take one step and I measure my shadow and I do the trigonometry and I figure out where the light is. I take another step, my shadow gets longer, I do the same measurement. I can trace that to the same light source. I take another step and I do the same thing. I can trace it still to the same light source, right?
Yeah, building a triangle, yeah.
Right. So if I do that on Earth, do we get that kind of result where every time I take a new measurement or a new data point, that points to the same light source, or no?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Would you say if we did this experiment and we got different results than what I just described, and they point to varying light sources each time, would that be evidence that it's not a single light source?
What do you mean by, yeah, so I had a problem with you saying varying light sources. We've only got one light source. Let's call that the sun. We're
Right.
talking about Eratosthenes, right? Which was
Yes.
using the sun.
Yeah, so we should expect to get the same light source no matter how many steps we take, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that would be an experiment. Would you agree that we could do that experiment? And if we don't get the same light source every time, assuming that we're walking flat, but if we assume that we're walking over a curve, we can make that light source converge to one light source. Would that be demonstrative to you?
I'm still having trouble visualizing what you're saying, mate, because you keep saying variable light sources.
Yeah. Let's see if I can. So here's one that they did. Modern recreation of Eratosthenes. They used 3 for that one instead of just 2.
What's that?
Where's the other one? Oh, did it go with that?
Can you tell me what assumptions are being made about the light source, please?
Just that it's a single light source.
Just that it's a single light source. Is this what Aristophanes did, right?
He used 2 plot points.
Mm-hmm. The well and the Cyrene, 500 states away.
Yeah.
All he did was measure an angle of the shadow, 500 states away. I've said angle again, haven't I? As soon as we say angle, we require straight lines.
Okay. Straight lines from where to where?
With only 3 points, mate. The well, Cyrene, and the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Just whilst it's gone quiet, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that Aristophanes, yeah, you can do that on a flat Earth. The Chinese did this as well with the assumption
hold on. Yeah.
and India.
Yeah. What Tyson said is you can do that on a flat Earth and it still makes sense until you add a 3rd data point.
Oh, okay. I see the problem here as well. Do you realise that we can't triangulate the sun? For example, if we've got 3 observers at different latitude lines, that their lines will not converge at a point of the sun. So the sun is not a physical phenomenon in this instance, because it can appear to be in different places for a different observer standing at different latitude points on the Earth.
How do you mean?
You understand what triangulating the sun is, right? 3 observers trying to draw triangles using the sun. You will not get a convergence point on the sun of those 3 lines. You will get an area, not a convergence point. And the sun it's not a physical phenomenon in this instance. It's an optical phenomenon. Depending on where you are on the Earth, it will appear to be in a slightly different location. You can't triangulate the sun.
Why is that? That it appears to be in a different location?
I don't know, mate. It's not because the Earth's a globe, that's for fucking sure.
Okay. All right.
But the idea of Aristophanes proving that the Earth was a curved surface is, mate, I just pointed you to your light in your living room. And you can have as many sticks as you want. You can still do it on a flat surface, right?
Can you?
If we're talking...
Because you just said that people at different latitudes won't see the sun in the same place.
Yeah, this is what I was just about to say. The further away that you get 100 miles, 200 miles, or 500 and 1,000, you will not get that convergence point of the sun. Now, that's a slightly different problem, but it doesn't mean that the surface of the Earth is curved now, does it?
What does it mean?
It means that the sun is an optical phenomenon that appears to not be able to be triangulated.
I just want to let that hang in the air for a moment.
Okay, well, I already answered it. Did you not hear my answer?
No, I heard your answer. I want your answer to hang for a moment, so everyone can think about that.
Do we want some music playing in the background whilst everybody thinks?
No, I'm good. Next,
okay, cool.
You can
Trace, hit us up.
Is nobody speaking? I can't hear anyone.
No, that's. I
A
did
moment of silence for the globe.
That really did hang in the air, that didn't it? Yeah.
A respectful silence for the fallen cosmology.
I actually have a theory as to why you in particular are a flat earther, because I think
I bet you do.
Well, I think it's because Scotland has so little sun and sky because of all the clouds that you've just never seen the stars before.
That's a good one. That's a good one. So you think seeing the stars is what tells you that the Earth is a ball of water that spins in a vacuum?
3/4 cap.
Possibly, yeah.
Did we order
Possibly,
any press 3/4 cap?
What was that?
Block off the cold out.
I didn't catch that. But yeah.
Hi, everybody.
I was hot.
Yeah,
How long
Wolfgang.
have you guys been over here?
Do apologise. Wolfgang, whilst you're still there, mate, I'm going to say 3-1.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, Jedi, what were you saying?
3-1, 3-1, 3-1. England played Scotland today, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Well, I was
Jedi.
actually out playing football, so I missed it. But yeah, I heard. Well done, well done. We were on a bit of a streak as well, but never mind. It was a friendly, so we're really trying, you know.
It was a good game, Andrew.
Yeah, I need to watch the highlights. How you doing, Jedi? You alright?
Yeah, really well, thank you, my friend. Really well. How are you keeping? You good?
Good. Enjoying this new change of scene. Got a lot of new, fresh globe minds to be melded. Making some real progress here.
Yeah, enjoy the circle check, lads.
Britnat is already 75% FE.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hey. Sorry there. Who is that?
Hey.
Christy.
Hey.
How you doing, Christy?
Good. Like, I just found you guys. Like, I didn't even know you were over here. Like, how
Yeah,
long you been in this room?
I think the room's only been up for like a week and a bit or something, but it's already taken over, as you can see. They love us. They can't get enough.
Well, I just noticed,
Yeah,
I mean, that the name of it is, 24/7. And I'm like, well, I didn't even know you guys had done this.
Yeah,
Tells you how much I'm over here.
Yeah, a few of the guys came over and just started speaking, drew a bit of a crowd, so give them some
So you
room.
changed the room to look like the 24/7. That's the only reason I was like, wow, look who all's in here.
Yeah, no, it's good to hear you. There was a bunch of us.
Are you lot like
So,
refugees
come
from
by.
somewhere else or something?
Yeah, you try being a flat earther, mate. Get chased from field to field.
Yeah,
I didn't
24/7.
really hear an answer to the question, but okay.
It's all right.
I just recognized some names from 24/7.
Is that Christy King? How are you doing? It's Panto, Christy.
Good.
How you doing? You all right? I've not heard your voice for like a year, probably.
Wow. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Hope you're good, Christy.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. I recognize that voice.
It's Panto.
Oh, okay. Everybody changes their name so much, I can't keep up.
I've been for a while. Because my last YouTube got deleted, so I just gave up on the Panto Math name and I tried Speak Face.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I know where you're at now. Is
Yeah,
everybody
cool.
hanging in there? And like, is this a good server to be on? Do you get a lot of people that want to learn?
Well, we get access to people who would probably never ever go to a flat earth server. Like they would probably see the invite and go, nah, no chance. But because the server, because like we've actually got the room in here and we've got permissions, we've got some staff, and there's a higher chance that we'll get a demographic that we would never have been able to reach previously.
Right. Well, that's awesome. Well, I hope it's Cyclone. I wanted to hear Cyclone's voice because there was a Cyclone that I knew from long, long ago.
It's another Scottish
I don't
dude.
think it's the same one. I think it's a different one.
Wolfgang, he's another Scottish guy.
No, it might be there was a cyclone, like a Norwegian guy or something on the old one as well.
Yeah.
I had a few run-ins with that dude. He's a bullshitter, man. Honest to God, he is
Is
an
he
absolute
still
bullshitter.
around? Is
I
he
don't know.
still
I've not heard
around?
from him in a long time.
I know, right?
Never
It's
seen him for
been,
over
like,
a year
years.
either.
Wow. Yeah.
The Scottish line is much better. Got to be fair.
So Cyclone's probably like some
Thank you, thank you.
psychos saying, "Hey, you," because I sent him a message and then I thought, I think there was.
Oh no,
two.
that was me, Krista. Yeah, you messaged me.
Wait, can
I
I say something? It's Donald Trump. The Earth is not flat, so it's round. So you're wrong.
I know what it was, man. It was fucking sheeple. That cyclone was feeding sheeple information, man, and screenshots and stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
That was what the issue was. And then he tried to sneak in. He tried to change his voice, and I caught him in check-in, man, and I've never seen him since.
Huh. Well, he used to love Alex Jones, so I did too. And it was just fun running into somebody because back then everybody just thought he was like a faker or whatever. So, I'm glad you all are still around somewhere. I just thought everybody had dropped out.
Well, I mean, everybody was jumping into chill chat quite a lot just before we kind of came over here as well. Like me and Heretic, we just used to come over and we found out you could make your own room. There's a bot, and you can literally make your own room for your own topic, set the permissions, get mod permissions, and so that's what I done. I just came over. We just started just sitting here and just battling the Globers, and we just got so busy that eventually, can you not remember a couple of years ago, we had permissions as well. We had like a room, me, Crypto, Lemon. There was quite a few of us, but we basically just stopped coming over. We stopped using it, and they just took the room back, which is understandable. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, we really took off really quickly, and here it just blew. So we just, and then we're trying to filter people back to 24/7 as well. So like we're having discussions, pointing them to the information back in 24/7. So we'll get a slow trickle of people going over there as well.
Nice. Well, I saw Larry too. Been talking to him a little bit. So
Yeah, Larry's a Globe Earther now. He's in the Globe channel. No, I'm
Larry, I was
No,
gonna
Hank.
That'd be funny though. Imagine.
I remember when Hank was a Globe Earther. I'm sure it was Hank. Like
I was
4 years
a
ago.
pro. I was.
Was it?
You don't remember me ever as a Globe Earther. I guarantee you that.
Hank, come on to you. You're a Globe
years
Earther.
ago, man. How long have you been a fly earther, Hank?
Long as I've known him.
Before the Black Swan.
Oh,
Hank, I'm going to need those 3 FE proofs because I'm skeptical now.
How many years? Because definitely it was someday like
I guess
an
that
old.
would be before 2019, so since 2018.
Oh.
So I was on the fence from about 2016 and a half.
All right.
That's about
Maybe
same
that's
as
what it was.
me.
Maybe you were on the fence then. Yeah, at the time. Yeah,
I
right.
was. But if
You
you
probably
listen
have
to how I
heard him.
debated,
You probably heard him before talking like a Glober, talking to a Glober about the Globe, and he knows it better than many Globers. So you probably heard him talk like that, and oh, he's a Glober.
I remember when Larry was on the fence. That's for sure.
I did too. But I know about the time when I just joined Jedi, like at the end of the Mimulus.
Yeah, around that time, yeah.
I remember that, man, I'm sure.
Okay, what about FE Batman?
I've not seen him for a while either, man.
So many Batmans. I just want to make sure it's the right Batman.
It is.
The Australian guy.
Has anyone heard of Catty? Do you remember Catty from
Bambi? I remember Bambi. See, this is like a reunion. Kind of like heaven's gonna be. What if we get to go in 3 days, like Rosh Hashanah? There was a green comet. You guys probably know about that, right?
See you in the clouds, mate. See you in the clouds.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I remember Catty. Remember he was a wee old man. I hope nothing's happened to him as well. But he hasn't joined since we moved to the second server.
No, he was. He was on the second server, definitely. I even made a role, Catman. Instead of admin, I called him because everybody was always saying Catty for admin, so I made that role, Catman.
See, I remember that in the first server, but I don't remember that in the 2.0, and I don't think I ever saw him in 2.0.
Yeah, definitely. He disappeared, about 3 years ago. 2 years ago, maybe. 2 years ago.
So, are you allowed to have anybody can have a channel? Because it could be religious too.
Yeah, anything, Christy. I mean, if you need
Wouldn't
help
that
for
be
it,
cool?
if you want to set it up, I
I
could.
wonder.
I mean, I'm not professional, but I could help you a little.
So you can make channels at the bottom of the server. Guest rooms, you need to have a concept and like support for it and stuff.
Okay, would I be allowed to call it 24/7 religious?
So there's already a religion room at the top, which isn't a guest room. It's just one of the server rooms.
No, I mean, it's up to you. You could literally just experiment with it, Christy, if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, over there though, it just seemed over on 24/7. I didn't know if it was like as free, like freedom, free to talk.
Oh, at least over
I mean,
here, it's
you're
not.
free here too, as long as you're not doing TOS.
What's that?
Just
Sounds-
abusive
sounds
language,
service.
slurs, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we wouldn't be doing that.
Globy doesn't count as a slur, does it?
No, not really.
Cool. Because the globies
What if
are
we
annoying.
What if we say globetard? Is that a bit of I think that might be a slur.
I mean, I'm really
one.
like this thing's blowing me away at the moment. Like,
Sorry, we're just joking. We're not doing any slurs or anything. Our speech.
no, I'm more like the fact that it seems that some of you unironically think that the Earth is indeed not spherical or something.
No,
Yes, we unironically accept observed reality. Yes.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Do you know observe reality the same? Like, surely you agree that that's how reality presents itself to yourself as well.
I mean, I'm not really going to debate it personally, but I think other conversations I'd be glad to have.
It doesn't need to be a debate. It can just be a conversation.
I'm not even interested in it, really. Like, you think that, I think something else. I really can't be like, yeah.
You just want to get into it. It's okay. When you're ready, bro.
No, I'm sure you've gotten into it loads of times, but I'm really like, there's more important things going on.
Yeah, that's cool.
Other important things going on the flat Earth.
Exactly.
Be real.
Yeah, there's
but
more
be
important
real.
things going
Hold
on.
on. But be real.
Flat Earth.
Wait a minute, though. Be real, because you would rather listen to this channel than the Globe Earth channel, right?
I haven't been in the other one. I didn't even know this was there until today.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what I was. You're choosing. There's so many VCs, and you're choosing this one, so it must mean something.
Not really. I was away from this server for like a month after being on it a bit too much.
Yeah. So why join this one?
I was curious.
Yeah.
Do you not
want a link?
Just curious, like how people were substantiating what they were saying and stuff. And I just heard a bunch of babble, but no offense to any of you.
I have a big question though. Just real quick. How long have you guys been here?
Oh, well, only a week. Well, I've been coming here quite often, on and off.
No, I mean for the 24/7 room.
Yeah, I made the room. It's about a week ago.
Really?
And it's huge. The amount of
got in on the ground floor. Like I got in before you guys really pop off. This is.
It was like the other night. It was like, well, I don't know what the maximum we've had, but I'm sure it was like 50 odd. Some the other night, was it not?
I mean, newer rooms get that.
Well, I mean, this is Flat Earth, and everybody seems to think, Flat Earth's dumb, but it intrigues a hell of a lot of people. A lot of people don't want to speak. They don't want to get involved in the discussion, but they just like to listen. They like to hear both sides being argued, the ball batted back and forth.
But do the other?
I think some people just like hearing people argue. To be honest.
But do the other new channels spawn off little fan channels? That's the difference.
And fucking fan names for the mods and the fucking.
Yeah, this is one like no other, but that's cool. You can just listen in if you're curious. We can kind of intro talk about it, why people are starting to understand that the Earth is not a spinning ball of water in a vacuum. We can do that. If you're just chilling, welcome.
Or would
Of
you
course, there's
like
other
a
Globers.
list? Would you like everybody in the room that believes in flat Earth to give you
Yeah,
one
just-
good reason?
Yeah,
That'd
just
be
throw out some
fun.
reasons. Do that. That's good. I won't take part. Please do it.
Bro, I feel quite bad that we've killed the live stream at 24/7. Like, we need to sort of rectify this.
Nah, it's just peaks and troughs. I'll be back.
I give you the best one. Number 1. Force be with you.
Did you just say may the force be with you?
Yeah. Helpful.
Which one? The force that's to be accepted as a force, but it's not quite as a force.
May the pseudo force
Foreskin.
May the force that's not a force be with you.
I guess a good question to ask flat earthers is, why do you think that the Earth is flat? And maybe we could answer that question for that young gentleman.
Young general. Yeah.
Well, even if you don't want to speak, you could always drop the odd question in the chat if you wanted, like, if we're just shooting the breeze. But I mean, like, you've got some well-versed flat earthers in here, man. Like, I'm sure if you ask one of the questions, we'll surely have came across it before.
I can give him a good one. The Earth's surface has no curvature. You know how balls have curvature? Well, the Earth doesn't, meaning it can't be.
Do you have balls?
I was going to say, I'm sure he would know about that.
Yeah, that's riveting.
So you know how balls have curvature, yeah?
Supposedly, yeah.
But if Earth doesn't, how
they're
can
not.
it be a
Mine aren't
ball?
really that curvy. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I dare say non-existent isn't curvy.
No, they're more like sack shaped.
Come on,
but,
bro.
Yeah.
You don't need to spiral out. You can just have an honest conversation.
What if you
don't
like
know,
climb? What if
I
you like
mean,
climb
you're
really
talking
high? What if
about
you
balls,
climb
but
really
okay.
high and then you see the
Okay.
curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, exactly.
So if
How high do you need to go?
Real high.
Not high enough.
Well, look, we've got footage from 127,000 feet. The Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump, and he never saw curvature.
Which
That's
What about all
To
the
be
people-
fair, he was kind of falling pretty quickly.
What about all the people that did see curvature?
What type of curvature are we talking about?
you-
Are we talking about left to right curvature, or are we talking about from you to distance? What type of curvature are you talking about?
Wouldn't it be from you to distance?
Right, okay, so that the height that you would have to be to see that is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So literally 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, the geometric physical horizon should be no more than 1.2 miles away. That drop over distance between you and the horizon, right? That drop over distance between you and the horizon has not been measured to be true. In actual fact, we don't find any curvature at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that curvature between you and an object at distance has not been observed or measured.
Wow, you really killed the conversation there, Jedi.
Yeah, way to go, dude. It says you could see the curvature at 35,000 feet. So that's below
Wait,
or at.
did you just say? Did you just say it says you can see it? What's it?
Different curvature. That's
Did I say
left to
it?
right.
What did you say there? You said something about.
Oh, like a science, a study. Do you want me to send you the study? Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
There you go.
So you've just quick. I'm assuming you've just quick googled how to see curvature.
I looked up how high do you have to be to see curvature. Yep, that's usually how you figure things out. Internet's a really good tool to figure things out.
Awesome sock.
Awesome video.
So who actually they got footage from this then? They got footage from this out.
Probably,
Well,
yeah. But if I show you that footage, you're gonna say like it's fake.
Why, mate? Why would you say shit like that, man? That's just
Okay,
you're
well,
being
then that's-
dishonest. Man. Have you ever
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
me saying something that doesn't look fake? Just
Never.
calling it fake anyway. Like if something looks fake, I'm gonna say it looks fucking fake, bro.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
if
there
it
you
looks
go.
legit, if it looks
That's the problem there, because what looks fake and what doesn't.
I do have a video.
How
Do
do you
you know who
determine?
James? Do you know who James May is? I have a video if you want to see him going and seeing the curvature of the Earth.
It only went up in the B. What's it? I can't remember the blackbird like that. It doesn't
Yeah,
go high
you
enough.
can see the curve, can't you? In that video.
Yeah,
I've
did
seen
these
it.
did these
Let's
people
go
go
fish
higher
out.
than Jeff Bezos?
No, but there's a video of James May.
No, they didn't go higher than Jeff Bezos.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was? So if you take a
63 miles.
Well, yeah, tell you what. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. That's what, nobody's seen the
there's a video of
curvature of the
James May
Earth from
going.
that height.
Okay.
I just want to make that clear.
Wait, what about?
You've seen the video of James May going up to see the curvature of the Earth, right? A Scottish guy. Can't remember his name.
According to the math, he wasn't high enough then.
Oh, whose math? Sorry, how high did he go?
According to the mathematician Paul Larson, even the ISS is too low to the ground to be able to see the horizon curve. So,
Well, how high did he go?
did he go higher than the ISS?
Well, you had to be as high as the ISS to see the curvature of the Earth.
No, the ISS is still too low to the ground, according to mathematician Paul Larson.
Oh, right. And what was his math? How did he prove that? What was his proof?
Maths.
It's just the basic geometry of the globe. If
No,
you're
tell me what
way
the-
too
tell me what
close
math-
to a very gigantic globe, you're not going to be able to see the curvature.
That's fine. What was the math? What was the proof?
What was what proof?
Oh, the proof of the idea that you can't see the curvature from
According to the
ISS.
math, you shouldn't be able to see
What's
it.
the math then? I'm
Yeah,
asking
I
you for the
don't
math.
I'll give you.
Paul Larson.
Right.
Paul Larson.
Wait, we're
mall
just
cop.
skipping by the fact that he wanted to send a video of James May proving curvature. But
Based.
we're not even going to talk about like what did he use to prove the curvature?
Another
Like, what was the thing?
another Scottish flat earther. This truly is something to do with you not being able to see the sky. That is something 100%.
Anyway, moving on. What did he use to take this video? What was the camera? What was he using?
I don't know what the camera was. Why does it make a difference? There were several cameras actually.
Well, yeah, because
Um,
GoPro have fisheye lens, so it would make a difference. Yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
So has every picture of the Earth only been through a fisheye lens?
Oh,
No, we're talking about this specific video right now, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I asked him what he was using in it.
Well, I mean, all he would do is just send you a video of not a fisheye lens of where the Earth is curved, but then I'm sure there'd be something else wrong with that.
Yeah,
So don't throw out misnomers. Just be honest about your criticism.
You may as well just say. You may as well just say it. Sit back and say, look, right. I promise you that no matter what video picture you're going to send me, I will always find an excuse not to believe it.
You'd be so much more. You guys would be so much more likely.
You're right. And you're still whining about us not going to look at whatever you're going to produce. I mean, why sit here just to tell us that there's pointless you showing us stuff?
Well, you the one who said that you would believe a video, right? I believe that was you.
No, I wouldn't just believe it I was saying it. If it looked like it was glaringly fake, like if it looked definitely like it was fucking dodgy, I'm not just going to believe it, man. Like the stuff at ISS, like that's blatantly dodgy.
So how do you know? How do you know that our eyes, right? That for the globe people, we have like a. How do you know that we don't actually have a better, keener vision for when something's fraudulent? You just like pattern recognition,
right? You got to
blind completely. You're fucking in this religious belief system. You cannot see the stuff we can see because we've seen through it. You literally cannot see it.
It could be that your brain is miswired, though,
bro,
right?
I could show you Tim Peaks right now doing one of his fucking rolls, and when he comes up, he gets to the top of his roll, and instantaneously his feet go straight back down to the ground, and then when his head pops up, all the blood's rushed to his face, showing that he obviously wasn't in a weightless environment. Literally, his fucking face is scarlet red, but you'll ignore it.
No, there's two things.
Just
First,
brush past it.
that could be true. Maybe I'm just like too keen on believing things, or it could be. It could be the reverse. Could be true. Maybe that you have your brain miswired, or something. It could be also right. It could be also that if you are a flat earther, maybe you have a statistically lower IQ, and maybe that's probably why you didn't believe a video that has no immediate evidence of being fake.
Sorry, have you ever seen
in general, most flat earthers I've met are more intelligent than Globers.
No, I said IQ.
That's not me being biased. I'm just talking in general. Flat earthers are articulate. They fucking they research, they question. They don't just fucking like jump on the bandwagon.
How do you know that you haven't got a miswiring in your brain that's making you think things are fake?
Awesome. So this is getting really close to
That's a legit question, though. How do you know that you're not the one that's super biased? Like, how do you parse that out?
Can we put like an example? Like we'll put Tim Peaks into the text chat and we'll have a look at it and we'll analyze it and we'll just see what it looks like. Can you be honest if you look at it?
So do you remember
the consensus matters? Is that what you're saying?
Oh goodness me!
Do you remember those dresses where people saw gold or blue depending on something to do with their brain and how they process that information? I saw blue, so I think my eyes are better than yours, right? And so maybe I can see when something's fake better than you. Could be the case, right? But you know, you're under the impression that I'm the one who has this like brain problem where I believe everything, right? Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you're the one with the issue. Maybe you're going against the norm.
Sorry, my friend, have you ever even questioned the shape of the Earth up until now?
I've engaged with flat earthers. I don't think I've really. I mean, questioning. I mean, what does that mean, right? Did I learn about it? Yes. When I learn about things, do I think about it and process them? Yeah, sure.
Bro, I just posted footage of the Russians coming back from the ISS. Does that look real?
1 second.
Yep. I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I'll agree.
Anyway, that doesn't really matter. Like, to the guy talking about IQ earlier.
Are you kidding me, Speak Face?
Crypto?
Hey, crypto man.
Hello, how you doing, guys?
You're still alive?
I was thinking the same about you, actually.
Right, well, we're going to send a search party looking for you.
Yeah, Katsura invited me in, and Katsura's like awesome. So
I have a question. Why is it that like when I
I
stand
was
from
talking
like
to you didn't have to ask your question through what I was saying. I wanted to address Britnat earlier. You talked about IQ. I was just interested to know what you actually know about IQ because it's something I've read a lot about.
So that's
you read a lot about it. That's very impressive. What was the other guy going to ask?
Yeah, I know. Why is it that like when you stand on like the beach of Normandy?
You made
or
a
something-
claim. You made a claim about people's IQ, and Crypto has done some research on it, and you don't want to speak about it.
I've done more than a lot.
My claim.
This
my
is a
claim,
flat Earth room, sir.
My claim was that you all had the lower IQ statistically. I didn't say anything interesting about IQ beyond that.
See, that's a bold claim.
Yeah, where's the evidence?
Maybe we could do that. We could test it. Do you want to all do an IQ test together?
So I've actually taken one, and I have one of 147.
Before we carry on,
wow.
Yeah, but the thing is, dude, is you're literally shitting over a conversation already taking place that you could just wait until it finishes. Like, so that's a you problem. So don't moan. So anyway, Britnat, what you were talking about is you made a very specific claim that we have a low average IQ, and
perhaps,
now you're admitting you don't have evidence for that claim. That's
I said perhaps. I said perhaps.
You didn't say
I
perhaps.
so no, I didn't say you do, right? Because
He just the original claim is that we have a statistically lower IQ, which is a nonsense claim anyway, because he was talking to an individual, so it wouldn't be statistically if it was individual. Anyway, we can move on.
Why is it that if you have like a huge telescope on the beach of Normandy and you look across the Atlantic, why can't you see America? Like no matter
there's
how
particles in the air, bro. Angular resolution.
Think about what you've just said. Hold on. Think about what you've just said. If I set a bottle down and walk really, really far away from it, why can't I still see it?
Well, if you have a big enough telescope, you can. If you have like
you got over 3,000.
What kind of things would come into play?
binoculars
to look through.
No, wait,
if it's just a flat plane of me looking into something, if I have like a pair of binoculars,
if I'm standing where I am,
yeah,
what would come into play if I'm looking where you are? What kind of things? Think about it. Genuinely think about it.
You need to add more to this question. I don't know how to like answer it. Set up a hypothetical.
What would be different if we were in two separate places? What would be different? I'll help you out. Let's say weather. Yeah.
Okay, let's say that there's perfect conditions.
You see how you can.
Yeah, I know. You're right. You could do that. But let's say we have perfect conditions,
perfect
clear skies. Yep, it can be. We can forecast these things.
Temperature?
What about it?
My goodness, it's
okay.
Like
fine. Fine. Let's say it's like 70 degrees or something. Humidity? Perfect conditions. But let's say it's
Humidity.
let's build a hypothetical. Let's build a hypothetical.
What-
Let's say it's
what
perfect
about,
conditions. Let's say it's perfect conditions across the Atlantic.
Humidity.
What about light
If
attenuation?
you can spell that word, I'd be really impressed. Let's say it's perfect conditions from Normandy to America and across the entire Atlantic. And if you take a
Well,
telescope, no matter how powerful your telescope is, you'll never be able to see America. Why is that?
What about light attenuation, bro? What about the particles in the air? What about
What
the
are
moisture?
particles in the air going to do?
Like,
But
what?
like,
if you're looking through 1,000 miles of the densest part of the
you're talking
atmosphere,
about like
down at
humidity,
sea
like
level,
she said, like
you,
excess
you're
moisture.
there. It's like looking
Like
into the
fog?
sea. See if you stick your
Yeah.
head like if you had a snorkel and like a fucking goggles and you're looking at the sea in Scotland, you're not going to see that far. You go to like Barbados and look into it. It's more clear because there's less particulates
water.
in the water.
That's true. We're
Right,
not
so
looking in the
there's
water, though. We're just looking across
There's
a
water
flat
in
plain.
the air. That's a fluid medium, isn't it?
How powerful would the
And
telescope
you're at
have
the
to
most,
be?
you're at the most dense part of the atmosphere down here as well, man. Jesus Christ! Why would you think you could, even on a globe? How are you going to see that far?
How powerful would the telescope have to be to see from
But
Ireland
there's one
all the way to
thing.
the US?
Do you guys watch the news when they bring it up? They say, okay, so vision for today is 10 kilometers. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you guys watch that the
Mhm.
Weather Channel?
Is that just vision like eyesight? We're talking about like a telescope. We're not talking about just what
So
you
you're
can.
saying if you get a telescope, you can see through more air than what they recommend?
Well, but we're also
Is
talking
it
about we're also talking about perfect conditions. These exist.
perfect
That's a
conditions
hypothetical.
exist.
You're saying from the other guy. I
hypothetical.
can't remember what you mentioned, but the other guy was saying from Ireland to America. It
Uh-huh.
is the exact same from Ireland to that's impossible.
Why is it impossible? How do you know?
Have you ever
been to it?
traveled on a boat? Have you ever seen different conditions? You could be driving down a road and 1 minute it's pissing down rain,
Yeah,
and
but
the
I've
next
also
minute it's
drove on a
not.
boat
There's
and
no
the
such
conditions
thing.
have been perfect. Yeah, but we're building a hypothetical here. We can do that. We can build a hypothetical in
Why
reality.
are we talking in hypotheticals? Why aren't we talking in reality?
Because that's how you test reality is through hypotheticals.
So we talk in hypotheticals of ifs and buts.
Right.
You live your life on
That's what
ifs and buts, not reality.
Sometimes, yeah.
No, hypotheticals to poke holes in a model is to test like mental.
Even
But how is that reality?
Are perfect.
No one claimed
you
it's
still
reality.
have over 3,000 miles of atmosphere to look through, even in perfect conditions. You do understand the attenuation of light, right? That amount
what
of
did
it,
you say, sir?
atmosphere, even if you have perfect conditions over 3,000 miles, you still got to look through 3,000 miles of atmosphere. That is going to cause the attenuation of light. You're not going to be able to see through that. Also, you're
Hold on, Jedi. It's a hypothetical, so we can see through it because it
Oh.
is perfect conditions.
Yep, that's how
It's
you
a
can build this
hypothetical. No
telescope.
one can actually go and do that. It's a hypothetical, so we can see it. Yeah, you can see Ireland from
True.
America in a hypothetical situation. Would you take out all variables here? Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah.
Is one of the variables you're taking out that the Earth is round?
Hypothetically, we've got a powerful enough telescope, then hypothetically, I can see somebody picking our ass in New York.
Isn't it like a thing where it's like one of the first?
Why are we talking
like
hypotheticals?
the reason?
Why don't we
shut
talk
up.
about things that we can actually do?
You can hypotheticals can work that way, but I'm not talking about a hypothetical anymore. All right,
That's because it's a hypothetical.
True. Isn't it like one of the ways that Greeks first talked about like the flat or the round Earth theory was because when they saw ships leaving their ports,
Can you
they
admit?
noticed
Can
that
you
they
just
noticed that
admit
the
Now we're
what you
gish
said was-
galloping. Now we're gish
Can you
galloping.
just admit that what you said was silly? Can you admit that? What you just said before was silly.
No, it wasn't.
What did you say?
You're
before?
talking in a complete hypothetical, and my response to you is, okay, in that complete hypothetical, yeah, you can see it, and what?
Well, then they perfect. All right, there you go. That's hypothetical. Very good.
There you
But
go.
why is
there
it
you
that
go.
like
In a
the-
complete hypothetical, yeah, you can see it.
Very good. All right. Why is it that like when the Greeks were first positing
Do you, why are we moving on from that? Do you not just see what you just done? You
because
can't
you
comprehend the
you
conversation.
answered it. It's done. That's like the hypothetical.
But you cannot why was that even a thing in the first place? You can't
It was-
comprehend the conversation.
It's
Yep,
a
that's what
question.
it is.
You
That's-
answered the question.
You got him. Got your moment. Ooh.
Okay.
go.
But anyways, why is it that okay, again, I already said it, but why is it that when the Greeks saw that when ships left their ports, they noticed that the bow disappeared first before the stern did, and the stern would disappear?
That's because they made.
And then and why was the stern? Okay, yeah.
I don't really understand why. Sorry, just one second. I don't know why it's relevant. The Greeks saw it. You can see that now. Like, what's
Yeah, no, yeah, but I'm saying this is how I'm pretty sure this is how the Greeks like first posited around Earth. It's one of the things.
But you seriously think that I've said this every time a globe earther says this. If you saw a boat go over the curvature of the Earth just a few miles away, how small would the Earth actually have to be? Like, what the fuck?
1.2 tons square root of the observer's
I don't know if
height
it was a few miles away. It was probably greater.
No, because there's numbers that we can do.
10, like 20. I mean, like 20
They had
miles
like
away.
telescopes. It could have been like 50 miles
That's
away.
the thing, bro. If you grab a telescope,
I don't think you know
once
what
a
you're
boat
talking about.
supposedly went over the curve, you just grab an optical instrument and it pops right back into view.
You do understand.
Well,
that
the whole thing is that it didn't pop back into view. That was the whole point. Eventually it wouldn't pop back into view.
Does it know
We can
it?
show you. We can show
Who's
you
the
multiple.
girl? Who's this like retarded fucking Scottish chick? Does she just like come on here and say the
Yeah.
most brain dead
His
little dog
his
piles?
arguments.
You're
No,
saying
you said
you're trying to have a conversation here. You're trying to have a
Like,
conversation here that you
every time like
clearly
someone's
know
trying to
nothing
talk, she
about.
just she adds shit like that.
No,
Like,
but you're
it just-
trying to have a conversation that you clearly know nothing about. These people are actually saying something relevant to you and you cannot comprehend it. You're asking stupid questions that involve hypotheticals. And when you get the answer to it,
nobody knows
it's completely
anything.
irrelevant.
Nobody knows what they're talking about.
Trigger. Then you have to pick on the girls. Is that what it is? Like, you're not able to fight any arse.
Oh my gosh! Surely you can see how she's.
Do you know how many
just
other
delaying the
people in here that have
conversation.
just said the exact same thing as me?
Can't we just destroy his claim about the Greeks and boats? You
Let's
do
go.
realise, my friend, you're making a claim to the physical obstruction known as the horizon, right? I can't see the bottom of that boat because the physical curve of the Earth is in the way, like the Greeks did, right? Is that what you're saying? That horizon is physical?
Well, there's refraction that can be involved as well, but you know.
Okay. So the reason why things appear to disappear from the bottom up is known as perspective. Depending on your altitude above the surface of the Earth, things will appear to disappear from the bottom up. Now, if you're making a claim that I can't see the bottom of that boat because the physical Earth curve is in the way, then the physical Earth curve must be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. To make it simple for you, if I'm at a 1 foot observer height, the horizon must be no more than 1.225 miles away. Now, that was debunked back in 2020 with an image known as the Black Swan. Would you like me to provide that image for you?
Yeah, but the
Yes,
but the
please.
horizon isn't purely physical. Refraction can be involved.
So that's a problem as soon as you say refraction, then, because
Well,
that
yeah,
would also
I
mean
mean, if refraction wasn't a thing, then this, that would be it. Like that would be like that. Well, that makes no sense. Why,
refraction is a thing.
It isn't,
would
or it
remove-
is.
No, it is a thing. Obviously, we're always looking for the atmosphere. But the claim is I can't see the bottom of the boat because why? The physical curve of the Earth is in the way, right?
Well, people would think that it's physical, but it's not purely. The horizon isn't physical.
So it's not a geometric place then?
No.
Or is it? Whoa. So you don't have a geometric horizon there? Is that what you're saying?
You can't see it.
No. So for normal
looking at your
circles and
TV.
spheres, there could be a geometric horizon, right? And if there was zero refraction on a day, the horizon you would be seeing would be the geometric horizon.
So on a
So
clear day,
who ever verified the evidence that the Earth is round then? If it,
spike.
Sorry.
So if the atmosphere was clear, I should be able to see the curvature of the Earth on a clear day. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that all again because I didn't hear the
If
first
the
part.
atmosphere was hypothetically in a perfect situation where it was a clear day, I should be able to see the physical geometric horizon at 1.25 miles away. But on a clear day, I can see further.
Well,
You
I have no idea if refraction is determined by clear day or like the weather. I don't actually know what determines it. But yeah, but with zero refraction, you would be seeing what the online calculator says, right? Because the online calculator doesn't include refraction, obviously.
No, but it also removes all of your measurements to the geometric horizon because there isn't one, because of refraction, right? And then you're going to be pointing out that what a hypothetical situation of a clear day, on a clear day you can see further.
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's clear what makes the refraction refract or whatever, but
You need moisture. You need moisture in the atmosphere to make the light deviate, mate.
Okay.
So without
just
the
to
moisture,
say,
go on, Spike.
Well, just to say, Heretic, congratulations. If you're still here, he's just been modded in 24/7. So well done, man.
Congratulations. Yeah, so
yeah, I wasn't trying to cut you off, bro. Fucking hell.
You're claiming that you can see further when there's conditions, right? But on a clear day, you can't see as far. Like those words are coming out of your mouth, basically. If you believe in refraction. See, we believe on a clear day, you can actually see much, much further, right? Because that makes sense. But the globe doesn't make sense. You can't see the curve because of refraction. So your eyes can't sense it. It doesn't make any sense. You have to turn on your TV in order to see it because you're not going higher than the International Space Station. Nobody is. So it only exists in your mind's eye, magazines, and TV. Thanks.
Speaking of, I have a question sort of related to that. It's the I don't know how many of you are like privy to the whole Mars possibly being filmed in Greenland. Does anybody have like any links related to that or anything?
I thought it was Devon Island. Yeah, and is it not Canada? And that was like they found the picture of the Arctic lemon, and the only place that's native is literally Devon Island. Coincidentally.
Yes.
Does anybody have any links? Sorry.
No, but they do have Mars Lemming. That was a bad joke. Yeah, it's an island in Canada, apparently. North of Canada. They've put it in the text channel associated with this with the VC.
Aye, Heretic, man. Is he still in the room or is he bail somewhere? Because that's well deserved over on 24/7, man. He's putting a lot of work. He's putting a lot of work in here with me as well. Even before we got the room, we were coming over and just fucking fighting them. Between the two of us, like a room full of people.
I think he's popped out, but when he comes back, we'll offer his congratulations again.
Do you know if we have any like one-to-one photos? Like a photo of like terrain on Mars, like matched up to a specific terrain in Greenland?
There was.
Has that.
Definitely was, yeah.
Journalism has that on his YouTube channel.
If you search 24/7, just the spyglass, and then just search server wide, put Devon Island or like names related to it, you might find something if it's been discussed previously.
I'm gonna try to find it right now. Thanks.
That's not really part of our claim, though, is it?
It's nice. Nice little story, though.
Yeah. Can we get back to smashing this guy on the horizon, or what?
Well, I think it's pretty much a concession, right? They used to say 8 inches per mile squared, right? And then they were like, oh, you guys, we can see too far. Like the flat earthers were right. Okay, well, it must be due to refraction, right? So they've changed the goalpost now and said that you can't see the geometric horizon. So they're admitting the earth looks flat because of refraction, right? But how do you verify that what they're saying is actually true? Because when you look up Snell's law, there has to be a barrier of different densities. And they talk about the density tower, but the density tower is stacked up horizontally. In order for it to be actual refraction, it has to hit a vertical boundary, but not perpendicular at quite a bit of an angle. And we don't see any fish tanks in the atmosphere. It's all one density at 14.7 psi, unless you're on a mountain, which you can't see the curvature from there either. So the only place they can see the curvature, like I said, is on TV, magazines, and in their mind's eye. So when I say Earth, you picture a model. Well, that's not the real thing, right? The map isn't terrain. Earth is outside, where the earthworms live.
A little bit of dead air. Going to give a shout out to Crypto. Good to see you, buddy.
Good evening. Hello to FUJI and everyone else. Hope you're all doing well.
It's about time you graced us with your presence.
Yeah, well, no fucker invited me here, so...
I've been fucking hunting for you for ages.
No, I know you have, to be fair. No, to be honest, I've been out of the conversation probably for about 2 months. I just wanted to have a bit of a break and focus on myself, you know. So.
Yeah, man.
So you decided to come back into the politics server and take a time leap back to 2015. Gotcha.
Right, yeah. Please tell me your 8-year-old arguments, Globers.
Good to hear you got your internet fixed too, Jedi.
Cheers, mate. Appreciate that. Good to hear your voice as well, you Australian cunt. Hope you're doing well.
Fucking Australians.
That's actually a compliment in Australia.
Yeah, it's
a
like
term
mate.
of endearment.
We call cunts, we call mates cunt, and we call cunts mate.
Scottish people say the same. They'll go like, this cunt, that cunt, you cunt. But when you say it to English people, they fucking calling me a cunt. They get really pissed off.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you're all cunts.
It's just fucking, my granny used to say, Lee, you little cunt.
Timbo, on behalf of everyone here, you are a sick cunt.
Yeah, that means I'm really cool. That's another weird one, isn't it? Sick cunt. Yeah. That means you're the best.
Unless you've got like an illness of sorts, then it's not as funny. Yo, if only all of you used all of your energies for like trying to solve climate change or something. Wouldn't that be something?
Wait a minute.
At least you never said global warming.
Oh, we ain't just talking about global warming, that's for sure.
Yeah, nobody.
Multi-layered issue, isn't it?
I've had this really big issue with climate change. It's really weird, like, because it was really warm like 2 months ago, and now it's a little bit.
No
cooler.
way.
And
That's
in about
crazy.
2 months' time, climate's going to change.
That's
Again. It's
crazy.
gonna be really
So to my understanding, weather and climate are not the same things. Also seasons.
Me, I'm just going to keep talking until you shut up.
No, that's fine. Fine, yeah, man.
Brilliant.
Bro, stop talking over
3 months after that,
oh yeah, Mike.
it's going to start getting warmer again. It's weird how the climate.
That's
just
crazy.
changes. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he can talk.
Oh, I'm going to mute him if he talks again over you.
Hey, to be fair, Crypto, you asked for 8-year-old arguments, and there you have it.
That's my fault.
Well, they just said, the ancient Greeks 3,000 years ago saw the boats go on the horizon, so we're actually dealing with an archaic cosmology.
Maybe actually he meant like arguments of an 8-year-old. Maybe that's what he was trying to do there.
See what you did there, a little Scottish humor.
Aye. It was hot yesterday though, Crypto, man. It was fucking stifling.
Yeah, it's been mental all week, all weekend here.
The fact that there's 3 Scottish flat earthers, I think there is something in the water up there. I feel like independence is necessary at this point.
It's no fluoride anyway, because, well, apart from Scottish water say that fluoride occurs naturally in the environment. That's what they claim.
What about a Australian flat earther? I've seen a few of those too.
Well, I don't know much about down under, but I do know that Scotland doesn't have any sun, so it's probably. You know how we always talk about celestial objects being like indicative or inferential of a global Earth. I think the Scots just have too much cloud. That's probably the issue.
And it's not down under; it's across and over.
Of course,
over there.
Too much buckfast.
Yeah, this guy thinks that the people in Australia eat their cereal from the other side of the bowl.
With a fork. So we're fucking heretic anyway, man.
In theory, I could wave, right? Like if I had a good enough, like I don't know, telescope or whatever it may be, a very powerful one, right? I could point it towards, let's say, who's the Aussie in the chat? Is it I Am Larry? I could point towards I Am Larry and wave to him, and he could see me and wave back. Assuming there's nothing in the way obstructing us.
God eyes. You got human eyes. You know that, right? I bet you can't even read. You know,
probably
that's what a telescope is for. It's for enhancing.
The Aussie guy is probably the guy with the kangaroo.
So you get some lenses. Does that mean that you can see forever? Do you think you can see like quintillions of miles away out into outer space?
Well, I mean, why do you think it's quintillion miles away? It's there's no space.
Quintillions of miles of a made-up thing.
Yeah,
Bro. They call it light
there's
years.
no space. Yeah, but the idea is that if you yeah, like presumably your vision just wouldn't work. But if I had a very powerful telescope, right, that would be able to do the job for me, right, it would be able to help me see further at least. Unless you're just thinking there's
going to take the atmosphere and make it from translucent to completely transparent, right? Like you're going to get rid of all the fog and the rain and the storms.
Oh yeah, that might become into issue. But at least you could see far enough to see across your continent. That should be surely because you can have good conditions.
Right. So this is what's called a defense mechanism, right? You can't handle the fact that we're attacking your worldview that you've had since you were 5 years old.
I've not posited a worldview yet. What are you talking about?
Not only that, there's also angular resolution. Even if everything was crystal clear, there's still physical, technical limitations on the eye. It's called angular resolution.
Yeah, we know what angular resolution is, bro.
That's fine. I'm not saying I could see them without unsupported vision. I don't know what's complicated about this. Unless you're saying like snipers shouldn't exist because actually it's all about your eye, nothing about the lens that they're using.
Do you know what a straw man argument is?
Well, I said unless you're saying a strawman argument would be me saying, "Oh, this is what you're saying." So you don't know what a strawman argument is.
I do because
clearly not because you've just used it without knowing what it means.
You've just made an accusation and then talked over my rebuttal to your claim. So
well, let's see what this rebuttal is. Then go on.
Well,
you can't just. You've literally just presented a straw man. I can't believe you've done this.
So
come on, hurry up!
Didn't finish the point. Well, I can't hurry up if Goldfish talks over me every time I talk.
Relax.
You're complaining. Just complaining.
Crypto, you've got mod permissions, bro.
Yeah. No, it's all good, man. It's just that I prefer to handle these things in like a normal conversational way. But if this Britnat guy wants to cry every time someone talks to him,
I'm the one crying. Yes,
even though he blows the eight for ages.
It looks like that's the way it's going.
It is quite funny. And then obviously the second anyone talks for as long as he does, he feels the need to talk over them as well. So it's a little
still
bit
complaining. Still complaining.
You haven't. Okay, repeat what I said. Repeat what I just said.
You're just complaining about.
Repeat actually what I said. Repeat actually what I said.
He's crying.
Repeat what I actually said.
You really just expect him to remember.
I want to bring it back on point.
Any of it. I want him to repeat any of what I just said because I know he wasn't listening.
You were just molding. Just tell me what your point is. Why is it?
I want to be crypto. I want to bring it back on point.
Well, no. Yeah. What did I? Because the thing is,
my
Lord, you're going to have a conversation. Then you
it's over. It's over. You lost.
You see what I'm saying? You need to listen to what the other person says when you have a conversation.
It's over. You lost. It's over.
The fact that he can't say any of the things I just said proves that it's not worth talking to him.
So I want to bring it back on point. So
am I wrong? Am I wrong? If
okay, crypto, we got it. Fine.
You know
what? Bring it back on point.
You can just shut up, dude. So am I wrong, guys? If you're having a conversation, it's really important that the other person
Crypto, now you're being a
listens to what
fucking
you
drama
say.
queen.
Correct?
He's crying.
Correct? Okay, so can you repeat any of the things I just said?
No, he cannot. Let it go.
You were saying, he's talking over me and he shouldn't be able to do that because he needs to be able to listen to my argument. You're crying, yeah.
No. So you can't repeat any of the substance of what I just said. This is why talking to people like you is a waste of time.
Oh yeah, it's me that's the issue. Yes, yes.
Right. So it's a waste of time.
Can we get back to the conversation?
When you literally don't listen to what someone says.
Oh my Lord, he doesn't give up, does he? Jesus.
Yeah, I know. I'm not giving up on this because you need to listen to what the other person is saying in order to understand the point.
So why is it a straw man?
Otherwise, talking to you is pointless.
Why is it a straw man?
Fucking missed you, Crypto Man.
So,
Thank you.
So he has suggested that with technical aids such as binoculars or telescopes, we should see further. Well, guess what, Brittany, that's exactly what happens. We can see way further than what should be the geometrical horizon, thus proving that the Earth does not curve, at least not at the rate they tell us it curves.
Especially over bodies of water.
I find that interesting, but I guess I wasn't so much suggesting that you could see further than what's expected, because maybe that might be true. What I was asking was, for instance, could I wave to someone from France?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
They won't see it though.
Again, we're going to.
Well, if they were looking back, obviously, not if it's a one-way thing.
We're going to have a problem.
No, don't make it a joke. Don't turn it a joke. The point is, it's proven that we can see too far. Now, the too far means there is a problem with the globe model. It shouldn't be happening, but it's happening.
Refraction.
And if you're here in this channel trying to deal with the flat Earth, well, that is one evidence that you have to deal with. We see too far. It shouldn't be happening.
Do you think there's a possible explanation for that, or do you know what it should be?
I've heard few pathetic cope explanations by Globers. They're all debunked. They don't work.
On which ones are those?
The only possible explanation, the only two possible explanations are either that the Earth is flat. Is either that the Earth is flat, or the circumference of the Earth is way bigger than what they tell us, than what the books tell us.
So what?
Which
what do you think?
that'll mess up. Like, if they've got the numbers wrong for the globe, then surely that messes up all the orbits and all the claims for the other planets and shit like that.
Yeah, it changes everything.
What do you think? What about refraction, Dreamily?
What about refraction?
Look, it exists.
I'm asking Dreamily.
Yeah. What about it?
It doesn't explain it in this case.
That's the globe would the Globers would claim that's why you can see further than the geometric horizon because of refraction.
But don't they base the rate of refraction based on already predetermined radius?
Yeah, so based off the radius.
So how do they calculate that? Yeah, there's an equation for that type of refraction to calculate it. It contains 7 over r. Well, how do they get the r, the radius?
Okay.
That's a problem. Hold on. Also,
wait. No, the radius of the globe is what you're asking?
Let's not kid ourselves.
Radius of what?
Yeah, the radius of the globe. Let's not kid ourselves that when we see these pictures and they tell us refraction, no, that doesn't look like fucking refraction. Refraction looks all hazy and upside down and has like gaps in it. Looks more like a mirage. That would be a refraction. That doesn't look like a refraction. You can call it a refraction, but it's not. You can clearly see the object.
So you're just choosing not to.
It doesn't look like a.
No, you're just hiding behind a term. You're just burying your head in the sand and saying, "Oh, refraction," even though you can look at it and see it's not a fucking refraction.
You're just saying that I'm burying on my head. Like, what do you mean by it doesn't look like refraction? Explain.
Because refraction looks all hazy and
Shut up.
gappy.
You have no mathematical background. You don't know shit. It's
Why
obvious.
does refraction look all hazy and gappy?
Bro, you're gonna take that? I would not take that.
Yeah, you're quite happy to talk about this point, but the fact is the refraction as an explanation for seeing too far has already been debunked by using different wavelengths of light, which should refract to different positions, and that never happens.
I get where you're coming from, Dreamy. There are 5 known effects of so-called refraction or atmospheric effects that we can see in the distance. So we can see compression or stooping, or we can see a stretching out of it or towering. or we can see sinking where the bottom of things appear to disappear, or we can see looming where the sky is mirroring underneath things, so it appears to be floating. But then the fifth one is mirages. So that is a whole category of itself, and it has inferior and superior mirages, and that's a mirroring effect.
Again, the claim as to whether or not you can see too far, and that is explained by diffraction, is debunked by the fact that you can use different wavelengths of light, laser, whatever, infrared cameras. And there's no discrepancy, as there should be if the diffraction is happening.
So wait, do you think refraction isn't a thing, or like I don't get it?
No. That refraction itself is the reason that you're able to see further than you should, as permitted by the globe's geometry, right? That claim of diffraction, not diffraction per se, that is debunked because you can use different wavelengths which would refract at different rates, and they always end up on the same target.
It's also really easy to see because when you're looking at things in a distance, the light from the sun is white light, and it would all get, if it's being refracted to us, everything that's supposed to be beyond this horizon and being refracted for miles to your eyes would have the wavelengths separated, and you would be seeing everything rainbow colored. The globe is gay.
Yeah, so diffraction doesn't work. So you're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, reformulate. And maybe here's an idea. Another, not even a globe earther really, but just a generalized mainstream bootlicker that I know on this server. He actually,
I hate them. These guys are so gay.
He actually tried to go the gravity route. Maybe you guys should go and try and formulate a way that light can bend due to gravity and come back. Because the refraction has been debunked, so you got to go try something else.
Have any of you spoken to because I've seen mathematicians take you all on, right? But I've not seen a physicist show their face here yet. Do you speak to many physicists?
Yeah, you can look at there's actually a video online on BitChute or something. It's censored heavily online, basically, but it's between this one flat earther called Wakey and some astrophysicist bitch.
Yeah, I've seen that.
She was like supposedly a NASA astrophysicist, some hoity-toity title she holds. And
we've been running 24/7.
And I think
I mean in here though specifically.
We've been running 24/7 for years. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and on that we have spoken to astrophysicists, physicists, all manner of people who come from different specializations on this. Even people who worked for NASA.
Have you ever convinced any of them?
No, they're too held within their religious belief, my friend.
Yeah, like I had an astrophysicist friend who, like, I kind of broke with this discussion. He had already disowned his mom because he was a flat earther, and then me talking about it, he just flipped out. But showing him the evidence, he eventually quit his job and now is learning AI or artificial intelligence related things. So,
do you guys
it's a hard
think
thing
that
to accept that you've sunk so much into this? It's a sunk cost fallacy.
Do you guys think that I mean, I assume you think physicists aren't dumb. I just think you think that perhaps
I think they're dumb. I think they're dumb.
You think that they're dumb people?
Yes, because in order to be a physicist, you have to be very, very narrow-minded. You have to believe that just because you delve into one specific subject, which is fucking numbers, you're smart. And there's people who think they're smart. They are very close-minded to almost everything else. Being good at math
I don't
doesn't
think
mean
they're
you're
dumb.
wise.
Being smart and being close-minded
You're
are
dumb.
not
Therefore,
exactly the same
physicists
thing.
are mostly dumb. Dumb people.
No. It
All
depends how you're
academics,
defining.
in
It
fact,
depends how
all
you're
academics
defining dumb.
are mostly dumb people.
Right. No, it depends how you're defining that. So that's not a consensus view by any means, and
It's
we
my
wouldn't call them dumb.
When I meet academic people,
No. But I'm
they're
answering this
mostly
guy's
dumb as
question.
fuck.
I'm answering this guy's question. He's asking an honest question. Like, do you think physicists are dumb? No, we don't think they're dumb. Like you say, for the most part, they're just going by what they've been told. Yeah, they're just assuming what they've been told is correct.
You can be intelligent and wrong.
Well,
it's definitely.
I'm not speaking for you all guys. I'm speaking for myself, from my experience. They're dumb. Most of them are dumb as fuck.
I just think that.
Oh, that's great.
That's a dangerous position to have.
There's also many different types of
Why?
intelligence.
Am I going to put them in concentration camps?
No, it's
because I think
dangerous.
they're dumb.
there's many different types of intelligence.
It's dangerous for your ego as a
physicist might be really good with math. He might be good with some kind of abstract thinking. That's fine.
But he wears a mask. He wears a mask and takes like fucking 5 boosters.
Don't interrupt. Drace is in the middle of it.
You can also have a very small, limited understanding of something else, and then just believe that because you believe in other people. That doesn't mean that you're a dumbass.
Yeah,
but that's my experience. Most people in academia are the type of people who believe other people, the scholars, and just, regurgitate shit like parrots. And then they think they're intelligent because, I have some academic degree. You don't get to tell me what's the truth. I know.
I agree with you. I actually agree with you.
They're dumb as fuck.
I agree with you. I think it is definitely the case, right, that some people who are undergrads particularly just eat up whatever they're told, right? That is for sure true, right? But that doesn't mean they're dumb, right? It just means that they probably lack critical thinking skills up to that point. Usually when people graduate or when they go on to do their postgrad, they sort of develop that, don't they? So my next question would be, if they're not stupid, that they're people who are pattern-seeking, relatively intelligent, why don't they ever seem to figure it out when they're doing these classes that there's something wrong here?
Because they're only taught the critical thinking. Because a lot of them are only taught, like you said, the critical thinking long after this belief system has already been programmed and indoctrinated really deep into them. It starts as children, and so why would you question it? All of your belief system is built on this.
Yeah, and also their livelihood depends on it. Their livelihood as well depends on them accepting this. So they've got an implicit and understandable bias towards it. Also, a lot of them, academics, do challenge the standard cosmological model in terms of things like general relativity and things like that. There are challenges. And
then they oftentimes get like ostracized and treated like shit by the rest of them because they're in a cult.
So the idea is that they have like an entrenched view from birth, and that's hard to shake as you get older. I wouldn't contest that too much. But I agree with the other comment, which is like, there is obviously contention in physics. It's not a finished subject, is it? But I do feel that what with all those contentions, I feel like one of the smallest possible ones that I don't think any of us in here see that. Even if Flat Earther probably doesn't see that all too often, very rarely if you're in that group, a physicist that has turned tail into a Flat Earther,
I mean,
like I said, their livelihood depends on it. Them getting paid, them feeding their families, their respect in their community, the years they've spent to get to the position they're in. Of course, there's going to be very few that you know of that come out in the open. I mean, we can't say how many in private have come to this realization, but it would be more than you think in every area.
Let's think about it this way. If you have to think about the type of people who are physicists, and you measure what percentage of physicists have been during the COVID lockdowns have been wearing their masks like good boys and taking those 5 boosters up their ass. I'm willing to bet the statistic is way above the average of the general society.
We've been told to stay off the COVID subject as well.
Let's stay off that subject because it's too true for them to handle, dude. It's too true.
The fact that he called her a bitch was very telling.
So why is it real true?
I'm curious because of all the conspiracies. I see, like, for instance, I mean,
conspiracies.
A conspiracy can be true or false. A conspiracy can be true or false.
Conspiracies.
Yeah, a conspiracy can be true or false. It doesn't matter.
That's hilarious. I never heard that before. That's like, that's original.
A conspiracy can be true.
Yo, Larry's still in here 24 hours later. Let's go. He's on the grind.
Did you guys ever think that you would believe in a conspiracy? Did you guys ever think that?
Well, some conspiracies do end up being true. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So why are you laughing?
There's no way you couldn't believe in a conspiracy. There's no way, logically. There's no way you cannot believe in something conspiring with one another. There's no way.
There's no way conspiracy.
And not monkeys and typewriters, right?
There's no way any comporting of reality would happen at all.
By the strict definition of conspiracy just being more than two or more people conspiring to perform an illegal act. It's all conspiracy.
Well, no, not an illegal act. A conspiracy is not. A conspiracy does not necessarily mean an illegal act. Wait, conspiracy does definitely not necessarily mean an illegal act. That's just the lawful term. That's the lawful term. Conspiracy is used in many different contextual instances.
Yeah, but I'm meaning in terms
used.
of the definition of the words is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the definition is irrelevant when you're actually utilizing the contextual, like the actual contextual.
It's a meaningless. It's a meaningless hit piece word. It's a meaningless.
The symbology of what that word actually means is more relevant than the actual the bone dry definition of what it's.
Well, you could argue that,
what the mainstream
but it's irrelevant.
definition is.
It's irrelevant.
You know what I mean? Like the mainstream definition of certain things don't necessarily have to compute with the contextualization of the way that they're used within the conceptualizations of that they're used.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay, but what we're talking about here isn't conceptual or conspiracy theory. We're just talking about the observable, measurable Earth.
Oh yeah, show me a curvature then. Show me a curvature. Show me the curvature measurements, and also while you're at it, show me that the altitude at which you measure the curvature, because Neil deGrasse Tyson says you have to be about, I don't know, anywhere from 50 to 100,000 feet in the air to see the curvature, or 80,000 feet, I would say, I would presume. If you could go that high, go ahead, be my guest. But along the way, you might die. Just let you know.
You're wrong. Felix Baumgartner was supposedly. One sec.
Chill, boys.
Saying Felix Baumgartner was at like 127,000 feet, and Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff's flat from that height. So you can't see it from that height.
That would be one for the Globers to answer. Curvature measurements.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Oh, yeah,
wait, is that the real Neil deGrasse Tyson?
And that's how high above
Yeah,
it. He's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe.
Why do you guys hate Neil deGrasse Tyson
from that height?
Because he's not white. He's white.
That was the real Neil deGrasse Tyson on TV talking about Jeff Bezos being not high enough to see the curve. So stop this nonsense.
Hold on, guys. Calm down.
Talking over each other, please.
Okay, Neil deGrasse Tyson. We don't hate Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's our favorite flat earther. It's you guys that hate Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What?
Because you're the ones that deny everything he says. Neil deGrasse Tyson says the Earth is flat. He says the Earth is flat. He says the Earth is flat from 127,000 feet.
Since when? Since when?
Since he said it. We just played it.
Since what date? What date exactly did Neil deGrasse Tyson say that the Earth is flat?
You on the video.
He's jumping up on the stage. He's saying that stuff is flat.
Because if he actually says that, if he actually says that, dude, then obviously he's a Jesuit Freemason who's been satanically MK Ultra controlled.
So it's you guys. So it's you guys that hate the.
He's been MK Ultra mind controlled by Satan.
It says, yeah, we hate
lies about the cosmology of the Earth.
Larry, can you recite the Corpus Christi?
Right. No, I just posted in the chat. I just posted in the chat the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining how Earth is flat from 127,000 feet. So Globies, feel free to watch it.
You know what else?
Yeah, I also posted the video where he says it's flat from 63 miles, or where Jeff Bezos was. And if you listen to the people who were supposedly on his little penis rocket, they'll tell you that they only saw a flat horizon, and they wish they would have gone higher and saw the Earth as a ball.
It is a ball. All of you are idiots.
What are you guys talking about? Are you guys literally that retarded? Are you guys
Are you guys just denied
the pain?
You just denied that
New World Order.
Tyson said that. If you take
a look at the Jews, dude.
Cycle. Look,
So true.
You don't hear me speaking, bro. Go and stop speaking when people are speaking, for fuck's sake. If you take a look at the text chat, Cyclone just posted the clip that you denied existed. No comment.
That was upsetting, Globies. We got a lot of spirals out of that.
To be fair, I didn't like Neil deGrasse Tyson before this anyway. So
see, you guys don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. We love him. He's our favorite flat
he's
earther.
a flat earther, yeah.
That stuff is flat.
I like Brian Cox. I like how he sometimes goes like, billions and billions of light years away.
That's a good impression.
Such a melt.
Hey, wait, that's actually a good impression of it.
Yeah, I know.
That was a good impression. Yeah, he's.
Well,
a
you
melt.
know what's not flat? The
Bunch
bell
of
curve
heathens.
that Neil deGrasse
Can you
Tyson's
hear me
IQ
alone?
relies on.
You know what's
Yeah, we
not
can hear you,
flat?
Panto.
These
This
nuts in
is
your
like a
mouth.
fucking joke, man. Everybody's just talking over everybody, man.
Yeah, man.
It's getting a bit
You
wild.
can't get a word in. How else are you supposed to speak?
Come on, boys.
There's not
All
like
right,
a
let's go
why-
one at a
why
time.
not
You
just-
can tell it's real because
Why
you
not?
can tell it's
Why
real
not?
because it looks so
Why
fake.
not? Order in the house.
Guys,
Why
let's get it
not?
under control.
Allow
Under
Listen, I
control.
just want to listen to this Scottish guy talking, okay? Can we please just...
Okay.
Oh my
His
god.
name is Captain
Sorry.
Price.
Right, so let's just say we'll
What
do
you're
one at a
seeing
time,
here is a
and we're gonna have a Globey put forward a question or a claim or an argument, and we'll answer it one at a time. Just one person go, then another person go. Yeah.
Relax.
So just be chill.
Woosah.
Ask a question. Be honest. Don't be crazy. Just think of a question and we can discuss it. Yeah.
I have a question.
Feel free.
Said that.
Why'd you mute Blue Nose?
Oh my god! You got a concern troll. You gotta get booted, man. Get the
Administration's not really your concern, man.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, if it's not globe evidence, then you're only really making our argument for us.
Everyone.
Oh, I'm just asking.
It's called
Well,
moderation.
we're just
man.
asking.
Relax.
We're just asking. Could you please present some globe evidence to convince us we're on a giant spinning ball in a vacuum?
Because you could fly from...
It's common sense, that's why.
No, listen. You can fly from South Africa to Ushuaia in is it Argentina or Chile? I think it's Argentina, right? In a straight line over Antarctica. The reason why they don't is not because, well, first of all, the Honeyboos, like the German spaceships, those are a problem. But also because of the snowstorms. Like, it's kind of hard
So
to
you're
have
saying
communication. But
you
it
can
is
fly
possible.
So you're saying you can fly from one place to another over Antarctica, but you can't do it, but it is possible. That's your argument.
No, you can do it. It's just not very plausible, just like climbing Mount Everest. You know, not a lot of people can do it.
So you're not going to fly above the storm?
Who did it?
You can't really fly above storms in a plane. You can only go to like 30,000 feet.
Nigga, how the fuck
who
is the
did-
Earth flat?
How did? Because there's no curve.
He got instantly muted.
So how does not flying over Antarctica prove a globe?
Because that bitch round as hell. It's really
Yeah,
the
bitch
end of
round
the
as hell.
story.
Good,
Hey,
awesome,
man.
compelling stuff.
He was talking
I'm
to
really
Black.
intrigued.
Stop interrupting, man.
Well, this monkey over here wasn't the one who argued that. It was me. But no, the reason why it proves that is because... No,
This should be good.
listen,
Let's
I
hear
wasn't
it.
even trying to be racist. Come on.
Let's hear.
It wasn't a
Let's-
racial comment.
Come on, tell us about the globe that you know so much about.
Yeah, I was just gonna say because if Antarctica is a wall, right? Then you can't
We said
go
that.
like. That's every accepted like flat Earth model there is, unless you consider a disk. If you're using a disk model,
I thought you were going to prove the globe. Why are you talking about flat Earth models? Just mute
All right,
that, fool.
listen. I will argue. All right. So
You're supposed to be arguing for the globe, remember, not the flat Earth.
yes.
Come on, Jeffrey,
Okay,
you can
let's
do
do
it.
that.
Alright, well, let
Let's
him
do
talk.
Okay. So we just pulled up.
Nigga, what?
He's
on
studying
Google.
engineering. He knows how to do it.
So he knows how to
Gravity
Google. That's
is
good.
a fundamental force of nature that pulls objects towards one another on a spherical
Wait.
Earth.
You were talking about Antarctica. What are you talking about now?
Why the Earth is round.
Gravity.
So wait. What happened to Antarctica? You didn't fly over Antarctica, and what happened?
I'm not talking about that right now. Anyways.
Okay, so this is a
Gravity?
different thing.
No, dude, listen. He has my permission
But
to
I
pivot.
thought
Okay?
gravity stopped being a force during
Let's hear it.
Gravity causes
Let's hear it. This
objects
is
to
the
be
next
attracted
attempt.
towards the center of the Earth. This is why objects fall straight down. when they
Gravity
drop.
is a force? Gravity.
Wait,
Dude,
wait.
you're like
So now
100 and
saying-
something years too late.
Wait, so now you're saying that you're dropping something, and that's telling you that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yes, because it falls towards the center of the Earth.
Wait, no, you
In a
just
flat Earth model,
so you
there is
dropped
no
your phone.
constant- there is
Let's
no
talk me through this.
constant
Talk
how
me through
gravity
this.
works.
Talk me through
Strawman.
this. So you drop your phone, right? And then how do you get to Earth being a spinning ball?
Because it falls towards the center of the Earth.
It just fell on your bedroom floor.
Yeah. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
So how does
Well,
that
what do you-
prove the
all right, what do you-
curvature? How does that prove the curvature or the motion of the ground outside?
What are you talking about? Because it falls to the
What are
center.
you talking about? It falls to the center. It falls on the surface that you drop it on. What are you talking about?
I think what he's arguing is if he would have drilled a hole.
He's talking. What he's doing is he's assuming that the Earth is a ball, and just saying, "Well, because I drop things because Earth is a ball, that means Earth is a ball." It's a very retarded argument.
So okay, so let's say so let's say you let's say you circumnavigate the globe.
Okay, now we're on to circumnavigation. So it's Antarctica, gravity, circumnavigation. All right, go for it.
Okay, what I'm saying is people have been circumnavigating the globe for centuries, traveling both east and west. And if it was flat, journeys would not be possible because they would eventually reach the edge of the disk. We have numerous documented cases of a successful circumnavigation. So what I'm asking you, if Earth is flat, why have we circumnavigated the globe several times?
Well, when you're travelling in a boat or a plane, they just chart courses in straight lines, don't they? Use a map. From point to point, all maps are flat. They chart the course in a straight line.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, then what if you went from California to Japan, but you traveled?
Hold on. Have you ever heard of the term?
Are we using a Mercator map now?
Hold on.
Are we using a Mercator map?
Hold on. Have you ever heard of the phrase plain sailing? Like, this is going to be plain sailing.
What are you talking about?
Have you ever heard the phrase plain sailing? Like, hey, I'm going to ace this exam. It's going to be plain sailing. It means an easy ride.
Smooth sailing, not plain sailing.
So plain sailing.
You're not answering my question. If Earth is truly flat, what if you went west from California to Japan? Wouldn't you reach the edge of the Earth?
We'll get to that. I'll just explain.
No,
plain
just answer the question. I mean, just
no. In the flat model, you wouldn't because it considers it shapes everything in a round way.
Guys, in a second, just let me explain this. Plain sailing is when they use plain sailing, so they assume that the Earth is a plane within 600 nautical mile stretches, and they navigate on that assumption. It's called plain sailing. So when you're navigating on the sea, you're treating it as flat. So being in a boat, going somewhere, doesn't tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball either. So what's your fourth one?
I mean, you still didn't answer this question.
What was it?
It was like, how can we go in a boat and sail around to places? That doesn't prove a globe. You sail on a flat ocean.
No,
he's presuming the Mercator map, and he's assuming that if you go from California to Japan, you're going to fall off the map. That's what he's presuming.
You're going to fall off models, edges, and a disc. Like you've put three.
Well, what do you think of flat Earth is? Well, no. What do you think of flat Earth is? Do you think it's just an unlimited?
It's the surface that you live on. You know the surface.
Yeah, I understand that, but the surface that you live on cannot be plausible if it was flat. There would be no core. It would be
wait.
In the vacuum
but you only observe it to be flat. So what do you mean it can't be plausible that it's flat? You only observe it to be flat.
I don't observe it to be flat. Listen, when a ship, listen. When a ship sails away from shore, it gradually disappears. Listen, it's
okay. We're on ships over the horizon.
I'm presenting arguments.
Yes, you're presenting a lot of things.
Yes, and you never answer any of my questions. You don't answer my questions.
I've answered them all.
You haven't answered them all. You've just said that the Earth is a vast expansion. What is this?
You gotta give him a minute.
He needs to chill. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's okay. He's panicking a bit because his arguments aren't working out like he maybe thought they would. But God, I can't remember.
When you're sidetracking, it's totally fine. But when he's presenting arguments to lead to something,
he was presenting an argument. We were still on the last one. We were explaining to you why that last one is a bad argument, but he's already skipping to the next. He's already skipping to the next.
Cheerleading him. He's not even listening himself to what has been discussed.
But he said.
Sorry, just a quick question for Quetzalcoatl. Do you know what a Gish Gallop is? Yes, no, maybe.
Who said that?
I asked you, Quetzalcoatl, if you know what a Gish Gallop is.
No, it wasn't Quetzalcoatl. It's the other guy we're speaking to. Quetzalcoatl's the mod from 24/7, I think. Yeah.
When he keeps changing the subjects, hopping from one to another without understanding.
So were you talking about the guy I was talking to, or?
Yeah, I was saying Big Flop. I was gish galloping before. Yeah, a little bit. He's jumping one point to another.
Apologies.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's who it was.
Can we go back to the Antarctica thing because we kind of got.
Well, hold on, just very quickly, because what he said was it's not plausible that the surface we live on is flat. But in reality, the globe side even agree that what we experience is that the surface is flat. They just say it's too big to notice, remember? So saying it's implausible that it's as it seems is a ridiculous thing to say.
Well, it's not true that it's too big to notice. We do notice it.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say. The horizon is horizontal, which means flat. Yeah.
He doesn't know the definition.
How many real flat earthers are in this Discord?
Plenty.
Yeah, most of us.
And theoretically, you all are flat earthers as well.
Wait, how many? I just want to get a general understanding of how many.
All right,
people...
there's enough. There's more than you've spoken to before, I assume.
Oh, I've spoken to a few, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
What do you mean by that, man? Why are you guys always assholes, man?
Because you're dumb as fuck.
Oh, okay. So why not present your evidence? Listen, bro, and we'll see who's dumb.
You guys just call them dumb because you don't understand it. All right, I'm trying to get to the heart of this discussion. The only thing stopping me from adopting the flat mentality is the Antarctica question. It's the only thing. If they just answer this, I'll convert.
Get help, brother.
Someone speak to this kid. Who is that?
So that guy says we're all dumb. Is that guy?
No, let's not focus on that guy. The kid who was just speaking, talking about Antarctica. Who is that?
Yeah, that's me. Hello.
I'm sure you love to talk about
So Blue Nose. Okay, so we're going to speak to Blue Nose now, and it's going to just be like one-on-one with someone. Crypto, are you here?
I'm present. Yes.
I am here.
Do you want to take it with Blue Nose?
I can do if you want me to.
It's up to you.
Crypto.
I've not heard you in a while.
So. I was going to say I love your profile pic. I respect it.
Nice, thanks, man.
It's really artistic.
Autistic? Draw it yourself.
No, not autistic. Artistic.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, again, shout out to Kotsura, who gave me this.
Yeah, I got this snowy house from him today. That's what I've been trying to collect for a while.
I've got a whole folder of these. They're great.
Flat.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if you were going to discuss with him, but may I ask a question?
Yeah.
There you are.
I was just thinking. You earlier stated, I believe it was. I'm not sure. Cyclone. I believe you earlier stated that we simply are able to view the Earth from a flat perspective. Would a trip up into space by yourself in a spacecraft, which the windows, you'd make sure there's no film or anything that would manipulate any vision for you.
Okay, so your question is, if I had proof of the globe, would I believe in the globe?
No, I didn't mention anything about a spacecraft. There was someone else.
That's not
Hold
correct. It's not your. You're generalizing the question. No, it's the
okay.
question.
Go on, finish your question then.
If you would be able to see that the Earth was round with your own eyes through.
Yes. So if I had proof of the globe by seeing it with my own eyes, would I believe in the globe? Is that your question?
Correct. Yes.
Yes, I would, because then I would have seen it with my own eyes. But none of us have ever seen it with our own eyes. Is that correct?
Do you know how redundant the question is, though? So if I say to you, what's it going to take for you to believe in Narnia, right? And then I actually took you physically to Narnia, and then
I don't think that's a comparable.
That's exactly what it's like.
Why not?
It is essentially what you're saying. Right?
Why not?
Obviously, from his perspective, you're just trying to test how good faith, bad faith you would be, right? If you would still come up with another thing, but it is kind of demeaning to ask it, because obviously, if you see it, flat Earth's main point, right, is like, you can't see this stuff, so it's reasonable to not believe in it. So it doesn't make sense.
Thank you.
So flat Earthers don't believe you're able to observe it at all.
But the thing is, Leo, is you were just making the claim that it's not comparable. Why do you think that?
I do not think it's comparable because I deeply believe we are able to go to space, and I deeply believe we're not able to go to Narnia.
So you understand that your justification for your beliefs is underpinned by your belief in those things. That's your argument.
That's what belief is.
Yeah, but you can't justify a belief by saying because I believe it. That's not an argument.
I mean, that's how you have.
That's their best argument.
That's how every argument is limited based on what you define as.
It's okay to make the statement that I believe thing X.
If you just let me finish, it's up to what you
I already
define
know
to
what you're
be.
gonna say.
It's up to what you define to be proof, and that's sort of where this whole discussion between flat earthers and non-flat earth believers sort of collide. You have different proving methods. That's why you don't really get anywhere.
The point is that you actually made one set of you had one set of standards and then you diverted away to another set of standards, right? No one is saying that you aren't allowed to believe in something or make a statement that you believe in something. My point was that you can't underpin a belief in something logically by saying because you believe in something, right? So I'm not saying at any point, dude. Why?
Sorry, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
Thank you. So there's a very big difference here, and I hope that the guys on the fence and the Globers and all the rest understand this, is that no one is saying you can't believe in this thing, right? You can have whatever belief you like, but it's not logical to underpin a belief with the belief itself. Okay? These are very different ideas.
Okay. May I just comment on that? I understand your point, although what it comes down to, right, is having a set of criteria for sort of validating something as proof. Is that a belief in itself, would you say? Believing in proof?
I was going to say that for saying
do you understand my question? Because what I'm relying on is not the belief. Yeah, so what I'm relying on is a belief, and I rely on that belief due to a certain set of standards I have to conclude that something is proof. Do you believe that me calling something proof is a belief in itself?
No. Okay. And I'll tell you why.
So then we
once you know something, do you still have to believe in it?
No. Well, if it's mutually exclusive with this other view, then you can only believe one or the other. You can either only believe that Earth is flat or that it's a globe.
No. Once you know something, do you need to believe it anymore?
It's like saying, like Ethergrass said Ethergrass said it perfectly. You know your height. I'm 6 foot. Is that a belief? Is my height a belief, or is that knowledge?
It's a knowledge. It's a fact. It's observable.
Right. So you don't have to believe it. Us experiencing the Earth to be stationary and for water bodies to find equilibrium and lay flat and level, that's not belief, man. That's us accepting how reality presents itself. You, on the other hand, the globe believers, they accept that the Earth is completely opposite, that it's barreling through space and that it's convex, but we just can't see it or measure it.
So I want to turn the question on him. When you see the evidence that the Earth isn't curving as they claim it is, will you be able to accept that it's not a ball?
Certainly, but I have seen evidence that concludes that it isn't. And
we'll get that folder ready. We'll go through it specifically, but I think
let me just comment real quick. Sorry. Just sort of the main thing I want to touch on there is by what you just said. Correct me if I'm wrong. The only thing you can consider proof is what you can observe with your own eyes, what you yourself experience.
Oh,
no. You can measure it. We have optics and we have lasers. We have different wavelengths which you can shoot across the ground. We understand how refraction works. We should be able to find this curve that's supposed to be there. But whenever we try to look, no matter what we do, it's just not there.
Yeah, that's what they do. But just so you said you got the evidence load, just grab some.
Why are the Globers sending these kind of people in here?
I know they always do.
If their argument's so true, why are they?
What was that guy's name?
I got him.
They actually ban him.
I'll do it now.
But anyway, yeah, Leo, just grab some of that. You said you had some evidence, so just hang on to that or grab it. Just get it ready. And then I think our friend Blue Nose has a question for Crypto about the South. So I'm actually curious about that. I've been waiting to hear about that. So, Blue Nose, do you want to proceed with your question, or you have a point?
Yeah, I was going to bring up Antarctica again, but unfortunately, it's so gate kept that I can't really prove it because I've never been there. I do want to go there though. But I was going to say,
just go too far north, see what happens.
Quick question. Well, I mean, Antarctica is pretty inhospitable. Same thing with the North Pole, so I wouldn't go there by myself.
Well, the North Pole and the South Pole is entrances into the Hollow Earth.
You're actually so You're actually so correct about that. But I was going to say, if we took someone on the ISS, now I've previously heard people arguing in here. Well, there's watermarks. There's I forget the specific term they use. That is kind of like, oh man, I can't think of it. But it's like, you know how you layer things into a video or a recording of a video. Well, I was thinking if we put someone on the ISS on Instagram Live and streamed it,
green screen,
would you guys still think it's like looking out of the window or taking pictures? If we seen them take the pictures and then they upgrade or upload them right away, would that be like sufficient?
You're taking people on faith. It's not verifiable by your means.
No, bro, it's a broadcast. He's streaming it.
That would not invalidate something you can go out and test for yourself.
Could I flip it back on you, Blue Nose, just really quickly? Like, let's swap it out let's swap all of that out. Keep everything the same, like Instagram Live, pictures uploaded after. But instead of us observing whatever ISS, it's Bigfoot. Would you then accept that? Because it's live.
I mean, it would depend on the quality of the recording, because Bigfoot is usually something that, like, I've seen people, I mean, they're pretty far away. It could just be like a black dude or something. I don't know concretely that it's like a...
That's funny.
I don't know concretely that's a hominid. Like an
there you go. Well, you're kind of answering your own question, I would say. Is like, that you wouldn't necessarily accept that same standard if it was, say, something you don't believe in. So I would say, like Dre's pointed out, there's things that are more concrete, like measuring the actual surface of the Earth. Like, so you don't have to fly away from the Earth or go to the
Here's a certain level of trust. You have to have a certain level of trust in the people you're getting the images from.
Yeah, that is true. But I mean, if it's a live broadcast, you can't. I mean, unless you put a filter on it, right? You can't actually edit. You can't impose imagery from a recording.
There is that one GIF. There's that one GIF that someone posted in the chat yesterday. I don't know where it is, but where like apparently their feed glitches and it shows that it's a layered thing or something like that. I don't know.
It's out of existence. But let me just say this real quickly, Blue. So even if it does, they're live and everything, then we should be able to go out into the field and it should match what they're showing us. Don't you agree?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
that'll be pretty important.
That's kind of where like Eric. I can't say his name, but it's the Greek guy, the Eratosthenes. Yeah, he did that like a long ass time ago. And I was just gonna say, I don't necessarily know exactly what he did.
I think it might be good to walk through what he claimed to do. Yeah, Crypto, you want to help him with that?
Yeah, I can do, dude. You guys have probably heard this about 300 times. Blue Nose, do you know the the maths that goes into the Eratosthenes method can be used to calculate the radius of a flat floor.
How do you reckon that? I thought it had to do with like the position of the sun and like shadows and stuff.
Yeah, it does have to do with the position of the sun and shadows, but it assumes things about the sun that aren't necessarily known. Big tune, by the way.
How was that?
More globus suppression. They're trying to suppress the debate. They don't want people asking questions.
Boys, I went over to the mirror channel that we've got at 24/7 Globe Earth. I just went in there and they're all playing Minecraft and screaming over the top of each other, man. I couldn't even get a word in edgewise.
Yeah.
Fucking lunatics, man.
So Crypto, yeah, we got the Eratosthenes thing. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I can try and tell Blue Nose how this works, kind of like theoretically, but I mean, Sheepdog's got a good
good pics in the chat right now.
I mean, I will preface this by saying, like, I think I barely passed like pre-calc, so I'm not gonna be like able to sufficiently.
It's okay.
Dude, this is simple maths.
I was actually more of a geometry guy.
Geometry, bro.
I did
basic high school geometry.
This is literally geometry, bro. Okay, cool. So, the idea behind the Eratosthenes method, right, is that you've got two sticks sticking in the ground. One doesn't have a shadow because it's directly under the sun. The other has a shadow, and then you're comparing the shadows, and then you're assuming the distance to the sun, and then you have so you've got no angle on one shadow, you've got 7.2 degree angle on the other shadow, and then you divide that into the 360 degrees in a circle. That then gives you the portion of the ball that you're on, and then you can use that to then calculate the radius, right? You understand that this is the method.
Wait, how are you getting a radius from a shadow if it's...
There you go. I like this guy.
Square?
Okay, because they've already assumed that there's 360 degrees to start with because they've assumed it's a sphere. That's
from the sun?
Run me through this. So you drop your...
Yeah, I kind of got lost. You got to run that by me.
It's the shadow angles, right? So you got one.
Yes.
One has no shadow angle. The other one has a 7.2 degree shadow angle, right?
Okay.
So they then assume that they're on a ball to get 360 degrees, and then they divide 360 by the 7.2 degrees, which is the shadow angle difference, which then tells them that between the two sticks is 1/50th of the portion of that ball, right?
Okay.
Is that making sense so far? So then all you do is you take that distance and times it by 50 to get the radius.
So the circular object is the sun, or they're assuming that the Earth is a circular object?
The Earth. They're already assuming that the Earth is curving baked into the method, right? But of course, you can have differential shadow angles on a flat surface, use the same method, and come up with a radius for your flat floor.
So it checks out regardless of the shape of the object.
But why do you guys never do that then?
Because we're not putting that method forward as a valid method. That's your guys' idea. Oh, we put some sticks in the ground.
Well, if it's the case that it could work if it's both...
Scott, they're talking. Stop interrupting. Wait,
that would mean it was inconclusive, Blue Nose.
Yeah.
Well, no, but like we can't really... If we don't know, then how can we claim one way or the other?
All right, just throw it out.
Point. That's the point. You just say, this is an invalid method. We try and find something else.
Are we sure that like using what would the claimed shape be if we're trying to test otherwise? So we know the circle method works. Are we trying to say that it's a rectangle? Because I mean, even the flat Earth models like show it as more of a disc or
I
like
want to help you with this one.
Thank you.
Oh, it's not really a shape. It's just a surface. We were talking a little bit about this earlier, but. If you look around you, guys, you guys have probably heard me say this, but if you look around you, you'll notice all the surfaces. Everything has a surface, but there's only two options for what the surface can be doing. So it's not really a shape thing. Like, say if I were to say Blue Nose, draw the shape flat. What would you draw?
Oh, it would be a rectangle. It would be some kind of surface that is level.
Well, that's a rectangle. The flat is not a shape, it's a description of a surface. So when you say, like, what are we testing or what shape are we testing for? We're not testing for a shape. We're testing for the surface description, which can only be doing one of two things. It's either curving or not. Like, I used the example of, like, my mouse here. The mouse is curved, but the table it's on is flat. So those are the only two options. So we're testing the surface to see which of those two options it's doing, not for a shape.
No flat earther could tell you the shape of the Earth. We can just describe the surface. The surface is flat.
I mean, it is true, but I just think that if you have a sphere, I mean, this could be true for whatever shape, but I mean, assuming it's a disc or something, right? If you took like an ant,
you're assuming a disc.
Well, what shape is a tesseract?
Yeah, what shape is
I don't even know what the hell a tesseract is. That's some kind of like modern.
Yeah, don't let them off. Okay, keep on your point. Keep going.
Sorry, I'll mute up. Go ahead.
No,
Sorry.
just like if crypto is still there to have the discussion, that was going somewhere. So let's try and keep that up.
If you want, I don't mind relinquishing as well, but it's just the Eratosthenes method is really it's one of those things that like Globers toss out and they don't really understand it and they don't understand why it's irrelevant, you know, which is cool. I mean, it sounds like Blue Nose was actually
yeah, he was getting it.
He's understanding why it's a silly method to use, right?
Well, it's not that I think it's silly. I think that so we know the round one checks out, but we would have to assume some other shape for a contiguous surface, and we would have to know. So you're saying that if it was like a rectangle, it would still check out that same math?
Well, no, you're talking about geometry, right? So you've only really got two surfaces that you would consider for this because no one thinks any other surface is feasible, right? So I haven't bothered even doing the maths for a concave. I don't know, right? But anyway, regardless, you've got flat and you've got a curved surface, and all they've done is they've assumed the curved surface to get the 360 degrees that you can then divide the shadow length into and find your
Do you have the flat surface math on your hand? Like, do you know?
Well, I mean, it would. You'd still have the same shadow angle. The difference is the sun would just be closer. But then you'd have to take in atmospheric effects to understand, and you can't possibly know exactly what they are. But the sun would be a lot closer for sure.
It's another way of him saying he doesn't know it. And he's never.
So so really, their argument is about the distance of the sun. Is that what it is?
Well, yeah, because they've assumed that the sun's 93 million miles, or at least 400,000 miles for the purposes of the maths, right?
Well, Eratosthenes had no way of knowing that.
Yeah, but he just assumed that the rays are parallel, right? Because if the rays are diverging, then it would make this method obsolete anyway.
I think he assumed it was an infinite distance.
Well, I mean, for him, it was undefined. It wouldn't have been infinite per se. I suppose. Yeah.
It doesn't matter because what he actually assumed, as it applies practically to the maths, is that the rays were parallel. That's actually the practical application of this. So whether he thought that the sun was 400,000 miles away, 400 million miles away, 400 gajillion miles away, as long as the rays are parallel, right, then the method can be applied because of the parallel rays. Does that make sense?
I think that if we measure the radius by the tesseract and multiply by 50.
God.
You don't gotta suppress him. You can.
No, keep on coming. He's derailing a bit. Go on.
Or is that just like was that illogical? I don't know what the tesseract.
Just keep going with your question, bro. He's just off on his rocker, so
yeah.
By him.
Try and remember that Crypto pointed out earlier that he could turn his kitchen floor surface into a ball if he assumed it was a ball in the first instance by using that particular math, which is what Aristosthenes did. He assumed it was a ball in the first instance.
Lou, can you see the chat, brother? Some people are posting stuff in the chat that might be...
Yeah, this is... I see this here.
Yeah, so you see the diverging rays there. That's an important thing to note. And then did you see the table with the Popkins on it? I can repost it for you.
So is this...
If you have it.
I'm not sure what is this meant to disprove or prove.
It's just showing that this Eratosthenes thing is inconclusive. So we move on to something that's more conclusive, like measuring the surface correctly. Of assuming things. Like the distance of the sun. Or that the surface is already curved, so...
Well, no, it says as we now know, Eratosthenes was correct. At least if we don't quibble over the accuracy of his measurements. However, it is very important for us to recognize that his conclusions regarding the implications of shadows were insufficient to establish that as fact.
What they're going to say is he got close, but the question is, how do you get close to an unknown? If you go to see who measured it, they're going to say he did it. So what? He got close to his own unknowing, like.
Oh wait, I didn't read the next sentence. It says only when his observations are combined with other information do we gain enough data to confirm the truth of his beliefs. So I guess that kind of checks out. So they're saying, not that it was incomplete. Well, it was incomplete, not inconclusive.
They're saying that didn't prove it.
He wasn't looking to prove it was a sphere. He already knew that. He was trying to see how big it was.
No, he just assumed it. That's what we've discussed. He didn't know it.
You
already know.
Well, he's not wrong in what he's saying, right? So if you already know that the Earth's a sphere, then you can use this method to calculate it, but you can't actually use it to prove that it's a sphere in the first place, and that's
not what he did.
That's the important difference there. So when people bring up Eratosthenes and they say this proves a sphere, no, it doesn't. If you already know it's a sphere, then you can use this method to calculate the size of that sphere, but you can't use it to actually prove that it's a sphere. There's also something that Cyclone posted, and just I want to read this last bit here. So it says here, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. Or it says hypothesis there, but whatever. This is what we're saying, right? Is that just because you can put a set of maths together and then it appears like it props up a globe, that doesn't make it an exclusive proof, right?
The idea is not that it proves the globe, but that it falsifies the non-globe hypothesis. So it wouldn't be the same, right?
That no one's offered that
But it doesn't do that anyway. So
no one's offered what hypothesis?
Well, no one has also offered why.
Hold on, Blue. Can I want to hear Creation Bear say.
Well, yeah, Synth. I mean, we're not offering that hypothesis, and when we ask for proof, that's what we're offered. So
You're not offering what hypothesis was the question.
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, this measuring the surface of the Earth falls into the category of geometry, not science. So if you're looking for a hypothesis, that would require an independent variable, dependent variables. No, you need a valid hypothesis.
Can you please answer my question?
I have.
Look, the question was what No, what do you think the question was? The guy who just said he just
You're asking for a hypothesis, which is a cause and effect relationship test.
You made a claim regarding a hypothesis. And then I asked you which hypothesis were you talking about?
You're saying, well, you're not offering me a hypothesis. I'm saying, yes, of course we wouldn't offer you a hypothesis.
No, I didn't say that.
This isn't.
Okay, this guy's just pulling us off the topic. When we were speaking to Blue Nose, this guy's already upset.
I'm not upset. You're just trolling.
Yeah, you're upset.
It's
okay.
Your questions, so can you just wait a second? We're going to move on.
Get back to Blue Nose.
Back to Blue Nose.
Yeah, well, I was just going to ask who has the math for it if it was a flat plane.
That would be measurements. You would just go and measure the surface, and that would be what you're looking for. You're not going into it with assumptions like, well, it should be like this, so let's go find out.
No, because he said the assumption, and I'm assuming this article is corroborating that it was assuming that it's a round, or spherical rather. So let's assume now that it's flat. How do we prove that using the same math?
Well,
theoretically speaking.
We're talking about angle to start with. Angle requires straight horizontal and vertical lines, right? If you're asking for the math of a flat Earth to do with Eratosthenes, just measure the shadows. What else are you trying to find out? You're not going to be able to find out the shape of the flat Earth. You're just going to be able to describe the surface and measure from the surface. The assumption is that within Eratosthenes that the Earth was a ball, so you put an R into your calculations, like Crypto said, and you don't be surprised when you end up having a ball at the end of it.
So what you're saying is that if you plug in, or you don't do the radius squared, I don't even remember the formula. It was like pi radius squared, right? So let's say you do length times width times height, right? That's 3D object. Or a cube. I don't know.
It would be a square. A cube would be length times width times height times.
That's pretty much it.
Depth.
No. A square would be length times width.
Okay.
A cube.
My bad.
Yeah.
But remember, Blue, we're not testing for shapes like that. It's just like if I want to know how tall you are, I don't go, well, I'm going to assume this about him. You just go measure how tall you are. It's really that simple.
Well, height is one dimension. That's
well,
not
we're just
assuming...
looking for the grade of the surface, right? We're just looking for the general grade. If it's a ball, it will be curved. If it's not curved, it's not a ball. That's the dichotomy.
Well,
so we're not looking to define a shape.
At what point does the ball become so large that the surface has the appearance of...
Okay. Well, this is a good question to get you onto the horizon distance. Do you understand the concept that the globe model predicts a certain horizon distance for you based on your observer height? Because it's a curve that's going down and away from you that ships go behind. You heard that?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you go onto Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, can you do that?
Yeah, one second. There's an Omni.
Just pick anyone. There's a bunch. Yeah, just pick anyone.
Okay.
They're all based on the same globe math of a 3959 mile radius sphere. So if you type in your observer height, say 5-6 feet, into your elevation, how far away does it say the horizon should be?
3 miles.
3 miles, right?
For 6 feet.
So then if you were standing at a beach at 6 feet and you could see 10 miles, say, what does that mean?
What does it mean to see? What does it mean to see 10 miles first?
No, not speaking to you. Speaking to this guy.
But help explain it to him. When you...
No. Listen, quiet. Blue nose. So you just said the
What does it mean
calculator
if you can see
says
10
3
miles?
miles.
It
Yeah.
would just mean that the curve is less accentuated.
What do you mean? Well, the curve.
What
The
kind of
curve
curve
would
is
put
it
it at
assuming?
3 miles. Well, it's assuming the curve of a ball that you're standing on, down and away from you. Yeah. So that when you get to the edge of that ball that you can no longer see beyond, that's 3 miles, according to the calculator, yes?
Well, it depends on the size of the ball, though. Because if you're sitting on a
Yes.
big
So this is
boulder,
according to the ball that they tell us we live on. It should be 3 miles per the calculator, yes?
is that with the diameter of the Earth taken into...
That's with the radius of the Earth being 3959 miles, like NASA claims, yeah?
The radius is half the diameter.
Well,
Yeah,
yes,
correct.
I'm aware.
So, do you understand that? It says 3 miles. Any of the guys in chat, right, are you in the text chat? Any of the guys in chat, can you pull up the Black Swan? Or do I need to do everything?
Got it. I got it. Give me a second.
I can help with that too.
I'm just joking, but that'd be cool. Okay, so we've got it. Do you see this image with the oil rigs?
Yeah, this image is pretty notorious.
Pretty
I've seen it a lot.
notorious. So, you understand it? Do you? I mean, we'll go through it. So, could you read the top text?
Hold on, there's like 15 of them. Which
Not
one?
much.
Drace's one, that one?
Yeah.
Modus tollens, dude. I
You can
took
skip
watch
that
for like a
first
year and
bit.
a half
Just go to if P then Q.
Okay. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 39.59 miles, P, and every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q. So what?
Keep going. You're doing well.
I need a diagram. Like, this isn't helping me.
Got you. I'll
I have a
post the diagram
question.
for you right now.
I know where you're going with this, but
Well,
what if
hold
the
Hold on. We'll
No,
get there
charge.
first.
We'll just hold on. They're
And
gonna
then-
meet your ass.
Yeah, we're in
I'll
the middle of
post the diagram
something.
for you 1 second. If you're confused about the 1.22, you can punch that in your calculator there. If you put 1 foot, or you put 1 foot.
Pretend that you're
Post
using
an
a
image.
those overhead projectors they used to use.
I got you.
Like, can someone just bust out Microsoft Paint? Microsoft Paint. Like, I literally,
Hold on, bro.
these are all numbers. Like,
I've
this isn't helping.
I've got you. Okay, so look in the text channel now, yeah? I'm about to post an image for you.
Okay. Like, everything labeled. I mean, like, I do get it. I do get what they're saying, but it's like,
You see the line of sight from the person to the edge of the ball?
is the okay, I see it.
Why is there a geometric horizon? So that line from your eyeball to the crest of that ball that you can no longer see beyond is the horizon, according to them, yeah?
Yes.
So they say that is 3 miles for you at 6 feet, yeah? Now, if you go back up to the image with the oil rigs, can you go and click on the image with the oil rigs again?
Yeah, let's see. I think I have it.
The one that Drace posted, just with the text on it.
Yeah.
So where would you say that horizon is? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
Would have to be behind.
Right, and how far away is that furthest rig?
9.41 according to the text. I don't have a definitive way of proving that, but
Yeah. Okay, we'll just go with it for now. We'll just go with it for now, and you can check it all later. This video and all this stuff. So that would mean that the horizon is beyond 9.4 miles. Yeah.
Yes, it would be about 10 according to that diagram.
At least, right? Might be way further. We don't know. So that's from a 1 foot observer height, if you read the text below, and the max geometric horizon distance on the sphere at that height is 1.22 miles. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, with that being said, why are we seeing the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.22 miles in front of the rigs? Nope, don't spiral yet. Behind the rigs.
Now,
So-
can I say?
Wait.
No, hold on.
I can explain this though.
Nope, wait. I'm speaking to this guy.
Wait.
I told you they were going to mute you, Tark. Should have listened to you.
They can't help themselves. It's okay, just focus. Why are we seeing the horizon
He's too globed up, bro.
at 10 miles when it says 1.2? That's like 10 times further.
Sorry, there's people DMing me. I'm sorry.
Is this even the guy I was speaking to? Is this Blue Nose?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Don't even open your DMs, dude. Just come to your own logical conclusion.
Yeah, just answer honestly. Blue Nose is who I'm speaking to.
But so it being 10 miles, how does that necessitate it being? Are we trying to disprove that it's round or prove that it's flat?
Is the horizon?
Hold on. If it was round, the horizon would be at 1.22 miles per the calculators. Yeah.
Why is it 1.22?
Let me know when I'm all spoil it.
Yeah. So why is it not in the place where the globe model says it should be? That's the question. Is
this like a specific formula for angle for like?
No, it's the distance to the crest of the curve that you can't see beyond. Remember the diagrams that were shared with you?
Yes, but why is it that number?
You looked at the calculator.
Because that's the size of the ball. That's the size of the ball they claim.
That's the size of the Earth, man.
What 1.22 what?
Times the square root of the observer height in feet. And
that's the factor.
You're getting that number from the size of the Earth, though, right?
Yeah.
No, 1.225 is the factor of the Earth curvature, based off the height of the observer.
Listen, you can look into the math. Right? You just went to the calculator, you typed in 6 foot, and it gave you 3 miles. You can use the same calculator, type in 1 foot, and it'll give you 1.2 miles. Now the question is, when we go out and do this observation, it's not matching. So the question is, why is reality not matching the globe model?
Well, the globe model, that's not a fair...
Hold on. Calm yourself.
No, but you said the globe model. You know that's inaccurate.
Yeah, the globe model doesn't exist. I know. That's what we're talking about.
No, there's obviously the thing that...
Okay, so Blue Nose.
Those rigs, honestly, don't look 6 miles away. I mean, these would have to be massive.
Okay, well, you can check that. But let's just assume that what I'm telling you is correct. You can go and verify this for yourself.
Well, no, this is based on actually. Larry is here. He can corroborate.
Blue Nose, you can just go to Google Maps and search a platform Hill House. You can do your own little, you can draw the line or use the little scale there.
Do we know specifically where this was?
Yeah, of course. This is off the coast of California. They don't move, so we know how far they are from the shore. The only reason we're using them is because they're telling us how far we're looking.
Hold on.
So that's the only reason they're there. So if you're concerned about the distance, go check Google Maps. You can check it out for yourself. That's no problem. But let's get back to the argument, though. Let's not get too far off the train tracks.
You have to understand the only reason why the oil rigs are in the observation is because they are known distances from the observer. They're distance markers, right? One's at 6 miles, one's at 9 miles from the observer, and the observer is 1 foot above the surface of the water. This image known as the Black Swan is a still shot taken from a video. We can provide you with the video if you want at a later time. But in good faith, you've already admitted that the horizon is beyond the furthest oil rig at a safe estimation of 10 miles. If the Earth was curved, then the horizon physical obstruction must be for the observer has one foot of 1.2 miles away. What we're demonstrating is that horizon that everybody said was physical is not physical. It's an apparent phenomena. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, the horizon's going to move around.
Yeah.
Do I add on to that?
So, are we assuming? So it's 1.22 times the square root of the height. Is that the height, like as in the eye level, or?
Yeah, just like when you punch in 6 foot for your height and it said 3 miles.
Now, also, do we know the height of those oil rigs are the same?
Not relevant. We're looking for the distance.
Where's the physical horizon at in the picture?
Well, no, it would be relevant because if
remember, Blue Nose, when you
if,
punch
if,
in the
if it was
calculator.
curved,
Hold
if
on,
it
Blue
was
Nose.
curved,
Remember when you punch in the calculator, it asked for your height and it showed you the distance to the horizon. So it didn't ask you how high is the thing you're looking at. That's not relevant. We're looking for the distance to the horizon.
Yeah. So, Blue, do you want to know the answer? Do you want to know the spoiler?
do I want to know what?
Let him at least get through it before you guys spiral out of control.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the answer as to why he thinks we're seeing. Let me suggest this, Blue. Is it possible that the reason we're not seeing the horizon at 1.2 miles curving away from us is because there is no curving away from us? Is that possible?
I suppose it could be, but do you think it's just a numbers game? Like they have the measurement incorrect?
Yeah, you're close.
That would be really
awkward. You are close to it.
No, it's more that there's no curvature and the maths that they've given us for that stopping point to the maximum distance is more based on our perspective limits.
What big thing is not taken into account in that calculator? You know, you know what it is.
One of our arguments, but let's not spiral just yet.
So do you want to cap it off with the refraction cope, because that could be funny.
So wait, is what Dre's posted here? Is that the actual coordinates of where the image was taken, and where the? Oh, hold on, I'm just trying to find this.
The Google Maps looking one.
I posted the original video, BMLSB69. He has gone out and done countless observations like this.
Yeah, Blue Nose, just let me say quickly, we have all this information on our server. Are you on our server?
Yeah, I'm in there.
Okay, good. That's fine. Well, all the information is in there, and you should speak there sometime as well. But that's good.
So I'm not even seeing... This is in California, okay.
Yeah. I posted a map, screenshot of a map there for you if you need it. But yeah, Platform Hill House or Platform Habitat right off the coast of California.
I'm not even seeing a Miramar. Okay, hold on. Here it is.
Good job, guys. I got to dip out. Good job, Cyclone.
Nah, but like how...
Yeah, peace.
How high was this? Like a person on a boat?
No, it's on the surface of. It's literally
on the beach. On the beach, like a foot off the ground. He put the camera on the ground. Like something you got to understand, Real Blue, is like in order to see this observation with the horizon behind the oil rigs, the radius of the Earth would have to be 250,000 miles.
Not true.
It just kind of looks like one of them is bigger than the other.
Yeah,
I mean, it does look like it's...
That's perspective. That's perspective.
The answer, Blue, is basically there's a thing called refraction, which bends a light.
Yeah, so that will remove all of your measurements using the horizon, because the horizon moves around.
Yes,
have you ever heard of a guy
the
called
horizon
Alberini?
calculator is not... you can't use a horizon calculator.
Okay, just quickly then, could you define refraction for us?
Refraction is light bending.
No, like an actual definition.
No, I don't have the actual definition engraved in my head.
Okay,
now.
so you don't know what it
Sorry
is,
for
but you're saying.
Well, obviously, I'm not going to... your precise answer that you have planned out, it won't work. I'm sorry.
There are several different models for refraction. Which one are you invoking? Because you can't just arbitrarily just say refraction. Which model of refraction are you using?
What are the different models?
Well, mate, you're the one who said refraction.
So which one are you? You made the claim. Which one are you talking about?
Well, I've made the claim it's refraction. You've made the claim it's different models.
Okay, so you don't know what refraction is, so there's no point in us talking to you about refraction.
Yeah, I mean, if you
we'll go back to Blue Nose. Yeah, we'll go back to Blue Nose since this guy wants to talk about something he doesn't understand. Okay, Blue Nose, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Right, what you thinking? Where you at? The horizon is not where it's supposed to be. You realize that, yeah? According to the calculator. Or have you not? Do you not see that the horizon is at 10 miles when it should be at 1.2? Yeah.
I'm looking at it now from Google Maps.
Well, on the image I'm talking about, the image that was posted where you see the oil rigs and then you see the horizon behind them. Right?
Yeah.
That doesn't work on the globe.
On that specific model of the globe or on a globe?
Yes, the only model of the globe that they're teaching you in school.
The one with a radius value of 3,959 miles. The one that takes into account the observer's height. That calculation, you've already Googled the Earth curve calculator. Somewhere in there it will tell you the calculation is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. According to the size of the Earth, for this 1 foot observer, the physical geometric horizon can be no more than 1.2 miles away. But clearly in this image, it is beyond 10 miles away. That's a problem for the geometric claim.
And you can't just say that it's based on like an accident and they don't realize it because they're using this claim, this 3,959 mile radius specifically.
So from
their space
the shore,
travel.
It's about,
So they say.
It's actually almost exactly 6 miles to the first platform. It looks like, from approximately where that image was taken.
Right, so the horizon is still in the wrong place. This is the problem.
They're also over the horizon, though. Like that second ship is kind of.
No, in the image, the horizon is behind the rigs. Remember?
Wait a minute. Well, no, because look at the actual. You can see it on the image that Hasty posted, right? The leftmost image.
Oh, is this the one where the horizons are in a different place?
Yeah.
Okay, so
no.
So,
wait.
So when the horizon's in front of them, is that the curve?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does the curve end up behind them then, on a different day?
All you're going to do is compound our point by giving us more.
No, it looks like it's in front of it because.
My friend, if you're going to keep posting images of the horizon being in different places relative to those oil rigs, then again you are just proving our point that the horizon moves around and isn't geometric or physical. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, the horizon will move around. Now, nobody's actually seen the video yet, and I hope that somebody posts it. At the beginning of the video, you can't even see the oil rigs, just see a horizon. When you use the camera and zoom in, the horizon moves beyond the oil rigs as the oil rigs come into view. Therefore, more compounding the assertion that the horizon moves around. It's not geometric or physical.
I thought it was dependent upon the height, the observer's height.
If the observer's height, if the observer's height is the same, depending on the atmospheric conditions and the technology that you use, the horizon will move around. Yes, you can go higher, that's fine, but we're going to keep the observation height the same. The demonstration of the horizon moving around is all that people are going to be able to show us by posting more images of the horizon being in front, between, or beyond the two oil rigs. Remember the claim...
There you go, bro. Sorry, I thought you stopped.
No, you're fine. Go on.
I was just going to say I dropped that same spot image for you. It's got the ones where it's before and behind. So
it's like you globies saying that you see the boat go over the horizon at 3 miles on one day, but then you see it go behind the horizon on 10 miles on one day. Obviously, that's not Earth curve then, because it would be in the same place every time. So
not even that, but who could have ever possibly measured the radius if it constantly fluctuates, depending on the conditions that Jedi was just listing there?
It's an admission that you can't see the curvature when they say refraction, because they're saying that it moves around.
Conspiracy theorist, bro.
Yeah, it means welcome to Flat Earth, my friends.
Who just said that's a conspiracy theorist? Who said that?
The triggered English guy, of course.
And so you think we're conspiracy theorists? I mean, do you seriously think Flat Earth is a conspiracy theory? Do you not think
Yeah,
the
no,
globe is?
it's okay. The horizon is a conspiracy. The horizon is a conspiracy.
Horizon is a conspiracy theory.
People are literally hiding it so we can't see it.
Hey, Crypto, can you send me your profile picture? I like it.
We have to remember the first claim. We have to remember the first claim. The Greeks and the boats. I can't see the bottom of the boat because the physical Earth curve is in the way. This observation, known as the Black Swan, removes the physical obstruction because the horizon is an apparent location depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use. Therefore, the horizon is not physical.
Yes.
But aren't we still observing a curve even though it's on a much greater scale than
No,
whatever
because
the
if
other
it was the
model is
curve, then
proposing?
it would be where they say it is. If it was the curve, because that's the curve at the size that they say it is. If it's not there, then obviously it's not the curve.
Not necessarily.
So you're saying
Well,
the
no,
ball
because
is inflated?
my
It's
point
just a
is that
really big ball, right? No.
the
Let me
one
just
that's
quickly
further
explain this
away-
because you've asked this a couple of times, right? So if it's just a really big ball and they've got that size wrong, everything is wrong. The distance to the sun and the moon, the sizes of the sun and the moon, the stars, the galaxies, the size of the Milky Way, it's all assumed mathematically based on the assumption of the globe radius being 3959 miles, and also the ISS, the satellites, the rockets, all their orbits assume a 3959 mile radius. So if the radius that we're observing isn't right, everything's wrong. So how are they pretending that it's right? That's it.
Well, obviously, in the actual globe model, refraction is accounted for.
Yeah, the word that you don't know what it means, we know.
Sure.
How did you measure the radius of the Earth in the first instance then, being as you can't see the physical curvature of the Earth because the atmosphere is always in the way?
I
How
have
did
no
you
idea.
do?
I
Exactly.
didn't do it.
Yeah, no one. So this is the point. A guy called Al-Biruni used the physical geometric horizon that he assumed, but we've demonstrated that the horizon isn't physical, removing all measurements using the horizon. If you say refraction one more time, it just kills your ball more.
I said I agree with you that the horizon isn't physical.
Awesome
Like, if
stuff.
refraction didn't exist,
Oh, welcome to Flat Earth.
then this literally would be the gotcha. Like, the Earth would be either changing sizes, it would be a globe and changing sizes magically, or, there'd be some of it, or it just wouldn't be a globe, right?
So what are the boats? What are the boats going over then?
That they're going over the horizon.
So what's that? What's the horizon? Is that the curve?
The horizon is just the observed phenomena where the sky meets the.
So it's not the physical Earth curve. It's not the physical. Wait. Let me just get this. So it's not the physical Earth curve.
It is not the physical Earth curve.
Okay,
cool. So the boats are not over the horizon then.
There is like a minimum physical Earth curve, right, where refraction's at 0.
So I mean,
refraction can go from like I think it's -1 to +1. Right? And
Right.
when you
So it's not curved.
Yeah, see stuff further than where the physical horizon would be calculated.
Well, listen, you don't have a physical horizon.
Yes, I know. I was saying where the
So,
physical
bro-
horizon would be calculated.
So, bro, at sea level, where actually is the point where a boat would specifically go over the curve? Then, like what? Like if you're like elevation, you're like right at the water's edge, so like 6 foot observer. Like, where is a boat? What distance would it have to be before you actually see the effect
If
of
on
the Earth
that
curve?
day there was just 0 refraction, right, it would be where the calculator says, the calculator you use, right? But
What's the margin of error? What's the margin of error? Is it like 0.5, 1, 2, 5, 10%?
Well,
What
you'd
is
have
it?
to know the actual refraction value on that day, right? Which I'm
So
not.
how can you be making the
I don't
claim
know
that
how
it's
that can be done.
refraction if you don't know the atmospheric values of the day?
No, because what? That doesn't. No. To
Well,
calculate in
you
real
claimed
time.
refraction, but you just said you would need to know the atmospheric conditions of the day. Do you know the
If you
atmospheric
in real
conditions of the
time, if
day?
you was on the beach, right, and and you calculated the geometric horizon, and you could see that it was clearly further than that, right? Like those check marks, like the big oil rigs, and the horizon was past that. That would be, past where the geometric, the physical horizon is supposed to be.
I can actually
do the
That
maths
would be
for you in
because
my
of
head
refraction.
right now. So if you want to claim what they call refraction, it actually only takes the horizon to a maximum of 1.6 times the square root of the observer's height. So it doesn't make up for what it is anyway, if we're going to give you that refraction rate. So,
which is why I asked you for a percentage, because none of you know this, but the actual refraction that they do claim would only ever give you like an extra point. Like if we're saying, okay, it should be at 1.2 and it ends up being 1.3 all the time, we're not going to say, oh, the Earth is flat, because look, it's 0.1 off. It's 10 times the distance off. You have no refractive model that can account for that. You don't even know what refraction means.
I even gave him 1.6. Just to let him have it, but it is at 1.3 for standard refraction.
So so even if we give you 1.6, the observation is still not answered by refraction, even though you're coming in like that's an ace up your sleeve. Like, well, refraction, that takes you to 1.6. Why is it at 10?
Yeah, try and think about it honestly.
Nothing? Okay. Well, I should be heading off anyway. So good times, boys. Good chats. Good work. Have a good night.
Thanks, pleasure, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Take care.
Can somebody unmute Tarkulus?
Maybe. Why should we?
Is he a logical fallacy maker?
We'll find out, shall we?
Hey, Cyclone, if you're still there, bro, good chat, mate. Good to have you here, man. See you soon. Is Heretic back in the room yet, no? Shit, man, he's fucking vanished.
There's a little simulator if you want to try it.
A what simulator? Globe simulator.
It's for the Black Swan experiment.
Awesome. So which model of refraction is that using?
So this is using the globe model.
Awesome. So
and you can actually select it to view the globe and flat Earth if you want to.
That's brilliant. Yeah, we've done this like 50,000 times. So I'm going to ask you again, which model of refraction is it using?
Well, I don't know if I've never heard of different models of refraction. You're the one claiming that.
But you're the one claiming refraction, so shouldn't you have the model of what you're claiming?
Well, I didn't know there was multiple models.
Terrestrial refraction, are we going to invoke in Snell's law? Which one is it, mate?
What's that one called?
He's going to be talking about terrestrial refraction. Are you in Snell's law? Which?
Well, I don't know, so I'm going to have to look these up now. So
if you don't have a position, you don't have a position on it. You with all.
Well, I didn't know there's multiple models of refraction. Right? This is
but clearly, given that you haven't looked into this, you shouldn't really have a fixed opinion yet on the matter. You should go and look into it yourself, and then act.
That's what I'm doing now. Now I've heard that there's different models of refraction.
So you should probably just look into it, right?
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah, at this point, the honest position would be your belief in the globe should be on ice at the moment. You should be like, I guess it may or may right now it should have entered Schrodinger's box of an opinion.
But that's the thing. See, once you start looking, it all just kind of starts falling apart. Like once you objectively, critically look into NASA, the globe claims, the contradictions within it are just outrageous, man.
Yeah, for an honest person, it should go into the uncertainty box. You shouldn't be like, oh well, I'm still going to believe it's a globe. Right now, you should be like, okay, oh shit, it doesn't really match.
I don't know the different models, but refraction still works in the calculations. So
you can't say that it works.
What do you need to refract light?
Well, apparently it's variations in air density.
See, there's more than one model of refraction
because water refracts light, right? We all know water can because we can all see it when you put glass on a finger, and that's some refraction index of whatever, right? And air apparently has a much lower refraction index.
Yeah, that would be two mediums to refract your straw in your glass, wouldn't it? The atmosphere that you're looking through, and then the water, right?
Sure.
So two different mediums. When we're looking through the atmosphere, we're just looking through what? An atmosphere with potential temperature gradients and particulates and moisture in the atmosphere.
Right, but air also has a refraction index, like water.
So what's terrestrial refraction?
Terrestrial refraction, I do not know. When I've looked at the models, this has not come up as one of the models.
Yeah. See, when we're using this model, we're also backwards engineering the observation to fit a particular model with the different refractions that you can move around on your slide bar until it backwards engineers and fits the observation. That's the type of refraction that we needed on that day. But can you confirm that on that day that was the atmospheric conditions?
No, of course I can't.
Yeah.
No.
So that would be the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. So you should look that up.
Right, but it's just because I'd say it's bad faith when someone like Cyclone traps, Blue Nose, right? He says, "Is the horizon physical?" Blue Nose assumes the horizon is physical because he doesn't know about refraction, right?
It wasn't a trap; it was an exercise on thought.
Yeah. So that.
That's why I didn't spoil it instantly, right? I wanted to. I was also, I wasn't just gonna instantly be like, "It's refraction, it's refraction."
One second. The trap is not by us. One second. The trap is not by flat earthers, right? The trap is right now.
Well, I can't even explain the trap ever. So
let me finish though.
What was I gonna say?
You already made. You said that he tried to trap Blue Nose or whoever the hell by.
I didn't even explain the trap, but okay. No, you go.
Yeah, by asking whether the horizon was physical or not. But you know what? The people who are still propagating that it's a physical horizon, mainstream science popularizers, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I mean, everyone uses him as an example. I
know you guys.
Right, he's a fucking CIA asset or something.
I know you don't understand. I know you guys
are under the boss.
Well, guys, even up until about 10 years ago, Bill Nye used a model of the globe Earth to explain why the bottoms of boats were hidden using the globe Earth obstruction.
Yeah.
Now, this is the claim that I can't see the bottom of that boat because the Earth is fucking getting in the way.
It's not 10 years ago, bro. It's literally, they said it like, I have a big video from like 4 years ago or something, where they're still saying that, or 2017, not 4 years ago, but like, they're still saying that shit. If you go and ask them right now, the reason that they don't update this, they still teach kids this in school, they don't update this in the hearing, because the reason is, well, I guess this is my speculation, but it's pretty obvious in my opinion. The reason is, they don't care about getting into the nuances of this technical discussion. From their purposes, just to present to the general audience, what's going on the horizon and the bottoms being cut off is a nice rhetorical argument, and most people are not going to look past that. So why rock the boat? Why bring in this whole refraction nonsense? Just like tell them the basic line.
It's just enough to keep their sort of suspicions or their the inquisitive minds, kind of stuff. They've got a couple of answers that might sort of stop them trying to think elsewhere or trying to investigate, possibly.
I mean, it is still technically a physical obstruction. It's not just a physical obstruction.
It's not.
It's not a physical horizon.
It's not. This is a binary. Again, this is a logical fallacy. People like to gish gallop and have it both ways. It's either a physical horizon or it's not. There's no ways. It's either a geometric physical horizon or it's not.
But if you was to try and assume, if you was to try to view it from the globe Earth model, where there's physical obstruction, right, but there's also light being bent.
The horizon the horizon that you're seeing is either physical or it's not. There's no two ways. There's no gray area.
The distance of the horizon, right, it varies based on refraction, but it's still physical obstruction regardless. If refraction is zero, it's like a minimum physical obstruction.
The thing that you're seeing, which is obscuring your vision, is either physical, in a physical location mandated by geometry, or it's not, or it's an apparent horizon. There's no two ways. It's a binary.
You don't. If you want to view it as
why
binary,
can't there not? Why is it a
work.
binary?
Yeah. If you want to do that, you can do that. But unfortunately, in the scenario where light's being bent or lowered, so you can see over where the physical horizon would be, right? If there was no refraction, there's still physical obstruction even when the light's being bent. It's just there's less physical obstruction. You're actually seeing over the physical obstruction because of the bent light, but there's still some physical obstruction.
You're trying to make this into a spectrum, but it just can't be.
But I'm not trying to make. This is the way. Like this isn't. You're the one who's specifying binary to make it not work.
It is literally a true dichotomy. It's either geometric.
Yeah, you can believe
either
it.
geometric. It's not good for me. It's either geometric or it's not. I'll give you.
So if you look right, let's look at this image I posted in the side chat. Right, this is the globe. Right, the globe's little representation of it. So in the scenario where the light's being bent, there's still physical obstruction.
It's not a question of there's no physical. Let me put it this way: it's not a question of whether there's a curve or not in both cases. Right? That's not the problem. The issue. The issue is the thing is either being blocked at the exact geometric point where the hump is skewing it, right? At that exact point, to a mathematical precise level, or it's manifesting somewhere else, which is not the precise point. Where
look at your picture.
Well, okay, then sure. Then I'll just say, all right, sure.
I want to
by
address
those
your picture.
definitions.
Look at your little green picture here and the orange line.
Okay.
You think the light is going up out of the density gradient into a less dense medium and bending down?
Yeah, it's like bit by bit. It's all.
That's the opposite.
Well,
of how refraction works.
Well, sure, man. Good. You got me.
And here's
like you're gonna explain that.
And we've also gone over this before earlier today, but the diffraction claim has also been debunked by the use of different wavelength light sources and like infrared photography, because different wavelengths refract at different rates, and therefore, if you had a bunch of different wavelengths of light sources, lasers, whatever, they would all refract to different positions. But that never happened.
Yeah, I was getting this little picture here. This is light traveling through a different medium, refracting as it enters the more dense medium, and then as it exits the more dense medium, it refracts again in the opposite direction. So now you're telling me that light is going up into a less dense medium and bending the opposite direction?
No, I know it's going for.
That's what your picture is showing.
Is it? Okay, let's have a look. Where is the less dense and more dense thing?
Oh my goodness me, he doesn't even know what he's fucking arguing for.
Well, no, he's literally just added this. He said it's in the picture, and I'm looking at the picture.
Yeah, your green little picture is the orange line not coming off the ground and going up into the air and bending down?
Yeah. Fraction.
In your religion, and what we see in real life is that there's a pressure gradient. And so that is not a more dense medium, that is a less dense medium, and so the light would refract upwards and not downwards.
Yeah, that's just not true.
Oh, but it is.
You don't understand how refraction works then.
Sure, man.
So just hand wave, dismiss that one away. You're just going to say that he doesn't understand what he's talking about. You're just going to hand wave it away.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I showed you a practical example here of light exiting a more dense medium and then bending the opposite direction.
Yeah, but it's not just entering like in the picture you posted here. It's not just like a quick. It's like such a clear bend like that. It's a varying bend over distance.
The way you get light to bend down is you have more and more dense medium, and it's traveling at an angle into that medium, and then you can refract it down. You don't know the conditions required to refract the light.
Right. So if it goes into a lower finger, does it go up or down?
It doesn't. It's not just the density of the medium. It also is the angle of incidence. That's why you see in my little pictures here above. The light is hitting the boundary at an angle. If the light were normal to the surface, it wouldn't be refracting.
Clearly doesn't understand what you're saying, Trace. Maybe you can say it again.
Well, I asked the question. I didn't.
Did you understand what he said? Can you explain what he just said? So you understand, and I know you understand.
Yeah, the light goes into the more dense medium, and it refracts because of the angle of incidence.
Awesome.
And when it exits the more dense medium, it also refracts, and it bends away from that more, like it corrects back to the original path, like in the picture I showed you.
Well, then I'll pick your mic up for you, Drace, and give it back to you. This is why it's important that people understand what refraction is and what it's capable of and what it's not capable of.
Yeah, that's it, man.
This is why you can't just arbitrarily say refraction. Oh, refraction did that. What type of refraction you're talking about? Because there's many different types, right? In this instance, you need what? Angle of incidence, a different medium, higher and lower density gradients.
Yep, that's it, man. Gotcha.
Yep.
Moment.
By the way, for the flat earthers here, other flat earthers, what model of light, in terms of its actual physical nature, do you guys believe in?
It's not about belief; it's about what we observe, right?
No, I'm also a flat earther. So don't worry, it's not a hostile question. I'm just
Right,
asking.
but it's what we observe, right?
Sure, but there are different. There are
Go ahead.
different. I'll just like clarify my question. Sorry. There are different interpretive frameworks for what it actually is, right? Some believe it's a wave in a medium. Some believe it's made of photons. Where do you guys stand?
I got a theory if you'd like to hear it.
Sure.
I call it the rogue wave of light theory. Do you know what rogue wave is in ocean?
No, bro.
Okay, so when two waves are going in a very similar direction and they're really big waves and they combine and all that momentum and velocity and energy combines, it can knock over a ship, right?
Sure.
Right, so this is called a rogue wave.
Okay.
So if light travels in waves, then sometimes maybe some of these waves have intersectionalities, and some people might call that a photon.
I would agree. I think maybe the intersection of the magnetic and the electric field. That I think that those two fields intersect. But some people think it's made of discrete particles like photons. Like, I don't know. Just wondering where everyone stands.
Yeah, I'm not convinced on the particle thing because they say that, a photon is a particle, so that means like my cell phone is ejecting particles.
Yeah, I also never
made pocket.
Yeah, it never made sense to me either. But and either way, even if it were made of particles, something would be guiding it in that exact wave pattern. So so there would still need to be some sort of medium of some sort to guide it.
Zero point energy, quantum foam, whatever you call it, it triggers the hell out of people.
I like to go classical. I like the ether model.
That's what some people call it. What's the ancient term? Quintessence. Yeah, I used to be kind of dogmatic on light, but the truth is that the double slit experiment and the delayed choice quantum rays are so-called experiments. They just show that when you have a knower of the witch path information, it causes light to behave differently. Specifically, it collapses the wave function. Now, after that, right, everything gets really philosophical, right? People start talking about wave particle duality, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But really the important thing is that light behaves differently.
I'm not even certain that the inference, not even the interpretation, inference that like it's the which way, the knowledge of the which way information, which is making it collapse. I think those two things are correlating with each other. I don't think it's necessarily the case.
But you don't think it's causation? Well, I never said it was a science experiment, so we're not really talking about.
Sure. I'm not. I'm just saying, like, every time the way modern science is presented to people is with a complete merging of interpretation, inference, and actual necessary entailments, right? They don't actually delineate between the two. And it's an inference, not an entailment, that the knowledge of the which way information is collapsing the wave. It's not entailed.
Yeah, I think you and I have similar worldviews when it comes to light. But can we be honest and just say that when we're talking about light, whether it's visible or invisible, there's a lot of mystery there that people want to claim that they have understanding. And I think that it's better to stand in the corner and just observe rather than making claims.
100%. I agree with you. I mean, again, there's people, no one even has an actual good definition of what physical is, to be honest. I mean, we can define it well in different contexts, but like in and of itself, it's not defined. Especially in modern so-called science.
So, when they talk about the atomic theory, because we're talking about light and what is real, when they talk about the atomic theory, they talk about superpositioning, right? These subatomic particles are in multiple places at once. They're standing still, but yet in motion. And for me, I think that if you look at the old models like we made when we was children in school in the 80s and 90s, they look like solar systems.
Yeah.
But now they look more like there's fields around these nucleuses. So
yeah,
are these particles? Are these like Newtonian particles, or are they? Let's see. Different charges, right? Different charges of whatever we're looking at.
Yeah, it's like moving the goalposts, like talking out one side of their mouth and then they change, and it's just to keep the space. Like the people love space and love watching all this shit. It's just to keep their brain ticking, man. Another flip flop, another outrageous idea.
Well, of course, it's like someone else was saying it earlier. It's okay and non-controversial to say the entire universe could be flat, but everyone loses their shit if someone says the Earth is flat. They can say the entire universe is flat, two-dimensional on the event horizon of a black hole, whatever the fuck that is. But you said the Earth is flat. Oh, crazy! Debunked. It's laughable, and yeah, they'll say like, oh, it's all these particles. Oh, everything's physical, particles, and then all of a sudden, no, it's just probability clouds and superposition. It's like, oh, which is it though? It's like, it is really it's all over the map. It's just there is no cohesive worldview that they have right now.
Yeah, I feel like I identify with George Carlin. I'm in the corner with doubt.
And we haven't even gotten into relativity yet, which is the biggest, like, as I've been in the server in the room since it's been on this server, and that topic, that hot potato hasn't popped up yet. I mean, mostly because these guys are still falling apart at the drop over distance.
Oh, I can talk about relativity. I know a little bit about it.
How do you?
I don't know what about relativity you want to talk about.
Well,
pretty cool topic.
Well, that's basically like, in order to preserve the heliocentric model, that is a massive pivot that has had to have been made.
Well, yeah. So the heliocentric. Well, I don't know what you mean by the heliocentric model, but if you're talking about like Newtonian gravity to explain the motions of the planets, relativity did have to get brought in to explain a discrepancy in Mercury's orbit. This discrepancy was first explained there was a posited hypothetical planet that was inside the orbit of Mercury that would help explain its precession. But then that actually was no longer necessary once relativity basically predicted Mercury's precession very accurately.
That's kind of a story that, no, with all due respect, that's a story that the mainstream has told people. It's a story that the mainstream has told people into how relativity has predicted something. But the real reason why relativity came has to do with the Michelson-Morley experiment, Michelson, Gale, Pearson, Sagnac, where basically
about the ether.
Yeah, it came down to testing whether the Earth was revolving around the sun or not, which, by all experimental terrestrial observations, as admitted by Einstein, never happened, was impossible. He actually said it's impossible. He says later he said, but the fact is, you can never measure the Earth's revolution or movement, according to Einstein, from the Earth. All experiments to do so, the Michelson-Morley, which was designed to actually test that, showed that it wasn't revolving around the sun. So then after that,
Michelson-Morley experiment was to measure the relative motion of the Earth to the ether, which was hypothetical.
Yeah. So
there was no measurement of it because there is no luminiferous ether.
The Earth's revolution, let me finish. The Earth's revolution through the ether to generate an ether wind, which would impede the light.
No, it wasn't about revolution of the Earth at all. That's what later was attributed to it. It's also they used the Lorentz transform to basically make it so that the whole contraption is just getting compressed, so all the readings are basically nothing in relativity. So that's why he can throw it out.
Sure, but either way, maybe I'm wrong about the historical narrative of it.
Well, the idea was like it's not to prove that the Earth was going around the sun, but rather prove. They already knew the Earth was going around the sun. They weren't proving the Earth going around the sun. Hold on.
Let me just correct myself. Let me backtrack on my own presentation of the historical narrative. That's kind of irrelevant. The fact is, on a technical level, if the Earth was revolving around the sun, and there was an ether as accepted through Maxwell's equations and whatnot, there would have been an ether wind generated, and that would have impeded light in one direction as opposed to the other. I don't care whether or not that was the actual reason or not, but that's just a necessary implication of the experiment. The experiment never showed it. Then they came up like what the other guy said with Lorentz contraction. First they said it was a physical effect, and then relativity came later because of the Sagnac experiment, which showed that it wasn't the motion of the light waves was being mediated independently of the relative reference frame. And then that's why relativity came to say, well, there is no actual objective reference frame on Earth that you could actually make this determination from. You'd have to be from the vantage point of the sun to actually see that. So, and basically throughout the objectivity, throughout the existence of any objective reference frame. So that's, philosophically speaking, I don't care how it played out in reality, historically irrelevant to me, I suppose. I shouldn't have even presented it that way. Maybe that's my bad. But philosophically, that's the progression.
I understand what you're saying. I think that was my only issue with the way you presented it at first, was that they weren't trying to prove the Earth was going around the sun. They were actually just using the motion of the Earth around the sun to prove an effect of the luminiferous ether. Basically, it's like if it's moving in one direction in the spring, it has to be moving in the opposite direction in the fall because of the orbit of the sun. And so, just because that's in a different, it's in a different direction. So if there was an effect of the ether, it wouldn't follow the Earth. It would actually just be independent of Earth's motion, and so they didn't find any such independence. So like the speed of light was the same regardless of what season it was, essentially.
Well, actually, there is a preferred direction.
There's not a preferred direction of the speed of light.
There is a preferred direction. You can actually look
what would it be?
But I'm not going to wait on this claim because there are other people who could probably do it more technically than me. So I'm just going to say that. We'll leave it out there. You can take it for what it's worth. If you actually are curious, you can look it up.
As far as I know, one of the basic principles of relativity is that the speed of light is the same for all observers.
Principle, but that's not the reality. Even in practical GPS, this would be a trivial actual search for you. There is a preferred direction.
Yeah, watch Rupert Sheldrake's Science Delusion and read about the Sagnac effect.
Sagnac effect? Okay.
What? We're trying to play Fat Little Monopoly.
That's a whole paper. Only 3 pages, but it's also a physics paper, so.
Muscle.
Yeah, you could just read about
the Sagnac effect of that almost looks like a way of measuring the Sagnac interferometer. Kind of looks like a gravitational wave detector almost, but it's not exactly like one.
LIGO uses the same principles.
Okay. I have to look it up. I've never heard of it.
They don't actually know what's the cause of the Sagnac effect, but from what we know about it, we can induce changes in the light by moving optical gyroscopes, and so they can detect motion and
Well,
and they
I think
drift based on the position of the sun and the seasons. So they allow you to get a lot of data from them.
I think that, the point of an interferometer when it comes to gravitational waves, which is what I'm more familiar with, is that the lengths of the beams, or like the lengths between the mirrors, and essentially, right, like the travel path of the light gets relatively shorter or longer based off of the gravitational wave, and so that actually just causes it to travel further. It doesn't change speed; it just changes distance.
Yeah, that's the Sagnac effect, and they conflated that with gravitational waves. They've never actually detected any gravitational waves. How is a gravitational wave going to affect a massless particle?
It doesn't affect the massless. It doesn't affect light itself. It affects the space that light travels through.
Yeah, the problem is the so-called gravitational waves that LIGO is picking up are so weak they aren't strong enough to be able to touch light in any way, just like the gravity of the Earth isn't strong enough to touch light in any way.
The gravity of the Earth absolutely touches light. Gravity of the Earth actually causes the gravity and rotation of the Earth actually cause time dilation, which would cause slight differences in the basically it'll cause Doppler shifts.
No, they actually tell you that the gravity of the Earth isn't strong enough. They tell you the gravity of the Earth isn't strong enough to bend light, and that's why we don't see that here on Earth. They tell you, however, that the sun's gravity is strong enough to bend light somehow, even though it's a massless particle.
Again, it can be bent because the light travels on null geodesics, which are straight lines in space-time. And space-time, when it is affected by mass, which it absolutely is. Let me finish. When space-time that is affected by mass is bent, the light follows those bends. The light itself
that's an imagination.
is not.
You don't have space-time. First, you would need to validate that idea. First of all, relativity is being thrown down the toilet because they tried to use it to explain the cosmos and, for instance, the motions of the galaxies. But it turns out the galaxies are rotating too fast on the edges to work out with the mass, so that they had to invent dark matter and dark energy, which makes up 96% of the universe. But they don't actually have any evidence for it. It's just an ad hoc patch to the system because gravity didn't work. And gravity doesn't even work on the particle scale or the quantum scale. So they need quantum gravity, and most of the academics are looking for it because they can't make the Einstein's gravity or Newton's gravity work with it. So they're making new theories called MOND, or modified Newtonian dynamics. They are in a crisis, a cosmological crisis. So trying to appeal to the things that they know already are debunked is pretty bad.
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. And it's like you're kind of positing like it's an all or nothing scenario. Scientists would agree. Like you're not wrong at all in what you're saying. It's just that the idea that because relativity is wrong in some of its predictions, it's somehow completely incorrect is kind of like that.
There's no experiments.
Black and white.
There's no experiments to validate it. It's not a scientific
there are
theory.
experiments to validate it.
No, there's no actual valid scientific experiments to validate it. For it to be a valid scientific experiment, you would need an independent variable, which is your presumed cause, and you would need to manipulate it. Have you manipulated gravity? Or the bending and warping of imagined space-time?
This is the basic misunderstanding of science. A scientific theory can make a prediction based off of the independent variables that are associated with it. Obviously, you can't control the masses of the sun or the planets or any of those things. But what you can do is apply the theory to the things that you see, and the theory will produce a prediction, and you can verify that prediction. That is how science works. You make theories that predict things, and you test those theories by making an observation and lining it up with what the theory predicts. Or if it doesn't line up, then the theory is wrong. One of the first validations.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
Yeah, you believe in people who don't use the scientific method. Here, for instance, is Michelle Fowler, a scientific communicator for NASA.
The scientific process of hypothesis, experiment, and all of that, that doesn't happen. It's much more about playing and about trying things.
Yeah, you got people just guessworking and playing with you, not using the scientific method or following science.
Leaps of logic, that's a fallacy, right? Leaps of logic, like if I made a leap of logic, right, then that means that there would be like some sort of fallacious statement that I made. So, Michio Kaku is telling you right there that leaps of logic and guesswork is not science. So if you're talking about the bending and warping of space-time, matching predictions, well, it didn't at the galactic level. So when we observe reality, when we look up, and we put gravity to the test, it failed so bad that you had to invent 80% of the matter in the universe called dark matter, and it recently got debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. So you don't have a space-time continuum, you have an ad hoc continuum.
Okay, so as I was saying earlier, the one of the predictions that Einsteinian gravity predicted was the warping of light called gravitational lensing around the sun, and that was verified through a solar eclipse. They were able to correctly see where they could see stars that were behind the sun,
right?
That should have been behind the sun, but the light from those stars was warped around the sun by the sun's gravity,
You said
and
it was
that
the sun's
was a
gravity?
verification. That was a verification of Einstein's theory, and now as I've said, the theory, like we know that, for example, because relativity does not work with quantum mechanics, that either one or both of them are wrong, and there needs to be a unifying theory. Theories are incomplete, and that you are correct in saying that. But
Right,
saying that there's a difference between the theory being incomplete and just being completely wrong. The theory does make really good predictions, so it is on the right track. It's just not complete yet.
So the sun has an atmosphere, allegedly, called the heliosphere, and I believe that starlight was refracting through the sun's atmosphere and had nothing to do with gravity. So we got competing theories. You didn't prove anything. We both have postulations that are equally unverifiable, unfalsifiable, and unscientific.
So you're saying that because of refraction of the light, it bent in the way it did. Although I'd have to look into the theory. I don't have great knowledge of how the theory predicts gravitational lensing, but I do know that lensing gravitationally has a very distinct appearance, and it is mathematically predictable in a way that refraction doesn't produce. And so I'm pretty sure that that you can distinguish which one is what you see.
Can you cite your source for that, or do you just feel that way? Is that how you identify?
No, it's not that I feel that way. I have seen other gravitational lensing effects, and they have a distinct appearance that doesn't look like refraction. And from what I understand, that they can undo the refraction effect, or not the lensing effect. I mean, I don't have the source on me, and I'm not going to look it up right now. But yeah.
Oh, so it's just a baseless assertion. Cool. Let me rebut your baseless assertion with another baseless assertion. I think what you're calling, gravitational lensing is refraction, and you just don't know the difference between the two, and that's my baseless assertion. Which one do you like better?
Okay, well, after 15 minutes of research, one of the baseless assumptions will be still baseless, so we'll see which one it is.
Okay. Because we can't, do any cause and effect stuff. You're saying it's caused by gravity. I don't know how you came to that conclusion. Like, the only thing that could have been doing this is the bending and warping of space-time, when we haven't even proven that yet, but this is the thing we're choosing to prove, and this is the proof of it. That's circular. That's kind of like saying the Bible is God's word because it says in the Bible that it's God's word. That's exactly your argument, that the bending and warping of space-time is proven by the bending and warping of space-time. Ha ha!
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was looking up things. Can't listen and pay attention.
You got the ADD, bro.
Read
Get back on your meds.
Well, no, it's difficult for most people to read sources and also listen to what someone else is telling them.
To be fair, we don't need to insult him, man. Like he didn't insult anyone. Not trying to be the fucking niceness policeman.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to be offended by the insult. It's just I don't have ADD, and and I think most people have the same thing where they can't focus on two things at once.
It's all good.
Yeah, you're right. I was being a little crass.
By the way, you catch me being a hypocrite in some other room, but that's me in a different mode.
Yeah, I've kind of changed over time. I used to be extremely nice, and I've noticed that this particular server is different, right? There's a lot of, I don't know, like old school debate style where it's just everybody's kind of...
If shit show free for me, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So it brings out a different me.
Hey Larry, I've got good news. I get my sentencing hearing on Monday. For those of you who don't know, I was arrested for impersonating a police officer. And my sentencing is on Monday.
How did you get charged with that?
Yeah, what did you do?
Well, you can buy these police lights online, and I put them on my car, and you can turn them on and pull people.
Yeah, that's illegal. I don't know what state
It
you're
is.
in.
It is, and that I got arrested for that.
Yeah, you can't do the red and blue.
Jail? Why'd you do it though?
Well, because I was trying to protect the community, get guns off the streets, stuff like that.
What? You were trying to get guns off the street?
Damn.
How's that going to protect the community if they can't defend themselves?
Dude,
Well, because these guys were on their way to do drive-bys and stuff like that.
Just to be clear,
Now, the
Officer Hill is a known LARPer. He's actually a LARPer. I'm not joking. So so engage at your own caution. That's all.
Well, the only problem was I got pulled over with their guns, and their guns already had bodies on them, and so I got charged with their crimes.
You're going to prison?
Yes, I did.
You're going to jail?
I'm going to prison, California State Prison.
California knows how to party. You get caught with guns over there, you're going to the dungeon. You can party down there.
These were stolen guns. The guns had already had bodies, murders on them. And I was being a good Samaritan, and now I'm being charged with their murders. Like, okay.
Sounds like you should have minded your own business and let the gangbangers keep their guns.
Well, the police are inept. I'm a better police officer than they.
I don't think so. I think they used their force against you and you lost.
You guys are aware that you're engaging with the LARPer, right? It's just.
I don't care. Yeah. I don't care.
Just think.
It's an obfuscation tactic because that guy can't defeat the argument because he knows that it's circular. You can't use space-time to prove space-time.
Oh, this is a different guy. I'm just saying this. The guy.
Oh, no. This guy's obfuscating for the other guy. They have tactics here. And the more they get tactical, like the more my shadow is going to come out,
like I said,
I have no idea who the other guy was. I just joined.
He's just a general shill, and he doesn't like the flat Earth because he has his own proprietary geocentric worldview, where he somehow is a geocentrist but also a globe earther. He thinks somehow that preserves his credibility.
Well, I myself am a geocentrist.
I know that's
yeah.
I'm saying you are a proprietary globe geocentrist who believes that there's a globe Earth, but it's geocentric.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, that's just where the science leads.
It doesn't lead there.
But no. Okay, well, let me just qualify that esoteric by saying that this is what the NASA admits to.
Come in.
The NASA is not going to say that the universe is geocentric, but it will admit that there is something called the, quote, axis of evil on which the Earth sits, which is a line that cuts literally through the whole universe on which the Earth sits. They call this in cosmology and astrophysics, quote, the axis of evil, and they admit to this. Now, they say that it's contamination or maybe we've got it wrong. Whatever it is, we're in the middle of this axis, which to me proves geocentrism.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the problem is, you think that somehow you can preserve the globe Earth and geocentrism. They can't coexist. And
you're saying they're mutually exclusive.
They are, and other people in this room would be very happy to guide you through how they. Because you don't do it with me, you just kind of like close your ears and go la 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 la. But maybe try it with another white guy. Look, he doesn't try with another white guy. He just left. That is your quintessential plug his fingers in his ear. Sad.
So he's right about the axis of evil. There is an axis in deep space that lines up with the Earth, which completely tears up the acentric model of the universe, the lambda-CDM. That's another,
I'm with
clean
you.
kill.
I agree with that. I'm just saying somehow he thinks he can have his cake and eat it too. He thinks he can have a geocentric universe, but also have it be a rotating globe. Doesn't realize that those are mutually exclusive.
Well, that's kind of where I was in 2014. I was listening to Malcolm Bowden and looking up these, Michelson Morley, Sagnac type experiments and Michelson Gale and, well, not non-experiments, observations, I guess. But
Well done.
Yeah, I guess, everybody's got their own path.
Well, this guy is intentionally choosing not to look at this because he doesn't want to. So he's basically trying to philosophically show that materialism is dead, which I'm all with him for that. But at the same time, he wants to maintain his credibility and stay within the parameters of mainstream science, which is just not real science. So he can't.
I'm sorry, what's the point of contention?
The Earth.
Oh, sorry, I just asked what's the point of contention?
The Earth.
Okay, what about it?
Or whether it's flat, or whether it's a sphere, or whether it is central to the heliocentric model.
Okay.
So do you know about the axis of evil? The guy who's asking what's the point of contention?
No. Can you give me some resources on it?
Sure, I just did talk about it, but you can look up the axis of evil in cosmology, and I'm sure that you're going to find lots and lots of hit pieces and people saying something negative about it, but you're not going to find people saying that it doesn't exist. You're just going to see a whole bunch of psychological, sorry, I didn't mean to say psychological, I meant to say philosophical yeah buts. You know what a yeah but is, right?
Sorry, what was that? I was busy typing something down.
It's okay. I did ask you to type it down. Go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies. Carry on, Larry.
I'm sure I interrupted you 1,000 times when I was on the fence, bro. Never asked for forgiveness. So a yeah but is when you make an argument with somebody and they double speak, right? It's the sky is blue sometimes, and they go, yeah, but it's really, the refraction and blah, blah, blah. It's no, the sky is blue sometimes, right? And it's either yes or no, right? So we get a lot of yeah buts when we're talking to people because they can't help but double speak because of their cognitive dissonance. So anything before but
what's the significance here? I'm looking at it of the axis of evil.
Right. So the axis of evil, pretty much, they came up with this reading from one of their instruments that showed that the far distant, deepest parts of space lined up with not just one, but two things from the Earth. Now, if you understand the lambda-CDM model, you would know that that's completely impossible. According to their model, the Earth is not in a special place. There shouldn't be distant space lining up with the Earth because the Earth is not in a special place. So they've dubbed it the axis of evil because it's to their religion, this is satanic or whatever, just so to speak. I didn't dub it that, they did. So yeah, it was confirmed with the European Space Agency. And they were well, fuck. Because they thought it was at first they were saying oh, there's something wrong with the instruments, it's just an anomaly. But the second time when they confirmed it, it was whoops. So yeah, that kind of makes, the universe look geocentric. Earth-centered. So does the redshift, by the way.
Wait, how does
I'm sorry, I'm still looking up things, but
how does the redshift make it look Earth-centered?
So is the universe expanding in all directions? For the most part?
For the most part, yeah.
Right. So that's redshift, right? The Doppler effect. So if you could hypothetically, right, rewind time, then if you could look out while that process was happening, you would see blue shift in all directions, meaning that everything is heading towards the Earth, making the Earth the center of all creation.
Well, that's not necessarily true. It's
wait. So sorry. Could you repeat what you said again?
Were you typing again? So if redshift in all directions, if you could rewind time, it would be blue shift in all directions, showing that the Earth is the center of the expanding universe. If you believe in redshift, that is.
Do you believe in redshift?
No, I just think it's plasma.
So what does that mean by it's just plasma? Why'd you bring it up if you don't believe in it? And what would be the alternative sort of interpretation of the data?
Well, it's for people like you who believe in it, who have never heard this before, and now you have the ability to entertain both ideas, possibly bring it up in a debate, have a debate about it, and hear both sides of the story, and learn more.
So how would plasma explain redshift?
How would plasma explain lights?
How would plasma explain redshift?
What do you think plasma is?
Plasma is a state of matter where something is heated to such a degree that the electrons can flow fluidly between an almost gaseous state. So sort of like somewhere between a almost sort of like how certain d orbital electrons can flow between atoms and elemental metals. But instead of it being a metal, it's a gas. Just the electrons form a soup rather than being bound to a specific nucleus.
Right, so it makes light.
I mean, it can.
Other than bioluminescence, isn't most light from plasma?
Well, if you're like looking at the sun and stuff, like, yeah, but like a light bulb, an incandescent light bulb isn't plasma.
Well, what is fire?
Fire's plasma, but not an incandescent light bulb, for instance.
What is lightning?
Plasma.
Okay. So most light that we see in nature is from plasma.
Keyword there's nature.
But my question is, though, is that how does that explain redshift?
Well, it's like a neon light in a way. You know, it's plasma. I'm not literally a neon light, obviously, but you know, you're looking out and you're seeing like different wavelengths of light, right? And you're assuming that it's the Doppler effect. Because, you know, before Hubble, the man, not the telescope, in the 1920s, looking out into what we call now deep space, the scientists of the day thought that the universe was eternal. And now they've, you know, finally caught up with the biblical worldview, and they understand that it was created, but their creation myth, the Big Bang and inflation, the theory, not the current state of America or in the rest of the world, inflation, the theory, right? This is a creation myth. And their creation myth, they just say it's come about by natural means, as if, you know, nothing exploded, expanded faster than the speed of light, and created everything that we see here today, and all the organisms on Earth sprang up out of the rocks. Like, that's a really cool story, but it's just a story.
So I'm still not sure how something being plasma or not being plasma impacts redshift. Could you explain that a little bit more? Because if I were to hold a light bulb in front of me, and if I were to hold a neon light in front of me, and I were to look at those, I wouldn't see redshift.
So what you're seeing is an observation, and you're saying that it's the Doppler effect.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just asking, like, how would it being plasma or not being plasma make it redshift or not redshift?
So redshift is like to do with the wave, right? As the object is moving away, they say that it's stretching out the wave and causing it to have a red tint. If it was moving closer, like allegedly the Andromeda Galaxy, then it would have a blue shift, right?
So does that mean that if I had like a red star and it were moving towards me, it would appear purple? Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Okay, so what are you trying to say?
We're talking about the Doppler effect.
Right.
When an object
There's
is
no way
moving
he just
away.
said that.
What's that?
There's no way he just said that. Purple. That's not what. That's obviously not what he means.
What do you mean by that, bro?
What I mean by what? You said it'll appear blue tinted or red tinted. So I'm asking, if that's not it, then what is it?
It's not going to appear purple. It's going to have a slight blue shift.
Okay, and
Have
so
you heard of a bluish tint and like reddish
so,
tints on devices, like
so it would be
electronic
red,
devices?
but ever so slightly more purple than before, right? If it's shifted to the blue, and if not, then like what else could it be?
Have you heard of like warm and soft colors and how they have a reddish or bluish tint on electronic devices, like a screen?
Okay, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like how if it's cooler, it's blue, and if it's warmer, it's red. But if you put on a black screen, the screen is not gonna like be purple. Or if you put on a red screen with a screen that has a cool tint to it, it's not gonna be purple.
Okay, so you're saying that the color of the star should be becoming a warmer hue.
Yeah, well,
than it is,
kind
right?
of.
So if that do you agree with that, Larry?
Sorry, you were talking to him. I didn't catch it.
No, I'm trying to make sure I understand redshift and blue shift because like there are all these things being tossed around. I'm trying to figure out how plasma explains it better than redshift, but I need to know what makes it special.
You're seeing lights in the sky, right? When you look out, you see stars and some things that you call galaxies and some things that you call nebulas, right? So what is a nebula? It's a gas cloud that is emitting light, right?
Okay.
So that would be plasma. What is this? According to you, a sun is a star and a star is a sun, right? So this is helium and hydrogen, which are gas that are excited. So what would you call that? Plasma?
Okay, yeah. I guess.
You're seeing lights that mostly have a reddish tint, but some of them have a bluish tint. Plasma.
Wait, I have a quick
So basically, if you're close enough to see
a
the
lot
color,
of the emissions are actually molecular hydrogen, and so that is specifically not plasma. It would be gas. The sun actually, the atmosphere of the sun is molecular hydrogen, and that is what is emitting light as well. So it's not just plasma.
Did you do a biopsy?
No.
Wait, we're talking
you couldn't understand it. If you're looking from their perspective, where you can see that the sun, that you can see something far away is white, that means you can't actually see the actual color of that object. Like if you look at Venus from the sun from here, you can't see that it's actually like kind of orangish, kind of yellowish. You just see white. You just see a white light. So that white light will have a reddish or bluish tint. Not the actual, like, if you're close enough to see the actual color of the planet or the star or whatever object it is, then it won't have the tint anymore.
I think I'm understanding the point of contention. So, Larry, what you're saying is they're arguing that all lights should be the same color and that red shift or blue shift are giving them their individual color, whereas it could just be that they have different color to begin with.
Right, because it's a wavelength is what denotes color. Like when I look at green...
So why do they have different wavelengths?
Why does light have different wavelengths? Because it's at a different frequency.
Because if it's plasma and like, but what's causing it to have a different frequency? What's actually giving it that?
I don't make knowledge claims that I can't verify.
No. But we have plasma on Earth, right? You brought that up. So, and you said the reason that they're different wavelengths is because they're different plasma. My question is, why does different plasma look different instead of looking the same and then being subject to redshift or blue shift?
Well, see, the blue shift and red shift is where you're getting philosophical. Like we observe what we observe, right? When you say, hey, I think what I'm looking at is the Doppler effect. And
I'm not getting philosophical here. I'm asking about plasma. I'm asking specifically about plasma.
Right, and I'm denoting the difference between science and philosophy.
Okay, but like, so scientifically, what gives plasma its different colors?
Wavelength.
Okay, but what gives it different wavelength?
Frequency.
And what gives it different frequency?
I guess...
I'm pretty sure it's photons. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure it's photons.
What gives light
different colors?
Frequency.
It's not frequency. It's photons, which emit different colors based on the atom the atoms that are present.
I guess the object or the source
So like if you burn copper, it's gonna be a greenish bluish color because of the photons.
So it's about the chemistry of the target, right? Does copper always burn the same color of green?
Copper will always burn the same color.
So I have a question. So if I were to burn copper, right, and I see this really bright green-blue light, but instead of being the same bright green-blue light, it was ever so slightly redder or bluer, I could tell that the object was probably copper, but it was red shifted or blue shifted, right?
Well, I would say that for you to even see the actual color, the green color of the copper, the copper burning, you're too close to see a red shift or a blue shift. A red shift and blue shift only occur at very far distances.
Let's assume we had something the size of a star, right?
Burning copper,
fire or whatever, right? Like, or a planet or something. I don't know. I'm not interested in the scale here. All I need to do is just say it's bright enough that you can see it from Earth, and it can be pretty far away.
Yeah. If you see it from Earth, if it's bright enough that you can see from Earth,
if it were moving towards us, we'd still be able to tell it was made of copper, but it would be slightly blue shifted relative to the copper we burn on Earth. And if it were moving away from us, it'd be slightly red shifted. So we'd actually know that it was made of burning copper, right?
You wouldn't be able to tell that it's copper because the light would be white, even though it's green at an up close perspective. It would be white because of how far away it is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but would it be blue shifted then, or red shifted, or how would that work?
Yeah, depending on the distance. If it's far enough that you can see that it's white and not green, then it's gonna have a shift. But if the closer you are, the less shift there is. So if you're close enough to see the color of the actual color, then it's not gonna have a shift.
Okay, so things can only red shift or blue shift if they're far away from you?
Yes.
Okay, so I was Larry told me that it was related to the Doppler effect, and I just googled the Doppler effect, and they say one of the best examples of the Doppler effect is when an ambulance drives by. So when it's behind you, it's like really, really high pitched, and then once it passes you, it gets really, really low pitch. So you can hear it. And that's the Doppler effect. That's the same as red shifting and blue shifting. Instead of being light, it's sound. So that's pretty close to you, right?
Allegedly, that's what's happening when we look up.
Right, and the other thing being, though, is it also says that when you take the speed guns that cops use, like speedometers, those are using red shift and blue shift of radio waves. So that's pretty close. So it doesn't.
Yeah, but it's not
like
visible though. The red shift and blue shift that is picking up is not actual. It's not visible because it's too close.
So just to clarify here, you don't need to see the light of the red shift or blue shift for you to be able to measure the red shift or blue shift.
Yes, but at a far distance, you will be able to see the red shift or blue shift.
So it's not a matter of distance. It's just a matter of your device you're measuring it with, if it's sensitive enough.
If you're up close, everything technically has a red shift and a blue shift. If you're close, you won't see it. If it's far away, you will see the red shift and the blue shift.
But why do I hear the difference with the ambulance even if it's close?
Because that's actual Doppler effect.
Okay.
That's sound. This is it's similar to the Doppler effect. It's not actually, I'm not sure. I don't think it's actually the Doppler effect at play.
So Larry, what's the difference?
Well, when we're looking up at the sky, we can't verify it. With an ambulance, we can verify that it's moving away from us.
Okay.
But with the stars, it's an assumption.
Is it the part that it's light in the Doppler effect, or is it that we're not sure that light can experience the Doppler effect?
No, I understand that light can spread out if it's in motion, right? What I'm saying is it's in contention and not, settled science that it's actually the Doppler effect.
Okay. So if something is red shifted or blue shifted, that's not the problem. It's specifically because we don't know what the original wavelength was. Is that it?
Right. How could you know what the original wavelength of the source is? It's like this. They claim that, they used to say it was 13.7. Now it's 26.2 or something like that. Billion light years old. So they're claiming that we can detect, light from that distance, which is insane if you put that in miles. It's really insane, especially if you look. Yeah, mind-boggling. It's more than mind-boggling. It's unfathomable because if you look at the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, the intensity of the light decreases 4 times. Right, it's exponentially.
Okay,
so hold on, let me finish. So they're claiming that we can detect light from that far away, and they pretend to know what it's doing.
So I have an additional question. So
this is I didn't even realize this was flat Earth. I'm not a flat earther, by the way. I'm just.
It's alright, bro. The room's here, so you can ask your questions, man.
If something's plasma, it's not forming distinct chemicals because those electrons are a cloud, right? So things break down to an elemental level. Am I right, Larry?
What's plasma? The moon are you talking about?
Am I right, Larry?
You're talking about plasma can break down? What?
So can I make anything into plasma, or does plasma have to be elements? Because it sounds like the electrons separate from everything when it's in a plasma. And like those electrons
technically
are
make plasma out of any single thing.
Right.
It has to be an element.
So it's an element. It's not a chemical. So there's a limit to how many different plasmas you can have, right? It has to be a number from the periodic table.
Well, everything is composed from elements. Every single thing in the universe is composed from element.
Right. But like
anything can be made into plasma.
But like this, for instance, if I were to take chlorine, which is a gas, and sodium, that's a metal, and I mix them together, I will get table salt, right? But if I were to put them into a really, really hot chamber and heat them both up, I wouldn't be getting salt plasma. I'd be getting plasma for sodium and plasma for chlorine, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So it would be the same as if I had a jar of chlorine and a jar of sodium. You can't tell how they're mixed. You can just tell that if they're there or not, right? So you can't. There's no such thing as plasma salt. It'll just be chlorine plasma and sodium plasma.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I thought that you were saying that the conditions of something to be able to be a plasma is that it has to be broken down into a singular element. That's what I thought you were saying.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure I understood that. So if that's the case, and we have a periodic table of 100 some odd elements, and so let's assume for the most part that we can take those and we can look at the plasmas that each of them create, right? We know that hydrogen produces a plasma that's this color. We know helium's this color. Neon's a bright red. Sodium's a bright orange. We know what those look like. And so if I were to redshift or blue shift those, wouldn't I be able to tell it looks just like sodium, but it's much redder? Or it looks just like sodium, but it's much bluer because it's emitting like a very specific light?
Here's the problem, bro. If you're talking about spectroscopy, right? It's one thing if you got an enclosed system in a lab setting and you're like, yep, that's copper. We know it's copper, so let's heat it up. Oh, look, it's glowing this color. Yeah. But if you're talking about stellar spectroscopy, you're talking about looking up in the sky, right? Let's say you pointed at the sun and you say, oh, well, the sun is this color, so it's helium and hydrogen. Well, what's the lightest elements on the periodic table?
Well, those are hydrogen and helium, right?
Right. So when you pointed up, what did you expect to see when you looked up there? Lead? Mercury? So you're saying the sun is made of hydrogen and helium, but how do you know that for certain unless you take a biopsy? Let me give you a real simple illustration. You go to the doctor, he says you got dick cancer, we need to amputate, and you're like, whoa, I need a second opinion. So you go to another doctor, and he's like, did the first doctor do a biopsy? And you're like, no. Well, how does he know you need to amputate then? How does he know anything?
So wait, what would it having to be lighter have to do with it being the sun? I'm confused.
What? What would it being lighter?
You said the reason that you see hydrogen and helium, those signatures when you look at the sun.
That would rise. That would be up the top of the atmosphere, surely.
Okay, so you would be able to see that no matter what direction you look. Is that it? In the sky?
Sure.
Because how does that work?
I'm just saying you have to be able to eliminate variables when you're doing science.
Well, sure. I'm asking what are the variables at play there? Are you saying that like the sun is interacting with the atmosphere?
No, I'm saying that if you're looking through 93 million miles of space, how do you know what you're detecting with your instruments is what that thing is 93 million miles away?
But like, what does that have to do with the hydrogen and the helium? I'm a little confused.
Okay, if you're looking through 93 million miles of hydrogen and helium, and you're detecting hydrogen and helium, when you look at that object, like, how do you know?
But why would it, if it's 93,000, but the lighter, what does it have to do with hydrogen and helium being lighter and being between the Earth and the Sun? I don't understand that.
Do you not know about the periodic table and the atomic weight of the elements? So what's going to be at the highest part of the atmosphere?
Well, so those are going to be
Not
your
going to be
lighter
nitrogen, right? Right. Going to be like neon and the noble gases, right?
Well, I think neon's actually pretty dense. You may have stuff like argon, but like
okay,
I'm
argon.
not sure about neon.
Whatever makes the sky light up blue, right? Whatever plasma is going on up there, but
I don't think that's plasma. I think that just has to do with oxygen diffraction.
oh, so you don't think that the sky glows blue because there's excited gas particles up there where they're getting inundated with the sun?
So if that were the case, the sky wouldn't just be blue. It would be like glowing blue, right? It would be very hot, right? Because it'd be a plasma.
Like the thermosphere?
It would be really hot, right? So how hot's the thermosphere?
Up to 3,800 degrees Fahrenheit.
1,000 degrees, man.
So the reason the sky is blue is because the thermosphere's hot?
Well, the thermosphere's thousands of degrees, and then you've got the ISS. I know it's kind of off what you're talking about, but the ISS is almost entirely comprised of the aluminium, which melts at like 800 and something.
So sorry. What? So it's made of aluminum?
Almost entirely.
So if it's made of aluminum, aluminum's heavier than hydrogen and helium.
The ISS.
Larry, is the contention like that you don't trust spectrometry or how the fuck you say it?
Oh, are you asking me? I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand.
I'm asking Larry. It's the problem that Larry does not believe in spectroscopy.
Which type of spectroscopy are we talking about? Because there are several different types.
I'm saying like, what is the actual crux of U2's argument? Is that one of you believe in spectroscopy and he doesn't?
It's not that. It's just that there's unknown variables, like just to say that.
Sorry,
Go Jedi, bro. Go.
Spectroscopy is done under very specific laboratory conditions. When we start using spectroscopy, as in stellar spectroscopy, that's no longer laboratory conditions. So there's a vast difference between doing it in a laboratory and not.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what does that mean? What does that mean?
Well, there's not as much control.
Is that denoting a belief that you have or something? Like you believe like you can't trust the science of objects far away or something like that? Is that what you're saying?
Listen carefully. In science, you have to have controls, right? So, for example, if I want to find out the cause of your car not starting, I'm not going to replace your engine, your starter, your transmission, and put 4 new tires in your car, right? I'm going to start with a starter and replace it. If that doesn't work, well, that's a null hypothesis.
I have a question, Larry.
Hold on, bro.
Do we know what causes the tides?
No, you don't. Of course not. But you're interrupting, bro. So let's say it's not the starter. So I start, doing other diagnostics, and I find the starter fuse is bad, and I replace that one thing. That's the cause, right? That's how science works. You don't just do like 5 things at once and pay like $10,000 for a fuse, right? 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 You want to have all the other variables controlled so you have first-hand primary knowledge of what the cause is. How do you do that with space? How do you eliminate the variables and manipulate the cause of what you're seeing in the sky? You're here on Earth. You can't do that. But in a laboratory setting like spectroscopy, you can do that, and the science is pretty legit when you control for the variables.
So essentially, you don't believe in spectroscopy because it is.
Oh, that's not
You
what he
can't.
said.
You can't account for the other variables, or you
I
don't.
just
you
said
don't trust it fully.
spectroscopy is. I just said spectroscopy in a lab setting is legit.
And I'm interstellar. You don't. So you
Talking
believe in.
Or nothing specifically to do with spectroscopy. Talking about anything that you do, if you want to determine a cause, you need to control the variables. If you're not manipulating and controlling variables, you don't got science, you got speculation.
Okay, so you think that interstellar spectroscopy is speculation, not science, not actual science?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not unreasonable.
You can't confirm the object. For example, in the laboratory, you know what the object is, you put it there. When we're talking about space, you can't confirm that object. You can't go there and say, this is what it is.
Well, what if in a lab setting you can prove that something exists and that it is a law, so that it applies at any distance?
You would have to know what was between you and the object, wouldn't you? For starters. Like the atmosphere for one.
So, if that's the case, and I look at those clouds really high in the sky, I can't tell that they're like relatively light. They could be very dense because I don't know what the composition of the atmosphere is above me.
You do know what the composition of the atmosphere is above me.
We do? How?
Can you go into the atmosphere?
Yeah, but I can only go so far. Like, I can, like, jump, or maybe I can climb, but, like, at the end of the day, I can only get so high above the ground. If I climb a mountain, there's still clouds above me, and I can't sample those.
Or get in an aeroplane, or get in a hot air balloon and take samples of that atmosphere.
But, like, even above those, though, like, there are clouds that reach higher than that.
And how far do high atmospheric balloons go?
Well, so let's see.
About 135,000 feet, I think.
135,000 feet? Yeah, that's pretty high. So do we find a lot of hydrogen and helium at those altitudes?
So would you apply this thinking to other?
Wait. Hang on, separation.
Things?
1 second. So in those balloons, because, you know, we find nitrogen and oxygen and carbon dioxide and water near the surface, do we find hydrogen and helium that high up?
Can do.
Sorry, what was that, Jedi?
Can.
You can? What how much hydrogen and helium are at those altitudes? Because we not a lot? Because, like, we can measure the nitrogen and oxygen near the surface, but, like, how much hydrogen and helium's up there? Like, relative to the surface?
Don't know, mate. Off the top of my head, I really don't know.
Should I go, like, look at that? Because if that's...
If you want to, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'd encourage you to do so.
So I'm going to look up atmospheric composition with altitude chart.
So what is the end goal of this belief system? Like that we shouldn't.
Well, I could
trust. Like
we should differentiate the difference between science and pseudoscience, right? So if I tell you,
in reality and beliefs,
if I tell you that I have a hairball theory that, you know, green grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tides, you should probably ask, how do you know that? And if I say, well, I just believe it, right? I can't manipulate the green grass to make the tide stop and start again like I can with the starter in your car. Like if I replace it and it works, then you know that
I have a question. Is
hold on before you ask that. Before you ask
I'm
that
differentiating the difference between science and pseudoscience, because if you say that it's philosophy, that's fine. Then the green grass can cause the tides, or the moon's